looking absolutely resplendent here today at glorious Wormsley. There's quite a lot in now as Lauren Bell comes in from the Dibley end. And that goes through to the keeper. They're just keeping them quiet here, the Vipers. Order a wicket down, Chloe Brewer, caught and bowled. Charlie Dean's first over. Bell skips at the top of her mark, she's in. She bowls and it's full, and Jones looks to cut it away and split step almost as it goes through to Brianna Southby behind the stumps. We've got two slips in. Bell in again. Right arm round the wicket to Jones, who drives it through the covers. Glorious looking shot. Fielder in pursuit. Lindsay Smith out there. She will cut it off, but they get back for two. As Raf Nicholson slides into the bench next to me.
Hi Georgie, nice to be here. And the sun's come out now.
I love that that's all of our first go-to thing. It's like, it is sunny now.
Well, we did have that very sudden shower about 20 minutes before play was due to start, didn't we? And it led to a kind of exodus from the pitch.
As Lauren Bell is in round the wicket to Eve Jones, who looks to play at that and leaves, and Vipers thought they might have had an edge as it goes through to the keeper. There is no run and the score remains 5-1 after 3 overs.
Bell really putting pressure on Eve Jones early on here. Obviously Sparks already a wicket down, but you've got to say that Eve Jones is not looking the most comfortable.
It's interesting as well because she grafted for her 67 from 111 the other day. It was quite slow, but she did look in pretty good form at times, but this is sketchy at best today.
Well, Bell obviously, as you were saying earlier, had a good day on Saturday against the South East Stars, taking those 4 wickets early on, so she'll be confident.
As Dean is in from the Deer Park end, it's full and off the back foot to the fielder at cover, Abby Freeborn. No run. Score remains 5-1. This orange kit looks fantastic in this sunlight. It would look good in the gloom. You'd be able to spot them.
Well, Vipers like to stand out, don't they?
They do, as Dean is in, right arm over, and that's defended into the leg side by Freeborn, and they scamper through for 1 as Boucher fields. And the score moves on to 6-1.
Freeborn doing well here, just looking to rotate the strike, to sort of push the ball out gently to facilitate those singles. Good positive start from her.
Dean in, and it's right arm over to Eve Jones, who defends, and there's no run. Impressed by this by Dean so far. Already picked up that 1 wicket, the opener Chloe Brewer. And again to Eve Jones, who just works it down to backward third off the back foot, and they run through for 2. Bit of a misfield down there. And the score moves on to 8-1.
Now I've got a great stat for you here, Georgie, about Charlie Dean to Eve Jones in regionals, provided by none other than Sid Egan, who also happens to be my husband. Charlie Dean in regionals is Charlie Dean to Eve Jones in regionals. She's got her out twice, so it's a good matchup.
Oh, interesting. As she's in, and that's defended by Jones. Dean just building the pressure somewhat. I like that they're going for pace at one end and spin at the other at the moment. As Dean is in, she's round the wicket to the left-handed Eve Jones, who just plays up to Lindsay Smith at extra cover, and there is no run. So at the end of 4 overs, the Vipers are 8 for 1.
Well, I did wonder if opening with Charlie Dean, as the Vipers have done, was actually a result of that match-up calculation.
I'm going to go for the yes. They've done their research. So the match-up calculation, thank you, Sid Egan. We'll pay him in brownies later for that one. But what was it? He won't have a brownie with a coffee, something like that.
He's very particular about wanting to have his coffee very, very strong, very rich. He's normally an espresso kind of a guy.
As Bell is in, right arm over, and Freeborn looks to work that into the covers. Doesn't make good contact, and is cleaned up by Maya Bouchier. Well, Lauren Bell continuing with her 3rd over of the morning. She skips at the top of her mark. She's in, she bowls right arm over to the right-handed Abby Freeborn, who just defends that to Lindsay Smith. And there's no run. Score remains 8 for 1. You say he likes his coffee rich and strong, which is like how I like my men.
Very good.
I've already planned my wedding here at Wormsley. I know that I can get married here. Spotted that one in the loo earlier.
Oh wow, you can get married here.
Yeah, not in the loo, which did confuse Claire earlier. You can get married here. As Bell is in, right arm over, and that's worked to deep backward square by Abby Freeborn, and they go through for 1. Score moves on to 9 for 1. Yeah, you can get married here. I
Wow.
can't imagine it's something quite within my financial remit at the moment, but you never know. If I find a rich, strong man, I'll be all right.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few cricket grounds now where you can get married if you're particularly interested in that kind of thing.
As Lauren Bell is in around the wicket to the left-handed Eve Jones, who defends, and it's fielded on the follow-through, one-handed by Lauren Bell. No run. Yeah, where would you get married? You could pick any cricket ground, anywhere. I'm going to go for in the world. Where are you going?
Wow, what a question. Well, Sid and I did get married last May, nearly a year ago, and we did look at the Oval, actually, because we wanted, if we were going to get married at a cricket ground, it would have to be somewhere that regularly hosted women's cricket.
Appreciate that, as Lauren Bell is in, and that's worked into the cover region again by Eve Jones for no run. Score remains 9 for 1.
And there is a vague connection actually between this conversation and the cricket that's unfolding in front of us, Georgie, because Lauren Bell's parents came to Sid and I's wedding, so that was lovely.
Oh.
And we actually accidentally scheduled the wedding for the first day of the women's season last year, so everybody had to miss that if they wanted to come to the wedding.
As Bell is in, round the wicket to Eve Jones, who works that up to Lindsay Smith at cover, and was that a drop catch?
I think it was, yeah, based on the reaction of Lauren Bell there, who sort of clasped at the back of her head as she watched the catch go through Lindsay Smith's hands at cover. It was disappointing for the Vipers.
That would have been quite the moment as well. The second wicket to fall early, and that would have been Lauren Bell's first of the day, but it went hard and fast straight to Lindsay Smith. She didn't have to move very far, and she's just clubbed it up above her head. And Charlie Dean will be continuing from the Deer Park end. I can't think where some of the cricket grounds in New Zealand look glorious, but I don't know if anyone would really want to fly that far just to watch me get married. A friend of mine had some sort of reception. A girl went to my school at Lord's. That looked pretty nice, as Dean is in around the wicket to the left-handed Eve Jones, who just pushes that back to Bouchier at extra cover. Dean's in, and almost copy and paste of the shot before from Jones. She's really struggling to find any runs here today.
Yeah, she's been just sort of defending from both ends, hasn't she? And then now she's had that catch dropped.
She defends that down to backward square. Tries to work it off her hip. As Izzy Wong sets off with a smile in front of me. She's hands full. Crisps, coffee, and something carby. And tomato soup.
Oh, well, that's nice and healthy.
1 of your 5 a day. As Dean is in, and that's defended again by Jones. Fielded by a rolling... Is that Boucher?
Yeah, I think so.
This is something I want your opinion on. The ponytail name location on a shirt situation we'll get to in a minute, because this is something that has really been plaguing me the last few years as Dean is in. And Jones looks to cut that away. It bounces before it gets to Georgia Adams at slip, and there's still no run. 10 for 1. The Sparks. I have a problem because, yes, if the names are at the top, they can be covered by ponytails, but then is it the 100 they have them at the bottom, but then people tuck the shirts in, because I'm all for shirts have to be tucked in. As Dean is in, she bowls, and that's flicked up to mid-on by Jones. No run. Score remains 10 for 1. So shirts must be tucked in. I always think that. But if the name's at the bottom, the trousers cover it. But if the name's at the top, the ponytail covers it. What do you do?
Well, it's
Wear
a
it
tricky
down an
one, isn't
arm?
it? They could have the names on their trousers instead. What do you think about that?
What, on the bum?
Yeah. Or down the
bum.
leg. Maybe not on the bum. That might be
As
trickier.
15-year-old bought something in a very strange shop for 50p or whatever, and don't know what you've got written on your bum those days, but perhaps not the look we're going for.
The shirt tucked in there is obviously a very personal thing, because Danny Wyatt tends to wear her shirt untucked, doesn't she, in particular?
Oh. As Lauren Bell continues, she's in, and that's full. And this big stride out from Abby Freeborn defending that, and it's cleaned up. And there's no run. Actually, Danny Wyatt is directly in front of me, and I can see that untucked shirt. Might have a word.
Are you going to tell her you don't approve?
I'm going to tell her I don't approve. I'll let her score some runs first, and then I'll tell her. It's the last thing she needs. Just as she's heading off, you should have had your shirt tucked in. As Lauren Bell turns at the top of her mark, she's in, and it's slightly shorter, and that's worked past Maya Boucher at slip, and it rolls down towards deep back with third, and they come through for 1. I can see kids running on the hills. There's definitely a song in there somewhere, isn't there? Running up a hill. Who was that?
The woman that sings in the high-pitched voice.
Yeah, and it went up the charts again because of Stranger Things last year.
The one who did the song about Heathcliff.
As Bell is in round the wicket to the left-handed Eve Jones. Lovely drive along the ground, fielded by a diving mid-on. I'm told it is Kate Bush. Thank you. It is Kate Bush. Yeah, it came back into the charts last year, didn't it? Because it was on Stranger Things, which I've not yet got into watching.
No, neither have I.
Arabelle skips, kicks her heels up at the top of her mark. She's in. It's Fuller, and Freeborn looks to drive through the covers, doesn't get a hold of it. And it's fielded on the bounce by Charlie Dean. Extra cover, no run. Score remains 12 for 1. It's quite hard to find time to binge watch things like Stranger Things when you spend so much time watching cricket, though, Raf.
It's true. The summer is very busy. And you're doing it year round now, Georgie.
Bell is in, and Freeborn looks to work that into the covers and finds it at bottom edge, and it's fielded, and they scamper through for 1. The score moves on to 13 for 1. Yeah, year-round cricket. I'm happy about that. Except when it rains. But it's all right. We dried out. The sun's out. The Vipers are glowing in the sunshine. The fans are in. There are lots of dogs in, including all 3 of mine. So watch out for God only knows what could happen as Bell is in. Right arm round to Eve Jones, who works that to deep backward square, and it's fielded with a good arm there, and they scamper through for 1. Score moves on to 15 for 1.
Yeah, that was Emily Winder out there, deep backward square. Good throw from her, as you said. She's back into the Vipers team, coming back from injury. This is her first match she's played for them this season, so great to see her back out there. Recovering from a hip injury.
I was doing ball by ball on that, but do whatever you fancy, really. I don't really mind.
So Sparks 14 for 1 after the first 7 overs.
Hello, Raf.
Hi, Kevin. How are you?
Great to see you again. Only saw you on Saturday. It's been
Good
too
match.
long. Are you doing this over? Shall I start this over? It's Charlie Dean, and that's driven up to mid-off by Eve Jones, the left-hander, and there is no run. What a different picture this ground is showing from about half an hour ago. The clouds were rolling in along the hills, but now the blue sky is showing as Charlie Dean comes in from the Deer Park end. Left to right as we look. Yes, we're square on. Eve Jones is on the back foot, steers out into the covers, past Boucher. In comes Monaghan off the boundary, and that'll be a single that takes the Sparks on to 15 for 1. First time here, Raf, or have you've probably been here loads, knowing you?
I last was here in 2014 for a test match between England and India.
Ah, right.
So that's quite a long time ago now.
It is. It's 8 years ago. By a quick
mathsing.
calculation. Dean's over the wicket, and that's swept away by Freeborn. Fine on the leg side. Lauren Bell picks it up on the 25-yard circle, and the Sparks move on to 16 for 1.
Yeah, it's still as beautiful as I remember it. And it's interesting to reflect on how much women's cricket has grown in those past few years, because I don't think they would be playing an England international here anymore.
Well, they could do worse than play here, let's be honest. But it's green rolling hills everywhere you look, as that's cut away by Jones out into the covers. Monaghan comes off the boundary once more, 17 for 1, and Jones moves on to 9, I think that is. What a lovely scoreboard at the far end.
Oh, it's beautiful. Thatched.
Yes, thatched scoreboards, can't be too many of them around.
I don't think I've ever seen one.
I don't think I have either, actually. I did play here in 1995.
Oh, wow.
But I'm not sure I looked at the scoreboard that closely as Freeborn pushes Dean back up towards Boucher, fairly straight mid-wicket. I think it's one of those things that when you're playing, you don't look at that and go, do you know what a lovely bit of thatch on the roof. You're kind of more intent on playing.
Probably focusing on...
You should be, as Dean comes in with her off spin. Freeborn plays and misses outside the off stump, and Rihanna Southbury takes that cleanly, just whips the bails off for good measure, and that is the end of the over. That's 8 overs gone. It's 17 for 1 here, the Sparks having lost the toss and being invited to bat first. And I have to say, Raf, you've had a nice easy morning. Technically wise, for me it's been a nightmare.
Oh no.
But we're here.
We think everything's working now?
We are good. We're on the live picture feed courtesy of the Central Sparks YouTube channel, and we're also on the BBC Sport website as well, and app. Myself, Kevin James, and Raf Nicholson. Do you know what? I looked at your Twitter feed the other day. Are you a senior lecturer at Bournemouth Uni? In
I
sport?
am.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
As well as your many other things.
Yeah, that's what...
What's this over?
So Bell running in, and Jones on strike. That just goes past the bat through to the wicket keeper. Oh, and it's been called a wide down the leg side. So Sparks move on to 18 for 1 courtesy of that wide.
Lauren Bell, who's twice on a hat-trick. You were there at Beckenham?
I was.
Twice she was on a hat-trick.
That was fantastic. How often do you see that?
Not very often, and she told us afterwards that she's never taken a hat-trick before. I
Wow.
couldn't believe that either, and never taken 5 wickets before. Apparently.
Wow. So Bell running in again to Jones, that just goes past the bat again, through to the keeper, and the ball now being passed in tandem along the Vipers fielders back towards Bell. Score remains on 18 for 1. Just that one Sparks wicket falling earlier.
Chloe Brewer, she's sitting in front of us, head bowed, with a hoodie on,
Bell in again to Jones. Oh, who plays that uppishly. She's cut that uppishly above Danny Wyatt at point, and they run 2. So I'm not quite sure that meant that went where she meant it to, but she's slightly got away with that, and they've got 2 runs to add to the total. So 20 for no wicket now, and Eve Jones moves on to 11. Sorry, 20 for 1.
Yep.
Bell coming in again. Jones on strike out of her crease. Plays that back towards the bowler, and there's no run there.
So what about these two sides? They've both won 1, lost 1.
Yeah, it's been a mixed start to the season for both of them, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And what about that? Vipers lost to Sunrisers.
We don't talk about that down south, Raf. We
Brushing
put
that one
to
under the
bed.
carpet.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's under the carpet. In fact, we dug a hole 6 feet down.
Bell running in again, and just goes past Jones through to the keeper.
Yeah, that result's forgotten. In fact, what game? What Sunrisers game at the
Well,
Aegeus
it did
2
look
was
like a very different Vipers side on Saturday against the Stars, didn't it? They completely got their mojo back.
back to their old selves. They certainly were. They were, they were much more on it. I mean, I didn't see that game against the Sunrisers. Fortunately, don't think I would want to watch it. But they were, by all accounts, a 100% different side.
Bell in again to Jones, who dances down the pitch and drives through the leg side, and that's gone for 4 runs. I think that's Jones's first boundary of the day. That was played beautifully. She just came down the pitch. I think she's been looking to do that previously because she is batting out of her crease. She's just driven that through the leg side for 4. Bell back to her mark again, running in. Jones plays that nicely again, goes out into the offside, right to the fielder, and there's no run there, and that's the end of the over. And Sparks move on now to 24 for 1. Jones now 15 of 35 balls. And at the other end, Abby Freeborn 6 of 17.
And Eve Jones is in good form this season in this competition. 67 she made against the Northern Diamonds. That was a defeat for the Sparks there at Worcester, and she made 29 on Saturday against the Blaze, in which the Central Sparks won that. Sorry, I've got that round the wrong way, haven't I? It was Worcester on Saturday. No, it was Worcester. Which was the first game? Worcester. Second, Trent Bedge was the first game, that's right. So she got 29 in that one and 67 in the second game. That's bowled. Charlie Dean is bowling, and Abby Freeborn pushing that out on the offside. And there is no run. 24 for 1 then, 9 gone, 1 more over left of the power play. I'll be vacating in a few minutes. I've only been on for a few minutes and already I've been told to get off, as that's turned away on the leg side. Short on the leg side, fielded by the captain, George Rose. I jest. I'm trying to have a sort of, trying to make light work of everything now, because the last hour has been quite hard work technically. So if you were watching the live picture feed without commentary, if you were trying to listen on the BBC Sport website, you will have known that nothing was happening for a while. But we're all good now. Freeborn drives through extra cover. That's a lovely shot. Emily Windsor is running after that one. That she's not going to pick it up. Over towards the far end of the ground as we look. That's a lovely piece of timing from Abby Freeborn. She moves on to 6, I think that is, unless the scoreboard has already changed. The scoreboard is now changing as I speak. 10 goes up, 28 for 1 in the 10th. And Emily Windsor, the one change in the Vipers side from that Saturday win over the South East Stars. Charlotte Taylor, the off-spinner, making way. Emily Windsor playing her first game after being injured. Had an operation during the winter. That's turned away to mid-wicket, and there is no run. We like watching Emily Windsor in the field, Raf, don't we? She's very fast, very quick.
Very athletic, isn't she?
She
Yeah,
is.
Absolutely. It's great to see her back in this Vipers side.
That's for sure. As Dean comes in again and bowls, Freeborn pushes forward off a thick outside edge. That runs away on the 45. Down towards third man. Danny Wyatt is after it, throws the ball in, but Freeborn is home.
Yeah, Freeborn was very keen on that second run, wasn't she?
She was.
I think Eve Jones was slightly anxious there because obviously Danny Wyatt known for having a very good arm in the field, but they managed to get back for the second one.
They certainly did. 30 for 1 now, the Sparks in the 10th. And Charlie Dean with that one wicket, caught and bowled Chloe Brewer for no score. Has picked up the only wicket so far as Freeborn's well forward, pushes that back to the bowler. That is the end of the over. That's the end of the power play. 10 overs gone here at the Wormsley Cricket Ground. And the Sparks are 30 for 1. If you've never been here before, it's probably one of the more picturesque grounds in the country. And the driveway, I have to say, is probably about half the length of Claire Jenkins's driveway to her house. Not as many junctions.
It's great,
the
isn't
many
it?
outbuildings that Claire Jenkins has. You go right and left to this shed and that factory and what have you. It's almost as long.
I love that when you first come into the driveway, the guy on the gate said, "Oh, it's not far to go now, only about a mile," because you think you've arrived and you've still got a mile to go.
I was a bit, I don't know about you, but when I pulled into the driveway, I wasn't quite sure what I was pulling into, and I just pressed a button and just hoped for the best. I was here very early and they said, "Security!" And I thought, I've got no chance here. I just said, I'm here for the cricket. And even before I'd got the whole sentence out, the gates were opening. I thought, wow, got lucky.
You just say, "I'm from the BBC." That opens doors. That opens all doors, doesn't it, Kevin?
Well, it probably might do, but I wouldn't dare do that.
And we've got a change of bowling from the Dibley end. Georgia Elwis coming in to Eve Jones, who just plays that out into the leg side, and there's no run there.
Good to see Georgia Elwis back bowling as well. Bowled on Saturday. She didn't bowl, I think, for most of, not all of last season because of a bad back. Bowled on Saturday. Good to see it.
Yeah, she is got to be up there with one of the nicest people in cricket, hasn't she? So it's so nice to see her, as you say, back out and bowling. First change here today, replaces Lauren Bell from the Dibley end. She's in again to Eve Jones, who all swings at that, but it goes through to the keeper, no contact, and that was quite a swing from Eve Jones.
Played a bit of Women's Big Bash during the winter as well, Eve Jones, didn't she? It was a late call-up. Melbourne Renegades.
Elwis in again. Jones. Oh. And she went to drive that, but it sort of seemed to go under the bat, I think. We haven't got the best angle here because we're kind of sideways on.
I tell you what, I don't know how that missed the stumps. I'm just watching the live picture feed there as well, which you'll get our commentary on that as well. And I'll be honest with you, quite how that's missed the stumps, I really don't know. And I don't think Georgia Elwis could quite believe it either.
She survives that, and Elwis in again, and Eve Jones just plays that out into the offside, and they run through for quite a casual, easy single there.
At the end of this over, I've got to dip off. He says, not very far. So how we can do this? Claire, you're going to come in next to me, are you? Or you're going to come in?
Do you want me to hop round the back?
Well, it's up to you. It's a very small, confined space here. In fact, I don't even let my mum get this close to people.
Elwis in again, and into Freeborn, who plays that out backward of square, and I get a single.
I'll say let my mum get that close to me. That's what I should have said. That's a bit unfair, but yes, it's a very tight, confined space. But we are undercover, which is the main thing, Raf.
That was definitely
dodge that sour.
very beneficial earlier when the rain suddenly came in, and everyone who was out there just came dashing towards the pavilion, and we were already undercover. Elwis in again, Jones facing, and that goes through to the keeper. A little bit of oohs and ahs from the Vipers fielders. They're really getting into this, and it's 32 for 1 at the end of the 11th over.
Right, Raf's just staying on, I think, yes, and Claire Jenkins, who is still counting the yardage of her driveway, just to check that it really is longer than what it is here, will come in alongside me. So I will let Raf, another word from you, and then it will be Claire Jenkins.
Right, just seeing, I think that we're going to have a change from the other end, because Charlie Dean has bowled 5 now. Looks like we're going to get left armour Lindsay Smith coming in, who of course This is her first season for the Vipers, not ever, but in a while, because she joins Vipers this season from the Northern Diamonds. She is just doing some warm-ups now, throwing the ball out to Georgia Adams. And it will be Lindsay Smith bowling to Abby Freeborn. Plays that nicely out towards mid-off. No run, so Sparks remain on 32 for 1. Smith in again. Freeborn defends that back towards the bowler. Smith bends down, picks that up, strolls back towards her mark. Lindsay Smith in again, and Freeborn again defends that back to the bowler. Smith left armour coming round the wicket to Freeborn, the right-hander. Oh, plays that slightly uppishly out into the deep there in the offside, and they run through for a single. And we've got a little bit of rain coming down, I think, here, Claire Jenkins, because there's a few people making a dash for the pavilion. As we say, we're already undercover, so we're all right. But if you're your average spectator, there's definitely some umbrellas going up now.
There's a big dark cloud as I wandered back a moment ago.
Smith in again to Eve Jones this time, who just nurdles that out, and they dash through for a single. Yes, the rain's definitely coming down now. Play still going on for now, but
Lindsay Smith got a couple of wickets against Sunrisers and a run out, so she did all right against the Sunrisers.
She did. Smith into Freeborn. Oh, and that's full, and Freeborn defends that. And I think that's the end of the over. 34 for no wicket after 12 overs. It looks like they're staying out there, Claire Jenkins. That's very optimistic.
Come on, let's get the game on. Central Sparks will be hoping that Eve Jones and Abby Freeborn have a partnership like they had in the last game on Saturday against the Diamonds. 98 they put on, and of course Eve Jones was 67 not out. As you say, maybe you were there, but you know, the innings that the game needed, as opposed to necessarily a rapid fire innings.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the way Eve Jones tends to play, isn't it? She's not necessarily somebody who just kind of dashes at it.
Yes, I've got a theory. I'm going to explain it in a minute. We've got Georgia Elwis coming in from the Dibley end. In the gathering gloom here at Wormsley, Eve Jones plays that behind square. It's going to go for 4. Yes, 4 runs there. Nice played off her legs there. Down for 4. The score moves on to 38 for 1. Yes, so I think increasingly we're going to see the women's squads specialise. So we've already seen, you know, that there's definitely a presumption that Tammy Beaumont plays better at 50 and at 20, and I think we're going to see more of that as Elwis comes into Jones, who plays that forward. Nicely straight drive. It's heading towards the rope. I think we're going to get another 4 here. Yes, my Boucher's not going to cut that off. So that's another 4 runs to the total, and the score moves on to 42. Yes, I think we're going to see increasingly that the formats will see specialist squads. And my theory is that, well, I think my personal theory is that Eve Jones could be a test specialist.
Yeah.
Left-handed opener, and I wouldn't mind if she didn't play the other formats. Almost, I know Eve Jones would play all of them, but she might be that left-handed opener for for a multi-day game. What do you reckon, Ash?
Well, she's certainly somebody who you watch and you think, wow, if only women played more test matches, more longer format cricket, she would be, and she would have been, an excellent candidate to be very good in that longer format.
Elwis into Jones, and she plays that forward straight to the mid-off fielder, and there is no run. Score is still 42 for 1. But I think we might. Well, I mean, the wider theory as well is that I think we're going to see specialisms. You're going to see you know, the bish bash boshers in at T20, longer format players, and then potentially, I mean, we'd like to see more women's Test cricket, so let's hope there's opportunity to be longer format specialists as well, as Eve Jones works that into the leg side. There's a fielder coming round and makes a bit of a shy at the stumps, but there's no run outs. It's just one single, so 43 for 1.
I think that's really interesting theory, and I suppose if you are going to have those Test specialists, then what you really need is the domestic structure underneath to support them, don't you?
Yes.
So you need multi-day domestic cricket,
We do.
which obviously a number of us have been calling for quite some time.
We do. Well, we nearly had a north versus south, but the rain.
I
rain got in
know,
the way,
how
didn't it?
disappointing.
Elwes to Freeborn. It goes past the bat, and Southby takes the bails off, but there is no run, and there is. Yes, so we're on to the end of the over. Eve Jones on 26 off the 46 ball she's faced. Abby Freeborn on 14 off the 29 she's faced.
Yeah, they had 9 off that over, including 2 lovely boundaries. Boundary 4s from Eve Jones, who just seems to be getting into her stride now a little bit, doesn't she? And as we've been talking about, she can sometimes take a little bit of time to get there. You know, she's quite a watchful batter early in her innings, but once she gets in, then that's where the difficulty lies for the other team. As Lindsay Smith in now, and Jones on strike, defends that back towards the bowler, and there's no run.
I think we will see the regions do some warm-ups and some longer formats. I think that will come in.
Smith in again to Jones now. He's playing that out to is that Charlie Dean
at mid-on, I think.
mid-on. Smith in again. Jones just tips that out. Oh, there's a chance for a run out there. She tipped that out to Point. Point
Just
flew
keeping
in
Abby Freeborn moving.
Yeah, absolutely, and Rihanna Southby removed the bails, but Freeborn manages to get home there.
Yeah, I think the regional stuff in terms of multi-day, I think it's a great coaching opportunity, because it's, you know, you're batting for batting's sake, you're bowling for bowling's sake, you're having to adjust the field.
Absolutely. Smith in again to Freeborn this time, who takes a stride forward and defends there.
There's a reason it's called a test, because it's an examination of all the cricket skills, so I think it would be a great opportunity to do some
Absolutely,
coaching.
I can see some of the regional coaches really getting behind that. It's Smith in again to Freeborn, who plays that out into the offside with a nice flourish there with the bat. Smith in again to Freeborn. Takes that stride. She likes to do that as she's defending.
It's quite a wide base, isn't it? She comes really forward to those, and then in terms of defensive. Yeah, I think the regions. Well, I know that Central Sparks a couple of seasons ago did some multi-day or 2-day.
They did,
games.
didn't they? Yeah, I thought that was quite innovative actually.
Yeah, and I mean, I suppose the argument against that now is that now we've got home and away in the Rachel Hayhoe 50 over, then there's going to be less time because there's more matches. However, you know, I think there's still an opportunity to do that and do that multi-format stuff, because it's ultimately the longer, you know, the test format also will have different field settings, will have just different strategies, but all of those things that you learn in that, you can actually then transfer to the shorter formats.
Elwes resuming from the Dibley end, and there's a misfield there at backward point. I think that is actually Danny Wyatt, and so it goes through for a single, and that should really have been cut off. Wyatt looks a bit cross with herself there, and Sparks move on to 45 for 1.
Of course, they're having to go left and right hand here, so the fielder having to readjust their sights on the ball, etc.
Elwes in again to Freeborn this time.
Oh,
Freeborn plays that nicely, and that's gone backward of square. And Emily Windsor, I think that is out there, throws in. Is that?
could be. We're a long way. We're a long way from the pitch. I should say, and she's the furthest from us.
So they run through for a single.
Deep third, whoever it is now.
Elwes in again to Jones. plays that forward to Lindsay Smith. Got their cover.
I've got a connection to Elvis and Wyatt. I'm sure that the highlight of their career was playing my last club games alongside them. They were very
Oh wow,
very
they would have been
young.
quite young then.
Oh, well, yes, very young.
Elvis in again to Jones.
What are you saying, Raph?
No, nothing at all. And
They were very...
that's a nice diving stop at mid-wicket there from Maya Boucher. Cuts that off because Jones, I think, had hit that quite hard, and so there's no run there.
Despite the fact that they both played and play for England, I'm sure the highlight of their career was playing my last club games.
Oh, I'm sure it was. Let's ask them about it afterwards. As Elvis in again to Jones. Oh, and that has gone fine and fielded at fine leg, and they get a single there. Deep fine leg, I should say.
I should also correct Kevin James, who likes to have a go at me. He accused me of knowing about breweries and drinking when we were together at this fixture last year. I do not have a long drive to my 2-bedroom flat. It doesn't require a long drive, but it's a good bit of banter between the commentators.
Absolutely. Elvis in again. Freeborn takes her usual stride and just drives that. And there's no run, so Sparks 47 for 1 at the end of the 15th over.
Yeah, so we've got Eve Jones on 29 and Abby Freeborn on 15, current partnership 47 off 81 balls. They were, I was going to say knee high to a stump and then not make a comment about Danny Wyatt's height in relation to that, but she may have stood the same height at that stage. They both played for Staffordshire together, and they played in the club that I played.
Of course,
it was one of those.
Staffordshire.
It was one of those. Put your kit in the car. We might be short. Those are my last 2 games, I think. As Lindsay Smith bowls to Eve Jones, who just dobs that down to the mid-off fielder, Maya Boucher, and there is no run. Lindsay Smith from the Deer Park end. Eve Jones plays that straight to Charlie Dean, who does her now signature light roller on the pitch dive.
Yes, have we got a name for that?
I don't know, but it's never long. I'm almost like trying to guess how long it'll be before Charlie Dean does a roll for us, as Eve Jones works that into the offside and gets a nice easy single there. Score moves on to 48 for 1.
I think just to return to this idea of players having specialisms.
Oh yes. Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because the money is now in T20.
Yeah, as Smith comes into Freeborn and comes forward and defends.
So your interest as a player then, if you're going to specialise, would presumably almost always be to specialise in the shortest format.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to make comparisons to the men, but that's what's happening in the men's game, isn't it? As Smith comes into Freeborn, he comes forward and looks very messy, and there's a big shout, but I don't think necessarily convincingly. Yeah, the money's in the short form, in the men's and the women's game. But the kudos, the chance to play Test cricket.
That's a really good point.
Women are so desperate to play more Test cricket. Smith comes into Freeborn and comes forward and defends that again.
I know I interviewed Snehal Pradhan, who now is the women's cricket manager at the ICC, and she said it was actually on the eve of the World Cup final, and she said, well, look, the players want to be here playing international cricket, and so if we're concerned about franchise tournaments, then we don't have to look further than how proud the players are. Marizanne Kapp crying during the national anthems. And they would cry even more if they got a chance to play Test cricket, as South Africa did last year. They did. That was wonderful,
great.
wasn't it?
The more the better.
Yeah.
I mean, it will be a crime against cricket if New Zealand, White Ferns, if Susie Bates and Sophie Devine, and I would bring Amy Satterthwaite back, left-handed opener, to play a Test match. And if there's any millionaires out there, we're at Getty Ground.
So Elvis continues from the Dibley end into Jones, who again plays that out fine. Oh, and there's a chase going on.
Great fielding.
Yeah, and the fielder rolls over and throws that in and prevents the 4, so they've run 2 there in the end, I think.
So I'm going to put a plea out here today. We need a millionaire to pay for more women's Test cricket, because they always say it's a money thing, which is like the end of an argument. Well, do you know what? I'll tell you, I've got a solution for that. The men play one less Test and the women play one more.
That is a great solution, Claire Jenkins.
What a simple
and
thing.
Sparks 50 has gone up. That was the little ripple of applause you heard going round. Elvis in again to Eve Jones, who plays that out into the offside, and they run a single. So 51 for 1 now, Central Sparks. Good little partnership here between Eve Jones and Abby Freeborn.
They're picking up where they left off.
I wholeheartedly support your plea, Claire Jenkins, for a millionaire to invest in women's Test cricket.
Feel free to come forward. If you'd like to contact New Zealand Cricket, that would make them out of the way. Never play Test cricket. I mean, I'm lost for words.
Elwison again to Freeborn. Another swing and a miss there. And the Vipers fielders are oohing this. They're enjoying this. I think there's a little bit of pressure being put on Freeborn here by Elvis. I think Satterthwaite may have played a Test back in the day. Maybe
Katie
I'm
Martin was the
misremembering.
last of the brigade, and when she retired,
Right.
but she
Because I think the last one was 2004. So it's quite a long time ago.
Yeah.
Elwison again to Freeborn, who manages to get bat on that one. Just defends that nicely back towards the bowler.
Yeah, that was the end of an era when Katie Martin retired for many reasons, but also she was the last of that squad to have played Test cricket. Because I was fortunate enough to work with the White Ferns 2011 in the NatWest Quad Series, so I followed them round. But great characters.
Lovely bunch of players. Elwison
Yeah.
again.
They are every bit as lovely as most Kiwis and New Zealanders.
And Freeborn just defended that one out into the offside. There's no run, and that's the end of the over. So Sparks remain on 51 for 1 after 17 overs.
Jones on 33 and Freeborn on 15.
Okay, so Jones doing a little bit more of the running at the moment, but Freeborn, I was going to say doing nicely. She looked a little bit shaky in that last over, but she's out there, and she obviously has had a lot of success since she arrived at the Sparks, hasn't she, at the start of last season? Yeah,
she seemed to really settle in quickly last season, joining from what was then Lightning and is now Blaze, as Smith comes into... we've got Smith and Jones here.
Oh yeah!
Wonder Sid hasn't had a go at that. Smith and Jones. Smith and Jones here. Yeah. What were we saying? Lost my train of thought there of Smith and Jones.
We were talking about Freeborn moving.
Oh yes, Freeborn.
Lightning.
That's right. From the Lightning.
Lightning are no more.
Quickly. Oh, it was a quick run. Oh. That was just as well that Eve Jones was on a motorbike there to get to the other end and got back safely, and another run to the total.
Yeah, that was a good quick pick up and throw from mid-on. I think that's Georgia Elvis out there.
Yeah, I think it probably is 52. Smith to Freeborn this time, and comes forward with that huge step forward in defence, and there is no run. Smith left arm over, or round rather, as Freeborn ramps that. It's going towards the boundary, but there are 3 fielders descending on it, and then they're going to stop it. Yeah, they cut it off, and it's coming back in again. So that was a good bit of fielding, good bit of batting, nice bit of cricket there.
Interesting that Rihanna Southby ran all the way out to the boundary there, the wicket keeper. She wasn't the one who ended up retrieving it, I think. But and then Maya Boucher went up to the stumps to take the throw in from the boundary.
Very good. We like that. Good teamwork.
Good bit of athleticism there from Southby.
Yep.
Maybe she's getting a bit chilly out there.
Maybe just warming up. Smith left arm over this time to the left-handed Eve Jones. Ooh, straight through to the keeper. Talking of the keeper. So, I mean, I know Katie Martin a little bit from the New Zealand time. I mean, the phrase "mad as a box of frogs," I think, is the phrase that you might use for Katie Martin. Lovely. The lovely Katie. So is Rihanna Southby in that mould? Do you know? I mean, I don't know the Vipers players other than Elvis and Wyatt.
Well, Southby obviously relatively new to the Vipers, having signed I think at the back end of last season from the Stars, because she's played most of her age group and senior cricket in Surrey up till now. So it's an interesting signing, and I think Vipers with the kind of, they realised that Carla Rudd, who's their previous wicket-keeper, very long-standing, was coming towards the end. She'd never been a full-time professional, so she was coming to the end of the kind of time commitment that she was able to give them. So Charlotte Edwards kind of was cannily looking around, as she does, going, right, who's going to be the next Vipers wicket-keeper? And so she signed Rana Southby, so here we are. Elwes resuming from the Dibley end. Oh, and Freeborn plays that nicely. Cuts that out into the offside, and they go through for 1. So that's the score now, 56 for no wicket.
Yeah, we're talking about canny signings by Charlotte Edwards. She's also got Chloe Hill, borrowed from Central Sparks, and now permanently, I think, from Central Sparks.
Another wicket-keeper, absolutely. Elwes in again to Jones. Jones pushes that out to Boucher on the leg side, but no run there, straight to Boucher. Edwards has got the knack, hasn't she? She knows what she's about. That's why Vipers have been so successful.
Well, she's a sort of serial finalist with the teams that she coaches nowadays, isn't she? So wherever she's in the world.
Elwes into Jones. And that just
bends it round a pad.
She was looking over her shoulder, I think, to see quite where that had gone. Anyway, no run. And Sparks 56 for 1 still.
Let's hope the weather is going to. There's some dark clouds looming.
Elwes in again to Jones. Oh, and there's a big shout, and she's been given out LBW.
Yeah.
What did you make of that, Claire Jenkins?
Well, we're sideways on, so it's very difficult to tell. If Anna Harris says it's out, that's good enough for me.
That's a really good point. So, Sparks 56 for 2 now, and that is the end of Eve Jones, who I think is out for 34.
Yeah, I think 34.
So that was a good knock from Eve Jones, but she'll be disappointed, obviously, not to have gone on to get what looked like a kind of looming half-century. As we say, difficult for us to tell from this angle.
Yes, we're exactly at the wrong angle. As we see Davina Perrin come in. So this is the teenage sensation for Sparks coming into bat. And of course another under-19 World Cupper. She got I think Georgia can tell us better, but against the Diamonds she got a 30 with 4 fours, which was I think probably really helped Sparks in their win against Diamonds at Worcester on Saturday.
Well, hello.
Well, hello. Welcome back, Georgia.
Well, hello there. Top of the morning to you.
Oh, you should have been with me, because I had all of Prendergast knocking the ball everywhere.
OP supremacy.
Woo, she's a great signing for Western Storm. Came in and knocked, was it 111? It was over 100 anyway. It was very impressive, and she just had so much time on the ball. So if you get a chance to watch Western Storm, watch all of Prendergast, who I saw impressive. She stood as an exceptional player when I watched Scotland play Ireland in a short T20 series last autumn time up in Edinburgh. It was a rain-curtailed series, I have to say, but with bat and ball. So she's a very impressive player. Anyway, yes, top of the morning was where I started that from.
And it is just about still morning, 11:54 here in Wormsley at the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy between the Sparks and the Vipers.
Yeah, 50 overs. Ooh. Well, let's hope we get them all in with the weather. Elwes comes in to Perrin, who comes forward and just knocks that on the head, and there is no run. Do you want me to Dibley, and do you want to Deer Park?
Oh, you can Dibley and I'll dear. Sounds delightful. Delightful.
Delightful, excellent. Like a bit of punnage. Did you like my Jones and Smith, or were you not listening?
I think I was.
Try to tune out when you're not on. It's the best thing.
I was.
Elwes to Perrin. Oh, it's bowled. It's clean bowled. The stump is spectacularly peeled back by that delivery from Elwes, and unfortunately Perrin will have to trudge back up the hill to this beautiful thatched pavilion. And I think we're about to see Amy Campbell's putting her helmet on, so I think that's a sign that we're going to have Amy Campbell join Abby Freeborn. Now these two were we were talking about Abby Freeborn settling in quickly to the Central Sparks team after joining from Lightning, now Blaze. And Amy Campbell likewise joined Central Sparks last season. And the two of these I describe as the engine of the batting for Central Sparks, Freeborn and Campbell. So we'll see if they can rev that engine up as Davina Perrin and Amy Campbell exchange a few words, a bit of advice on the boundary as they pass over. And of course we've got the regulations this year that the batters have to be in quicker. So that I don't know how many seconds it is, but they've told the umpires that the players have got to be at the crease.
I know how you know how you'll get there faster here. Instead of having steps, you have a slide.
Slide, yeah, or a luge.
You have so I once played a game for the Barmy Army against the Barrett Army, and to get out to the middle, we rode in a tuk-tuk.
As you do.
Because it was sponsored by Kingfisher Beer, so you got in your Kingfisher tuk-tuk and you drove out to the middle.
That is just so many mental pictures for me.
Oh, it was the best game of cricket ever.
Although I have to say, I was once interviewed for the television in the back of a rickshaw in Nottinghamshire, because they decided they were going to run a rickshaw service to I'm going to forget the name now, but it was from a station to a nearby stately home, and they had a rickshaw service. It was it was a rural transport project that we funded in a previous life that I had. But yeah, we got a lot of publicity out of it. I'm not sure that it was necessarily that successful, but it was innovative. I think the problem mostly was that the rickshaw didn't have any gears, so the poor chap cycling it was absolutely shattered as Smith comes around the wicket, this time to Freeborn, who comes forward and just prods that into the off side, and we see a Dean roll in an attempt to parry that, and they get through for a single. Score is 57-3.
I've been trying to think about the Dean roll. You know, you've got your sausage roll, your Dean roll,
We need something, don't we? We need something.
I don't know if you call it the bakery because they produce rolls.
Yeah, but we've got Baker on the Central Sparks, haven't we, Bakes? I'm going to set Sid that as a
Greg's
name. We need a name for
the sausage
Dean
roll, the Dean roll. Oh, interesting. I'm going to have to have...
I think he's thinking. It looks like thinking, or it might be just, what the hell has she said to me this time?
I think I sort of have that permanently confused look. It likes to look. I like to say I'm thinking.
Of course, we've got another left-handed bat now, Central Sparks. We're well off in terms of Amy Campbell, another left-hander. We like to confuse the field.
That's something I mentioned earlier as well, with Eve Jones in at the top. You've got that left-hand, right-hand combination, confusing the field, forces the bowlers to struggle to find their lines somewhat, as the Diamonds learnt the other day.
Yep. Sort of hit well there, wasn't it, from Amy Campbell, but straight to the fielder, and unfortunately because it went down into the ground, it took all the energy out of it, so no run there. It was almost a replay of the last ball there.
Yeah, Maya Boucher's getting a fielding practice in.
Yes. Smith to Campbell to Boucher. That's the end of the over. 57-3.
Yeah, end of 20 overs. I mean, when that cloud decided to descend on us prior to the beginning of the game, we didn't think we'd get 20 overs in this quickly.
No. Freeborn on 20 and Campbell yet to score.
Yeah, I was impressed by Abby Freeborn at the game at Worcester the other day. She was scoring freely. She was looking to try and hit boundaries. She's a good find.
Yep, and she settled in well. And of course she's useful because she can be keeping wicket when Amy Jones is off on England duty or resting for workload reasons and so forth.
Yeah, she had that 98 partnership with Eve Jones.
Yeah.
As Elwes is in a right arm over, and that's worked into the covers by Freeborn, and there's just the one run. Score moves on to 58-3.
As you mentioned earlier, the sun on that orange Vipers is really zingy against the green field, and we're in a real bowl here. It's a proper chocolate box of a ground in terms of Wormsley. Thatched score box, thatched clubhouse, and very quaint, rustic.
Just discussion going on between Elwes and Captain Adams, as Elwes is in right arm over, and that's a full toss, driven straight back past the fielder, and evades mid-on and mid-off, and it races away for 4.
The sliding door style. So Melissa Story told me that's a sploot. You know these things, you're well
A sploot, that's what corgis do.
Yes. She
Yes.
demonstrated in the box at Sophia Gardens when she wasn't playing a ropes course in the back of the
Okay,
box.
well, there's definitely not room for my 36-inch
saw it.
leg to do it in this commentary box
As she
today,
explained
but
it to me, it's sort of back legs going and just going sort of flat, basically flat face forwards.
as Elwes is in again, and that's slightly shorter, and Freeborn looks to work that into the leg side. No bat on it, and goes through to the keeper for no run. I like that Rihanna Southby is standing up to the stumps,
Yeah.
putting that pressure on. She's got really quick hands, Rihanna
Yeah.
Southby. Just putting that in the batter's mind as well.
I mean, it sounded like she had a good game the other day as well.
As Elwes is in, and Campbell works that into the leg side, and they scamper through for 1. Score moves on to 64. 64 for 3.
Oh, we've got planes flying over.
Planes, trains and automobiles, sheep, dogs.
We've got a fair few crowding. You probably can't see them on the cameras, but well, you can't because you're looking down the barrel of the.
Elwes is in, and that's defended by Freeborn, who sends Campbell back, no run. Fielded by Elwes off her own bowling. Score remains 64 for 3.
Yeah, we're in a bowl here. You can't see, but around the bowl, and there's certainly at the top of the hill, there is a lot of deck chairs and umbrellas going up, unfortunately, but people huddled.
Elwes in, and that's defended again by Freeborn. Up to Boucher. Yeah, there's definitely some kind of glider or something going on. I can't see it over the overhanging thatch, which is not something you say very often in a commentary box.
Not in Hong Kong. This is where you've been.
You jest.
Ah,
But Elwes is in, and that's full, and Freeborn looks to work that into the leg side, and Rihanna Southby does the fielding, and they scamper through for 1, and it is signalled wide down the leg side. Yeah, you jest about the thatch. There's a lot of bamboo instead of scaffolding,
Oh yeah.
held together with cable ties.
I bet the pandas are furious.
Oh no, they're going to go hungry. They go hungry. No, it was an odd one, that. But as you do, as Elwes is in, and she bowls to Campbell, who looks to defend that. It beats the bat, and it's taken cleanly by the keeper.
George, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Kevin James, who no doubt is going to be rude about the drive up at my 2-bedroom flat again, or accuse me of knowing how to make a party in a brewery, which you did last time we were on comms together. We shall have a go at that later, but we're not allowed on together, so I shall leave you in his capable hands.
Well, thank you very much. So, end of 21 overs, the Vipers 66 for 3. Campbell on 5, and Abby Freeborn going along nicely on 21. Clouds just rolling in somewhat. I can see down to my left a few umbrellas going up, but the umpires seem unmoved at the moment, maybe because of Anna Harris's hat. Lindsay Smith is in, and she bowls to Freeborn, who cuts away to extra cover, fielded by Danny Wyatt, and they come through for 1.
Hello, Georgie.
Hi, long time no see.
Yes, it was sometime last year. We did a commentary together, didn't we, at the Ageas?
We did, we were much higher up.
Yes.
Much higher up. Less picturesque, perhaps, as Smith is in, and Campbell works that into the covers, and they run through for 1.
But it's, it's, oh gosh.
Well, it's
just as
raining.
I was about to say, yes, it's raining. The cloud has been rolling in, hasn't it? You could see it down the valley to our left.
Down the valley, in Wales.
Yes, we're not far from Wales. Only about 100 miles.
Smith is in, and Freeborn hits that to Wyatt at extra cover, and they come through for 1.
Was that your best Welsh accent, by the way?
I thought it was fantastic.
It was. Well, I was going to say, if that was your best, that's a fantastic effort.
I don't think I can try. I'm not going to try and say anything else now. A, I don't want to insult anyone, and B, I just don't think I can live up to it anymore. I've done Irish, I've done Welsh. That's defended by Campbell, and there's no run.
I can't believe they're playing in this. This is quite a heavy shower.
Smith left arm over to the left-handed Campbell. That works down to third, and they scamper through for 1. Score moves on to 70.
Can you tell me why they're playing in this? If this was the guys, they'd be off.
Yeah, but we're made of harder stuff.
Obviously.
I mean, I wouldn't want to play lacrosse in this, and lacrosse is like Quidditch. You play it in every weather except lightning, because your sticks are made of metal and you could die. Smith is around the wicket to Freeborn, who plays that into the leg side, and they come through for 1. It's fielded by Boucher. It really is coming down here now. The umpires are coming through to the middle, and the players are coming off. I'm not sure how well you can see the rain on your streams, but it is heavier than my tears when Andy Murray lost the Wimbledon final.
Yeah, I'm trying to picture that. But I think they obviously wanted to get to the end of the over. That's pretty obvious, because exactly 22 overs have been bowled now, 71 for 3. But I have to say, if I'd have been out there for those 2 or 3, 4 balls that they played through the rain, I'm not sure I'd be happy, Georgie.
And it's almost stopped. So they've got wet, they've come in, and now we have to try and get back out again at some point when it really does stop. It's difficult. Covers are coming on. There's a lovely Kubota tractor out there in the middle.
Other makes of tractors available.
Other makes are available.
Yes, apparently.
I couldn't tell you. John Deere, that's another, but there are also other ones.
Yes, Georgie, yes. There's a few others as well, which I won't mention.
I can't think of any more, don't worry. I'm out of...
But you are right, the rain is almost stopped. It's quite an interesting ground, this, isn't it? Because we're in a sort of like a valley with rolling hills right in front of us. You can see sheep on them as well, which is lovely, and then trees behind. But either side, there's obviously a dip, and this sort of line that runs below the hills. But you could see for the last 20 minutes or so, the dark cloud rolling along the valley from left to right. And it's passing over us at the moment, and most of it has probably passed. There hasn't been a lot of covering put on the wicket, so I think the ground staff are expecting the rain to not hang around. I think most of the rain we can see at the moment is actually coming off the veranda in front of us. I say veranda because it is a thatched roof here, as well as the scoreboard at the bottom end, all thatched, in keeping with the surroundings.
It's one of those grounds, if you asked perhaps an American who doesn't know a lot about cricket what you think a cricket ground looks like, and you showed them this, they'd be like, that's exactly what it is. None of this glitz and glam and lights in all directions. You'd have thatched scoreboards, you've got people with their dogs, you've got kids in, you've got picnic benches. All you need sort of is someone eating an egg sandwich, which actually I know is my mother down to sort of 9 o'clock from where we're looking, and someone with a beer or a Pimm's, and then that is how they would think cricket looks, I think. But people in whites rather than oranges.
Yeah.
And the covers are coming off.
Yeah. Well, there's not much covering either, is it? So that's not going to take too long. It'll be a little greasy on top, but we'll just skid through a little bit. But the state of the game here at the Wormsey Cricket Club in Buckinghamshire is that the Vipers, having been put into bat after the Central Sparks having been put into bat by the Vipers, are 71 for 3. Abby Freeborn has 5. Amy Campbell has 7. The 3 wickets sort of fall in the second over. Chloe Brewer caught and bowled by the off spinner Charlie Dean for no score. That was 0 for 1. In the 19th over, Eve Jones played so well. Was LBW to Georgia Elwes for 34. That was 56 for 2. And 2 balls later, Davina Perrin, the 19-year-old who was at the Under-19 World Cup, wasn't she, I think? Yes,
took an absolute screamer of a catch out there as well. It sort of stuck in my head, that one.
Really? Were you out there for that?
I was, yeah. I was on the commentary. You probably heard me.
No, I
can't get rid of me.
I should have done. But I think I did see somewhere that you were out there doing some work out there. So, yes, you did some work for the BBC as well, didn't you?
I'm all over everywhere. You can't get rid of me.
Everybody wants a piece of you. Perrin was bowled by Elwes for no score. That was 2 balls she lasted. 56 for 3 the score there, and off to 22 here. 71 for 3. The umpires are walking back out into the middle and having a chat with the groundsman. He is a groundsman. I would normally say groundsperson if I didn't know who it was, but he's a groundsman. Thank you, Claire. I've got the nod of approval from Claire Jenkins. I've got away with that.
We had Meg Lay on my Women's Cricket Chat podcast, go for the plug there, and she was actually the first full-time female grounds person in this country. And so we were trying to think of a new name for a grounds person because we thought it was a bit boring. So we've decided on grounds warrior, because you sort of wage a battle against the elements.
Grounds warrior?
A grounds warrior, wow. Yeah.
I'm not sure that will catch on.
And when it's raining, you can be a grounds warrior rather than a warrior.
Well, that might catch on. But I'm not sure grounds warrior is going to catch on.
I'm going with it.
If I'm honest, Georgie. Now, is there some anticipation from the Vipers that we might get a restart? That we're in the pavilion. It's a very small pavilion, and we are very close to both teams. And the Vipers... Well, it's obviously not raining because a few of them are actually out from under the pavilion roof. So the umpires are coming back here, Georgie. Something's happening. They're walking purposefully, if I could say that, it'd be easy. And they are walking towards us, looking at their watches.
Oh, as soon as someone looks at their watch, they look like they're doing something. Mine's often because I've had a message on it, but you know, if someone's walking along and they look at their watch, they know what they're doing. They know what they're on about. They've looked at their watch.
They have not conveyed anything. There is a bank, grassy bank in front of us, down to the playing surface. They're walking up those steps now, very close, and they will be telling the two teams what's going on in a moment. Looking around for somebody official, so they've walked straight past us. I think they're saying let's go straight back out. Let's get back out there.
Yeah, Lindsay Smith's on her way.
Yeah, she's keen.
Charlie Dean,
yeah. The
keen Dean.
So we're going to get a restart. Now we started slightly late because of a shower of rain. We've obviously lost a few minutes here, but I'm going to make a bold statement here, and that we haven't lost any overs. I don't think. Claire doesn't think so. Georgie, we don't know officially, but I don't think we're going to lose anything, are we?
I don't think so. Maybe the plot, but
well, that was
inevitable.
That was a while ago. The last time we were on commentary, that happened.
Well, yes. I don't know if you can see, while the players are heading out, down to the left, there is a very small human with very large cricket pads having a bat. And that's another thing you think, English cricket, children playing on the side. Get them in.
Raincoat and pads.
Raincoat and pads, that's it.
The Vipers are making their way out back onto the middle. We are square on as well, so it's a bit like watching tennis from each end. When the bowling's to the left, our necks are going from left to right, and vice versa. It's an unusual position, but we'll forgive it because it's a lovely ground, and we got the live picture feed, which does give us wicket to wicket viewing. But where we are, we certainly won't be sticking our fingers up for LBW saying that's out on this angle.
And I don't think we'll be sticking our fingers up to go and stand wicket to wicket in a gazebo. I think we're very happy in our thatched pavilion, thank you.
Yes, we are, yeah. So, the two not out batters, Abby Freeborn and Amy Campbell, walking out to the middle, having a chat with Emily Windsor. Back in the Vipers side for the first time this season after recovering from injury. Had a hip operation during the winter, missed the first 2 games, was hoping to be fit for Saturday, wasn't quite, but she's out there. Vipers' highest run scorer last year in this competition, BBC Radio silent commentator as well as TMS.
She's just an all-round good egg as well, isn't she?
All-rounder. They don't call them all-rounders now, they call them sort of like 3 or 4 dimensional.
No, but I mean in life, like an all-round good egg.
Yeah,
she can be a 4-dimensional good egg, we'll go with that. But yeah, I like that. Yeah. Why do they not call them all-rounders anymore? Or is it
just old-fashioned?
No.
Yeah, so it's all, you know, if you bat and bowl, you're 2-dimensional. If you bat, bowl, and field, you're 3-dimensional. Yeah. I know. I looked at when I first heard that about 3 or 4 years ago. I just looked at the person that told me. I said, "What?" And they said, "No, that's what they say now. That's what you are now."
Oh, language.
None of this old all-rounder stuff.
No.
So we're going to get a resumption, and we're going to get it from Alice Monaghan.
We are.
Who's going to bowl some right-arm seamers. Picked up a couple of wickets on Saturday in the win over the South East Stars. She's bowling from the Dibley end. I presume you've already discussed all that. the Dibley end, the Deer Park end. Have you discussed all that?
We have, and we love it.
Shall I do this one then? First, Georgie. That's the first delivery of the resumption. Bowled to Abby Freeborn, who turns that around on the leg side for a single. And is that girl Windsor does the fielding. And it's 72 for 3.
Yeah, the Dibley end. I honestly, there was one of the show that you can always turn on and watch and not be disappointed is The Vicar of Dibley, I find.
I always thought that was filmed up north. I don't know why. There was just something about that show, something about the surrounds. I thought that's got to be northern. Not that I'm a stereotypical southerner or anything like that. Here's Monaghan. It's outside the off stump to the left-hander Amy Campbell. But it makes me sound like a stereotypical southerner.
It does, very much so. But I think it's one of those things that northerners have their stereotypical northern things, and yes. I sort of sit somewhere in the middle, I guess.
But a beautiful setting for what was an iconic show.
Oh, fantastic show. Just
to the right, apparently. Is it the next village down the valley was where it was all filmed? We can't quite see it here, but Monaghan just loses her run up there as she comes in to bowl. So 72 for 3 here at the Wormsley Cricket Ground in Buckinghamshire. I was thinking, why is this a Central Sparks home game when it's actually in a Vipers area?
I think a lot of people did wonder similarly.
Yes. Here comes Monaghan, bowls. On the back foot there is Amy Campbell, just plays that into the ground behind square. Well, apparently, because it's Bank Holiday Monday, Edgbaston was being used. The foundation ground, Edgbaston Foundation Ground, just down the road from there, which is their other ground, was also being used. I think there was another ground mentioned in there somewhere. They were all being used because it's quite a big club cricket day today, isn't it, really? So it had to be a ground a bit like this, where you sort of, you apply to play, don't you, really? It's nobody's ground as such. So that's a drive by Campbell up towards extra cover, fielded by Lindsay Smith. So apparently, yes, this ground was free on this particular day, so they said, right, we'll
have that.
Play here.
Yeah, I can think of worse places to just have to play cricket.
Yes, that's right. Oh, yeah. Do we have to play here? So that's why it's basically it is, in other words, a home game for the Vipers, but actually it's technically the Sparks home game. As she plays and misses outside the off stump. Now, did she edge that? Southby didn't pick that up cleanly. I'm not sure it carried. That is a run. Southby, just watching the replay there. That is a very close. I think that's a half chance. I think I put that down as a half chance. It was very tough for Southby, the keeper, having to move very low to her left. Might have struggled to get the gloves underneath that, but that may just have carried. 73 for 3. Scoreboard is showing when the 23rd overs. Monaghan right arm over with her seamers. That's just bounced a little bit. Almost carries through to Monaghan on her follow through. Just falls over as she picks that ball up on the half volley, and that's the end of the over. 23 overs gone, 73 for 3.
Yeah, she nearly got to that one, Monaghan, in her follow through. It sort of chipped up in the air off Freeborn. Also, I saw a fantastic photo last week on social media. I think it was Dave Vokes who took the picture. Sorry.
Yes, the Hampshire.
Yes, of
Vipers,
Monaghan in her delivery stride. It's all legs and arms in the air. Fantastic picture. I was having a look through some of those. There's some great images from the game, obviously in the orange as well. Makes it a very striking picture.
Yes, he's very good. That's Dave. He's on duty for the coronation. He's actually a policeman, and he's on duty for the coronation next week.
I'm guessing not with camera in hand while the policeman.
Not that. No, he's not camera. No, he's got his uniform on.
Well, it's going to be Georgia Adams from the Deer Park end. Picked up a wicket last week, 1 for 12.
She did.
The captain last week was her 50th Vipers cap. And that's off the edge of Amy Campbell, and it's racing down to the third boundary. Fielder in pursuit. Not quite sure she's got there. Waiting for the umpire.
Let's have a look. Not sure how much he can see from there. He's about as far away from there as we are. That's Ella McGacken running down towards the boundary. No. So it's just what, the 3?
Just the 3. Score moves on to 76 for 3.
I think this is going to help the batters a little bit, you know. A couple of showers of rain, greasy surface, ball skidding on. I think the batters will like this. Ball coming onto the bat.
Yeah, and these two are two that like to really give it a hit. So that could play a part in it as Adams is in, right arm over, and that's swept to backward square leg by Freeborn, and they just come through for the 1. Score moved on to 77.
Abby Freeborn had a decent competition last year. Played in, had 6 innings, 227 runs, and averaged 45. That's pretty decent, more than decent that. The high score is 72.
Adams into the left-handed Campbell. Drives back to Bouchier, and there's no run. Yeah, that's a pretty good term at the office, isn't it?
Get into the 40s as a batter. That puts you up there.
Adams is in, and that's Fuller. And Campbell looks to cut that way. There's a misfield, and they scamper through for 1.
Yeah, it just bounced awkwardly for Ella McGacken there. Backward a point. I mean, the outfield looks. I mean, I should know. I mean, I played here 20 odd years ago, but from here it looks lovely and flat. It's just the odd little imperfection.
I think everything could have an imperfection as Adams is in, and that's full, and she looks to work that off the back foot, Freeborn, and misses, and it's taken cleanly by keeper Southby.
Just a little bit of drift on that one from Georgia Adams, looking to spin the ball in. There won't be any spin out there at the moment for her, though.
In again, and that's full again, and there's an appeal. The finger has not gone up, but Georgia Adams liked it, and Rihanna Southby liked it.
Yeah, it was close.
Lindsay Smith's still got her arm in the air.
She's still appealing. That was close. I think on balance it's a fairly good decision from the umpire. Just watching on the live picture feed there, the camera's slightly obscured there by the umpire standing behind the stumps, but I think on balance, I think if you're an umpire and you're not giving out anything unless it's certain, then that's a fair decision. Not out. So 24 gone. So we're almost halfway here in the Vipers innings, and they are 78 for 3. Chloe Brewer no score, Eve Jones for 34, Davina Perrin no score, out second ball. The batters back in this lovely pavilion here at the Wormsley Cricket Ground. Alice Monaghan running from just inside the 25-yard circle comes in, bounding in and bowls, and that's a drive towards Lindsay Smith, and extra cover. There's no run. Campbell remains on 12. Abby Freeborn is 26. Sheep haven't moved too much. I'm just wondering if they're cardboard cutouts on that hill.
Yes, they're fake sheep. They got some children to do an art project, and they just went and put them out there.
They don't look as though they've moved too much. There's just white dots on the hillside that we can see as that's turned away square on the leg side. That will be a single.
Well, thinking about it though, if you're a sheep and you're woolly and you've just been rained on that much, it's quite an effort to move. Just get weighed down.
It could almost be a scene from Scotland or something like that over there, couldn't it? Sheep on the hillside. Hill sheep. I presume there's a breed. 79 for 3. Here comes Monaghan. Bowling to Abby Freeborn, and that's a low full toss, and Freeborn swings that away on the leg side. That'll be 4 runs. Windsor's not getting that. That's rolling away to the far end of the ground. Bit of a loosener, well, I say a loosener. Maybe the ball a little bit greasy in the hand.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, and it was sort of there to be eaten up in the end by the batter. She wasn't going to miss out on that. Freeborn, she likes to hit big, we were saying earlier, and she sort of swung through that, and it was fielded nicely over the boundary by a younger child.
Yeah.
Stopping it roll away down the hill.
There's a few children here, isn't there? Of course, being the bank holiday, there's no school today. Here comes Monaghan, bowls again. Oh, she's back to the pad. That looks close from even square on. Not out, says the umpire, as the ball rolls down to third. I'd love to see that again on the live picture feed. That was very full. Freeborn was trying to work that away on the leg side. That might have been a bit of a giveaway, the fact that she's playing it away on the leg side, but it's one of those where I have to say, no matter where you're fielding, where you're standing, you're looking at the umpire thinking, I wouldn't be surprised if that finger goes up.
Yeah, it was very close. We've just seen that replay. Perhaps going down leg.
Was it? That's fair enough. Here's Monaghan again then. Bowls, and that's a nice length ball there, which is played back by Campbell. Quite a bustly medium pacer is Alice Monaghan. Runs in a good 20 yards. Hurtles in almost. She's a good competitor. She's 23 years of age. Plays county cricket for Hampshire. Comes in again. Bit of a hop, skip and a jump to start of the run-up. Yes, that's full, and that's driven past a diving Lindsay Smith. And you can tell from the cheers, because it's mainly Central Sparks players and officials around us, that that's going for 4 runs. That's a beautifully timed shot off the bat of Amy Campbell.
Yeah, it's a lovely looking shot from Campbell. There's something about drive along the ground that you just want to copy and paste and put in your own repertoire.
Beautiful
But that
shot.
does end the 25th over, so looks like drinks are coming on.
Well, consider we had a late start. We've had a stoppage, 2 or 3 overs ago. Drinks, well, I suppose it's standard, isn't it? It's standard, 25 overs, you've got to have drinks. It's standard. Katie George is doing a few exercises in front of us. Now, talking of Hampshire, she used to play our county cricket at Hampshire before she moved to Western Storm, and now she's Central Sparks. She knows all the Hampshire...
Bit around the houses.
Well, I wouldn't say that, not within earshot.
No, she's armed with a bat.
She's only 24 now, but yeah, played a few of the Vipers, like Emily Windsor and Charlie Dean and 1 or 2 others that are the Hampshire contingent in this Vipers side. She was playing quite regularly with them for a few years.
I think she's happy. Looks happy as Larry to be at Sparks. Saw her last week, it's 2 days ago. His days are all blurring in to each other already. We're only at the beginning of May.
Well, there's a lot of games this year. 14 group games as opposed to 7 in the previous 3 years of this competition. Expanded now, there's more professional contracts being handed out to the women, so the number of fixtures are being expanded. The Charlotte Edwards Cup, the 20 over competition, stays as it is, but there are 7 more fixtures for these women to play. And I guess, Georgie, that over the years that will only build as you get a few more professionals, as they start earning a bit more money, as things move on, as they always do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've got 8 regions at the moment, which seems about the right number, but it's whether in the future they think about bringing in another region, and that obviously incorporates the academy into that and those that you bring through the bottom. So you don't want to, at the moment 8 is the right number and it has that strength and depth. You don't want to sort of dilute that by adding in another, but that could be a thought perhaps later on. And then they're bringing in players still from all over. We just saw yesterday the announcement of Catherine Fraser has been signed to Northern Diamonds, and she was the under-19 Scotland captain at the World Cup earlier on this year. Saw her there. She was really good looking all-rounder. She was on the verge, I think, of being in the team of the tournament, even though Scotland didn't make it into those knockout stages. So you've got that strength and depth of players, not just England looking at Scotland, likes of Ailsa Lister as well, coming from up there, the Bryce sisters, who we've seen around and about for a while now, even though they're both still very young. So it's an interesting thought moving forward as to how it could expand.
Georgie, I'm going to let you carry on. I've just got to nip off, and it'll be more from Georgie, and then it'll be Raf Nicholson alongside her.
Yeah, so 25 overs gone here. Sparks 88 for 3 at the moment. Freeborn going along nicely on 31. Amy Campbell at the other end 17. We just saw that lovely looking drive along the ground in the previous over. The rain has stopped, although I'm not going to look to my left because the cloud is greyer than, unfortunately, the 4 grey hairs that seem to have appeared on my head recently, and it's probably something to do with cricket and weather that's enforced that. But action is about to get back underway here at glorious Wormsley. Glorious even when the sun is not shining. And it looks like it's going to be Charlie Dean to continue. We saw it was Georgia Adams with the ball from the Deer Park end 2 overs ago, and now Charlie Dean is back in the action. And that's full, and that's swept deep backwards square, comes around and cuts off the boundary, and they get back for 2, and that adds 2 to the score, which moves on to 90, and that's another 2 for Abby Freeborn. Hello, Raf Nicholson.
No, Georgie Heath. Yeah, was that just a 1-over spell from Georgia Adams at this end?
Yes,
That's
interesting. I did wonder similarly. As Dean is in, and that's full, and comes off the edge of Freeborn work, back to deep backward fine. Deep backward third. And they just come through for one. Campbell back on strike. Score moves on to 91 for 3.
At the back end of the Vipers v Stars game on Saturday at Beckenham, we saw about, must have been 6 or 7 just 1-over spells right at the end of Vipers innings. It was a bit of strange captaincy there going on from the Stars. Just always think it's kind of quite unsettling for the bowler.
As Dean is in, and that's full. And just defended by Campbell, who calls early for no run. Score remains 91. I like mixing up the bowlers. I guess when you get to the end of a game and it's sort of gone. As Dean is in, that's full, and Campbell lets it go. Southby whips off the bails.
Well, I think in that instance they had Georgia Elwis going great guns at one end, and she obviously got a 50 on Saturday against the Stars, and it was a little bit of desperation perhaps.
And that's worked into the covers by Campbell, and they scamper through for 1. Score moves on to 93 for 3.
I mean, it can be interesting to mix things up a bit, I suppose, and there is this kind of little bit of an obsession recently with matchups as well. Let's bowl this bowler because we think they're going to get this bat around.
Worked into the leg side by Abby Freeborn, and Amy Campbell's quick off the mark to come through for 1. And that's the end of the over. Score 93 for 3. Well, we saw Vipers go down very heavily to the Sunrisers in their opening game. Fought back, valiant effort last week. That big fight back. Same for Sparks. They lost their first game and then took down the defending champions last week. So 2 teams coming off the back of a win today.
Yeah, both starting this fixture on 5 points apiece. I think we've got 4 teams at the start of today in the Rachel A.O. Flint Trophy points table on 5 points to start with. So there's a little bit of a cluster around the middle of the table. The Blaze out in front, I believe, having won both their first 2 games.
Are you going to say it, or am I? Blazing the trail. The Blazing Squad. I'll stop, I promise.
That's excellent, George.
Who's going to put that fire out?
I love the Blazing Squad one. That's a little bit of a kind of a dated reference. Only people of a certain age will get that reference.
I do wonder how many of the players here today will know what I'm on about. And then today is actually, talking of boy bands, In Sync Day, because it's gonna be May.
That's awful.
Yeah, so 26 overs gone. The Sparks 93 for 3. Are we having a change in bowler?
Oh, I think this might be Adams switching end, is it?
Looks like it to me.
So she had a 1-over spell, and then she's moved to the Dibley end. Just given her jumper, I think that was, to the umpire. Adams in. And that's Freeborn. Just reared up at her a little. Just hit that back into the pitch. No run. Sparks 93 for 3 now. 27th over. Adams in again to Freeborn. Plays that nicely straight down the pitch, and Adams dives and stops that. She's picked it back up. She's just drying it off now because we're a little bit damp out here, aren't we, Georgie? After that rain shower earlier. Adams in again. Oh, and Freeborn goes to sweep that but doesn't quite connect, and it goes out to backward square, who then throws it back in, and there's no run, so it's 93 for 3. Adams in again to Freeborn. Again, goes straight into the hands mid-on.
She's
No
quick
run.
through her overs, Georgia
Yes.
Adams.
she likes to get on with it, doesn't she?
She does, not hanging about.
But she is having to dry the ball between deliveries because it is quite slippery out there. And in again. And Freeborn makes good contact with that. Drives out to, I think that's Lindsay Smith at mid-wickets, who throws to the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Freeborn is safely home, so they've got that single.
Yeah, she's very speedy, but as you say, having to continually dry the ball.
Adams bowling now at the left-handed Amy Campbell, who fends that back towards the bowler. No run. So at the end of that, the 27th over, Sparks 94 for 3.
And I will leave you with, you can think of, go think of some boy band references while I'm gone. I've got to find myself some caffeine and do my sun dance, and I will leave you in the very capable hands of Claire Jenkins.
Well, Georgie Heath, thank you very much. We'll look forward to hearing those boy band references a little bit later on. And we're having Dean resuming at the Deer Park end. In she comes to Freeborn, who makes contact with that, but Bouchier picks it up and there's no run. Dean in again to Freeborn, who again plays that out to Bouchier at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Important not this from Abby Freeborn after those couple of quick wickets. Oh, and that's gone
I thought
through
you'd done
her.
the curse then, right?
That's gone through her. There was a big shout there from the Vipers, but it's gone out behind the stumps, and they've run a couple there. Umpire wasn't interested in that.
No.
Yeah,
Just as you
I
were saying,
cursed her, didn't I,
just
Claire
as you were
Jenkins?
saying, a key innings. We're tethering on that 100 though, aren't we? Ooh.
Yeah, we're 96 for 3, aren't we?
Not sure what weather we're going to get. We're going to get a bit of everything, like you said.
Dean in again to Freeborn. Just that, but it falls safe on the leg side.
It's a lovely setting here. We have got some spectators.
Dean in again, and Freeborn plays that down the pitch back towards the bowler.
I've just put a photo of the spectators on the Central Sparks Twitter feed if you want to see. There are definitely people here.
Yeah,
Nice,
absolutely.
nice crowd in.
Dean in again. Oh, and
Under the bath.
Freeborn made contact with that, but not particularly convincing contact. So it went under the bat. No run there. So we remain, or Sparks remain on 96 for 3 after 28 overs.
Yeah, Freeborn on 36 and Amy Campbell on 18. I was mentioning earlier that certainly last season I would describe these two as the sort of engine room. They were the newbies at that stage last season, joining Sparks for their first innings, as it were, as a season. And the two of these worked very well in tandem together, batting, of course, left and right as well. And settled in very quickly to the Central Sparks side last season as Georgia Adams comes in around the wicket to Campbell, who comes forward and plays a lovely defensive, although hopping at the same time, rather interestingly.
Yeah, it's nice when people move and make an impression of their new team, isn't it?
That's a big swing from Amy Campbell. That goes down to long on, and they get through for an easy single.
Because we are still at the stage of regionals where players are tending to remain at the same teams, and it's rather unusual for people to be kind of chopping and changing around. So when somebody like Abby Freeborn does move and does well, her new region, that's really nice to see.
Yep. Georgia Adams over to the right-handed Freeborn, who comes forward and just dobs it down. Yeah, and I know you talked about it on the Cricket Her vodcast, which we should mention, essential viewing every week. You've talked about this sort of, it's almost there's a cliche klaxon going off, but the shot in the arm, moving regions and just getting a different focus, different kind of vibe from the different teams, and that's a single there for Sparks as they head towards that 198 for 3.
Yeah, well, it does depend on the player, but I think there's that freshness that you get from being surrounded by a different set of coaches, a different set of staff.
Yeah. And that's Campbell again playing almost the same shot down to long on for a single. Yeah, it's different because we all know, I mean, people who've played sports or even in work situations where you have somebody who's in a coaching or a mentoring role who says something to you, and sometimes that stuff lands and sometimes it's just, lost. But yeah, I think that's what's happened to quite a few of the players who've changed their allegiances, shall we say. That was a dot ball there at the end of the over, and Central Sparks are 99 for 3. They're batting. They are technically the home side, and the orange team are the Vipers, and they're in the field, but we are in Vipers territory. What did you reckon? I mentioned, I don't know if anybody was listening because we had a few technical issues, but I mentioned about, was this the chance for Central Sparks to put a metaphorical flag into the Vipers territory and extend the West Midlands down here to Buckinghamshire? What do you reckon?
Yeah, it could well be. I think both teams, as we've been talking about, have had a bit of a mixed start to the season, and obviously with Vipers having had so much success, I think for any team it's one of those the big fixtures that you think about and you prepare for quite hard. I didn't think about them kind of really seeing this as a key battleground. As Dean in resuming from is that the Deer Park end?
Deer Park end, yes, that's a Deer Park end, that end.
And that's the left-hander Campbell facing. And there was no run, that was a dot ball.
Yeah, they've had some ding-dongs in the past, haven't they? This matchup. Sparks, of course, are beating Vipers. I remember this because, obviously from Central Sparks, but Central Sparks going to Hove and beating Sparks, with Emily Arlott basically bowling herself into the England side, unfortunately.
Again, and Campbell plays that beautifully out through long off, and that has gone for 4. We've heard that applause.
The spectators are having to get involved here to get the ball back. Lovely shot there, wasn't it? Ooh.
Yeah, that was very nice.
Nice drive from Amy Campbell.
I love that noise that the ball makes when somebody makes clean contact.
Yeah, it's that good bat noise, isn't it? Some grounds, I've got a theory that some grounds make that happen more. I think the Chelmsford ground, unless I've only seen some very crisp hitting, the acoustics at the Chelmsford ground, I think, make the ball sound really crisp off the bat.
In again to Campbell. Oh, and that one's gone snuck under the bat. And Rihanna Southby makes chase, and they've picked up a single there. Bit of a cheeky single there, Claire Jenkins.
Cheeky single, yeah. And Rihanna Southby, she's very mobile, isn't she?
She likes running around a bit, doesn't she?
Yeah.
So 104 for 3 now, Central Sparks, as Dean in again, and Freeborn plays that carefully out to the offside.
Just placed, wasn't it?
Yeah. And the 100 is now up, of course, with that boundary.
Yeah, that's good. Good way to get a boundary up.
Dean in to Freeborn, who again plays that out into the offside, but she's placed that slightly better that time, so they managed to get the single.
She pinches the strike as well. Yeah, we're talking about players that move, and the first game that I did, which was up at Trent Bridge, which was the Battle of the Midlands, the birth of the Blaze, because we had some people that had hopped fences both ways there, and I think Central Sparks got Marie Kelly out, who of course was ex-Sparks early on, and I think that added for an extra bit of spice to these games where players are from the previous, playing against their previous colleagues and things. But again, as somebody like Marie Kelly, who taught herself to bowl left and right-handed in lockdown, as Georgia Adams comes in from the Dibley end and Freeborn comes forward, and my Boucher nearly took a blinding catch there. It was a great stop and a parry. So Marie Kelly taught herself to bowl left and right-handed, so she's employed that yet with the Blaze, as they are now, as Adams comes in and Freeborn comes forward and just dots that down. There is no run.
It's definitely one of the more creative uses of lockdown, isn't it?
Why not? Teach yourself.
Yeah, somebody who actually did
Make
something useful during lockdown.
Yes, the rest of us were just learning how to make banana loaf.
Yeah.
And having to do, I feel for those people who have lots of small children and elderly relatives and things, so my heart goes out to all those people who had a really hard lockdown, which is no fun for those folks, as Adams comes into Freeborn. She plays that forward straight to the fielder. Lauren Bell fields that back, and there is no run. Yes, tough times for lots of people, but Marie Kelly, as you say quite rightly, having a productive moment there with the boyfriend doing that. And it turns out that her boyfriend is the son of my tennis partner from school. There you are, almost
Small
related.
world.
I'm almost related. Yes. Tracy Brown as is now, Tracy Hawkins as was then. We were tennis partners at school together. Because I didn't realise, I saw something on social media that Marie Kelly had posted, and then I was like, hang on a minute, that's Tracy Brown commenting on that. I said, what's the connection? She said, oh, that's my boyfriend's mum. There we are, a bit of trivia for you.
Great.
Georgia Adams around the wickets, the left-handed Amy Campbell, who comes forward and plays that into the little pocket there, just to the side of the mid-wicket fielder there, Lindsay Smith, and they get through for a single. The score moves on to 107 for 3. It's the end of the over. It's another pinch. See, they're pinching the strike from each other. So Amy Campbell said, anything you can do, I can do as well there. So these two, as I said, kind of describe them as the engine room, but they really kind of push things on in the middle of the innings in the 50 over, which is a Rachel Hayhoe Flint competition for Central Sparks. Freeborn on 38 and Campbell on 25.
So Claire, what was it like to be there for the birth of the Blaze?
The birth of the Blaze, yes. Well, I was trying not to traumatise Hannah Thompson-Radford, because I said, it feels like, because we were at Leicester, which was a sort of, I don't want to say last rites, but it was the last home game as Lightning in their purple, and then we were there at the birth. And when I mentioned midwives, it put Hannah into a bit of a spin, because she had a little baby last year, Phoebe. So she said, don't mention the birth and the midwives.
Oh my goodness!
It was going to give her flashbacks, I think. But yeah, so we were there at the end and we were there at the birth. So yes, and the East Midlands, in the form of the Blazers they are now, yes, won the Battle of the Midlands. I think they've got the wood over the, as the Aussies would say, over their West Midlands rivals. They seem to do very well in those Midlands derbies.
A little bit of uncertainty there. Dean came in and bowled that to Freeborn, and there was a hint that Campbell at the other end wants to run, but they don't. And so the score 108 for 3 is Dean in to Freeborn, who plays that out to backward point, right to the fielder, down on her knees. Probably got damp trousers now, because I'm imagining it's quite wet out there still after the couple of showers that we've had earlier. Both have been quite torrential, but fortunately short-lived. So no overs lost so far that I'm aware, Claire Jenkins.
No, I don't think we have.
Dean in again to Freeborn. And that one, she knocked that into the ground, but it is played that a little bit uncertainly.
Whether there's any variable bounce or whether it's just trying to get the timing, I'm not quite sure.
Well, I think it's sort of getting a little bit stuck at points, because I'm imagining it's quite
damp,
stodgy out there. So Dean in again to Freeborn, who makes better contact that time, but defends that to Boucher with wicket.
It's beautiful setting here, as we keep mentioning, but it is. You need to come. You need to see Wormsley.
Yeah, it has to be seen to be believed.
Yeah, it does.
Dean in again, and Freeborn plays that very similarly again out to mid wicket.
It's the Getty estate, and the other thing that Getty did was release red kites, and I'm looking out to the Dibley end, and I'm seeing that a lot of red kites just wheeling around. They're obviously catching something and catching the thermals and things, and just dancing around to our right. They almost look like some sort of dogfight, sort of First World War style-y. Very graceful as they jet up and down. One of them spotted something, dashed down into the woods, isn't it, on the far side.
Yes,
so, yes.
Sid Egan and I don't live too far from here, so we often get just sitting in our back garden, red kites just swooping down very low, and you can see them, and it's stunning. It's one of the nice things about where we live, near Reading.
Very distinctive, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can see the actual red kite in the tail as Campbell comes forward to play that Adams delivery, and again sort of trots through for an easy single. Score moves on to 109. Yeah, they're very distinctive when you see them. They're huge wingspan, but the back of them shines red. So that's how you can tell it's a red kite. I'm not big into birds, although Sid was very telling us all about pigeons at Worcester last season. See if he's got any stats on the red kites or something. Has he come up with a name for the Dean Roll yet, or are we just going to call it the Dean Roll?
The Dean Roll. I don't know, the Charlie Roll. What's
I don't
best?
know. Charlie Caroli? I don't know, it's a very old reference. And that's Freeborn playing that aggressively out there, down to the ground first though, but they get through for a single. Lovely shot there. Out through covers for a single, 110 for 3. Central Sparks batting, and that's Amy Campbell played that lovely shot to long off. Really nice. And you mentioned the bat sound. That was a nice bat sound through that. She put the bat through that, and it was no risk, down along the carpet to the fielder, but plenty of time to just trot through for that single. Georgia Adams changes her angle here and goes over the wicket to Abby Freeborn, who comes forward and plays that, but it's straight to Lindsay Smith, and there is no run.
I was just going to say that Amy Campbell seems to like that driving down. She seems to be likes playing that in the V.
Adams to Freeborn, who comes forward, plays that again, having watched Amy Campbell play those lovely straight drives. Plays a similar shot, and they get through for a single. And also pinches the strike again. 112 for 3. It's off the 33 overs gone. 112 for 3. They want to move. I imagine Central Parks want to move the strike rate up a little. So I think we'll see a gear change. You think? I think
Could
they've
well
both got
do.
in now.
Yeah, they are.
I suspect.
And Campbell playing a little bit more aggressively than Freeborn. I suppose at this point Freeborn's kind of, feels that she's playing the anchor role, really.
And I think that's why it worked so successfully last season, because they would exchange those roles. Because sometimes batters can only play that aggressive or that defensive role. I think these two kind of have a bit of a, I don't know, they seem to get some sort of understanding of who's going to go and who's not, and
okay. So good
that's the feel.
Yeah.
I mean that's what it feels like to me watching.
We've got Dean continuing from the Deer Park end. Ooh.
Bit of a ramp.
It was a bit of a ramp from Freeborn, and they run through for the single. It was a little bit risky, wasn't it, Claire?
It was a bit risky. There was a lovely bit of fielding down there, but the wicketkeeper wasn't tall enough to take that, unfortunately. His throw rather spectacularly over the top of her.
Rihanna Southby, fairly petite, you might say.
Yeah.
She likes to be very athletic diving around. Dean in, and Campbell has struck that nicely again down the ground, but that has gone straight to the mid-on fielder, so there's no run there. Dean into Campbell. Oh, big shout there.
No. Tom
Not
Longley
out, says
not
the umpire.
Not interested in that one. There's a big pad thump. not interested.
As we've said a couple of times before, we're not really of an angle.
No, we're at the perfect angle not to give any decisions.
Yes. Yes, but fortunately we don't have to, Claire. We just get to criticise the decisions that are made. So.
Although they might ask us if there's a run out, because we've got a good view down the line here.
That's a fair point. Dean in again to Campbell, who plays that out to point, but there's no run there.
Let's hope neither of them, Anna Harris doesn't turn around and make the DRS signal to us to say, was that out?
Oh, and Campbell dancing down the pitch that time, but again plays that out to long on, and there's no... Oh, and they come through for a single there. Nicely struck by Amy Campbell, but did go right to the fielder out there in the deep. So 114 for 3 now, as Dean in to Freeborn, and he plays that out into the offside, and they run a single. Is that the over already? Goodness me, they're really getting through them, Claire Jenkins.
They are. And now here on the grapevine that Central Sparks haven't been getting through their overs, so Vipers obviously teaching them a lesson how to get through their overs. But if it's spin bowlers, you do, don't you? You get through faster.
I don't know, in the men's game they find ways to slow things down, don't they?
Goodness me. Oh, we've seen that, haven't we, across the globe, shall we say, mentioning no countries, but those countries that might, extending the game might allow them to put more advert breaks in, shall we say, and no real interest in shortening the game. So yeah, it's interesting that the regulations this year want the batters to be out quicker, from crossing on the field and so forth. No, they're supposed to cross on the field, but the regulation in terms of how many seconds they've got, I can't remember what it is, I wish I did, but they have to be out quicker as Adams comes in, Freeborn comes forward and charges her, and plate comes through, and Campbell plays a straight drive and they get through for a single. 116 for 3, Central Sparks, technically the home side batting, and the orange team are the Southern Vipers, technically whose territory it is, as Campbell tries to get one away but only succeeds in getting it to the field, and there is no run. It's 50 over, Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire, and Ralph Nicholson from Cricket Her vodcast, which you must watch every Sunday. It's essential viewing as they get through for a single. 117 for 3. Oh, we sit down, we have a cuppa, we sit down. Oh, that's our weekly ritual, watching that. And then having to stop it and have a conversation about the various points and start it again. Very good. Oh, there's a corn bowled! That was a great bit of fielding there off her own bowling. Georgia Adams takes a smart catch. I think it's a self-defence as much as anything else from Abby Freeborn, who plays that lustily back towards the bowler and is caught and bowled by Georgia Adams. And so that's 4 wickets down for Central Sparks. The score is 117, and Abby Freeborn has got 43, so she nearly got to that 50. But will it be a key innings, that 43 runs? And Amy Campbell's still at the crease. She's got 31. It's quite a nice strike right there. So we've got Katie George, who was shadow batting in front of us. Looked impressive shots, but when there's a ball involved, we shall see. She's wandering away from us with a 99 on the back of her shirt. It's a great innings from Abby Freeborn. You can hear that pavilion applause. We do have some spectators, and I know you can't see anything other than the cameras down the line. Unfortunately, we don't have any other cameras today, but we're in a bowl here, and there's a good smattering all the way around. People are pretty well togged up in hats and blankets and things, and they're enjoying some refreshments here. There's a sort of bullet caravan thing, bright shiny metal. We must be doing burgers and things from there.
Lovely.
So there is a bit of refreshments here. Bring a picnic. 50 over game, so we've still got some time left, although you do need to be coming in a car, unfortunately, because there's a very long estate road, and it's a bit far from public transport, I have to say. But it's a great place to come for a picnic and watch a bit of cricket. And let's hope the weather doesn't do anything naughty and interfere again.
Vipers will be pleased with that, breaking that partnership, because as we were saying, that was just shaping up to be
Yeah, that could have been really quite dangerous
Yeah.
for Vipers, couldn't it, if they hadn't... but it was a smart catch.
Good,
Very
yeah.
good catch off your own bowling. It's always good for your own figures, isn't it? Catch the ball off your own bowling. And Katie George surveys the field. Has a stretch. Oh, that looks like a good stretch. Has a good stretch. Has a little look at where the gaps are. Georgia Adams tossing the ball from hand to hand. Right arm. Oh, over. There's a refusal there. I think Katie George was quite ready then. So we'll reload for that one. Adams to George. Comes forward and there's a rapping noise. There's a little huzzah of LB, but not convincing. Zingy orange of the Vipers kit against the green carpet of the Wormsley pitch here, Buckinghamshire. Adams into George. Tries to work that, but only succeeds in plopping it towards the point fielder, and there is no run to the end of the over. 117 for 4 our Central Sparks in their batting innings against the Vipers, who won the toss and elected to field.
Yeah, you'd have to say Vipers will be pretty pleased with that decision at the moment. I think it's probably harder work batting out there at the moment than it is bowling, although it's a slippery ball. So
yeah, slippery ball in the field and you're slipping about and you can't really trust your feet maybe. It's a tricky one really, isn't it? I think there's no kind of obviousness. Unlike, in fact, Sophia Gardens, where it was kind of damp conditions and Western Storm found themselves losing the toss but then bowling and hooping the ball, and I think they would have been quite glad that the Thunder elected to bat first, because that also played into Western Storm's hand on Saturday. But we're here at Wormsley and it's Bank Holiday Monday, and we've got Lindsay Smith coming in from the Deer Park end. Amy Campbell takes a big chunk of that, but doesn't get a run. We just gesticulating. It doesn't work well on live stream. We're just gesticulating. We can't remember who's next off. Lindsay Smith, Amy Campbell plays that to Maya Boucher. Lovely bit of diving in the field there. And there is no run. Kevin's warming up his abuse for me on the commentary. He's getting his headphones on. I can feel it coming. Lindsay Smith into Campbell. Campbell goes in the air. There's a fielder underneath it. Oh, it's just tantalisingly out of Georgia Adams' reach. And they get through for 2 there. Oh, I thought we were going to have a catch then, but it was running up the hill, going over your shoulder. It's probably going to be the hardest kind of catch.
Adams having to sort of run backwards there. Difficult to judge, but Campbell has rather got away with that, hasn't she?
I thought you were swapping out, so I was doing both ends, so sorry for me stepping over your...
No, not at all. Please keep going.
Oh, sorry, Lindsay Smith into Amy Campbell, who takes another lusty blow. I think the gear change message has gone out. Another straight drive and they get through for a single. Campbell on 32. George yet to get off the mark. She's taking a guard from Tom Lungley, the Deer Park end.
I just find it interesting. Katie George, obviously, that's right-handed. Bowls left-handed.
Yeah. Bit like Joe Chamberlain. She was left
back
and
in
right.
The day for England.
Back in the day for England, yeah. Batting and bowling with different hands. Lindsay Smith around the wicket. Oh, nearly. But Katie George backs off. Now I have to say, I want to whisper this, but Katie George did this a lot.
Right.
At the where was I? Where I was, Trent Bridge. That was right. She was obviously playing a bit of a game with the bowlers. I don't think that if it is a tactic, I don't think that I like it. But you know, it's I suppose fair game.
Well, as they say, cricket is played in the mind, isn't it?
Yeah, so. Cat and mouse, as they say. But I think that might be the cliche klaxon going off there. But they're moving the deep fielders on the straight drives as Lindsay Smith comes into Katie George, who plays that rather ineffectively, but straight to the fielder, and the score is 120 for 4. Katie George yet to get off the mark, but I'm sure it'd be nice to see her get off the mark there. there's a 12th coming on. There's bibs being thrown just below us. Watching from the thatched clubhouse here at Wormsley. We're looking from, as you look at it, we're looking, well, we can't see, but there is quite a slope here. We're up at the top of it in the thatched pavilion, and we're side on, so you can probably see better than we can, but we can obviously see the whole field, and you're just seeing down the channel. And Kevin's coming back on with me.
Hello, Claire.
Look, they've let us loose together.
We are finally. We're finally together.
And we were here for, well, we were there. We were at this game, but it was up at the Edgbaston Foundation ground, and we saw a lot of rain that day, didn't we?
We did. It follows us around.
Yes, yes. They may not want to ask us back.
No, don't have that Kevin and Claire on, because
yeah, they bring
guaranteed.
the rain. Oh. Shall I take Dibley, or do you want Dibley? What do you want?
I think you and Dibley go hand in hand.
Yes.
The Dibley end.
The Dibley. I'll take the Dibley end. And the Dibley doubly.
I always think as a bowler, you wouldn't want to bowl at the Dibley end. Kind of gives the wrong impression. Dibley doubly.
Dibley dobblies.
Yeah.
Have we got to change a ball? Is this Danny Wyatt? We're having a bit of waggy from the Dibley end. Oh, wow. Danny Wyatt from the Dibley end. Right arm around to the left-handed Campbell. Ooh, takes a big swing at that. I don't know if she got any bat on it. I suspect not. They've got through for one. They're going to go for two. They're going to go for two. Ooh, yes, got the two in. They got the two in. What's Anna Harris? She says that's a wide ball. Thanks very much. So no bat on that from Amy Campbell. But the score moves on to 120.
Do you know, while I've been off air, Claire, I've just been looking at some of the way that these girls drive here. Amy Campbell, the drive, powerful.
Yeah, it's beautiful straight drives, isn't it? Proper textbook stuff as Wyatt comes round the wicket to Amy Campbell, trying to get that drive away that Kevin just mentioned, and getting it too long on, and they get through for a single. Yes, some nice driving from Freeborn and Campbell.
I mean, you know, these are fairly big boundaries around here, aren't they? All around, square and straight. You know, some other grounds, you know, a lot of the fielders are going to struggle to get around to the balls.
Yeah. We can have a debate about the boundary size in a minute. Wyatt comes into George this time. He plays that through the point region. That's a beautiful shot. And there's a fielder in front of us who scoops that round, because you won't be able to see that on the live stream. And also, Rihanna Southby has a little go at this stumps as well. Yes, they get through for two. Score moves on to 126. Yes. I think actually Cricket Her talked about the boundary size as well. The thing is that new spectators to the game and broadcasters like to see 4s and 6s, don't they? Which is sort of fighting against the traditionalists wanting a bigger boundary, as Wyatt comes into George, who plays that aggressively out and gets a 4 there through the mid-wicket area. An easy 4 down the hill for Katie George. There was a fielder, but there was no chance to cut that off, so that's 4 runs to the total. 130 for 4. I am a traditionalist in some senses, but I like a ground where it is possible to score 3. That is that's my rule of thumb, which is not often to the women's boundaries. And I think also that was a dot ball. A lot of some of those boundaries in the Women's Premier League in India, I mean, even if you'd had them right out on the edge of the ground, there'd have still been 6s, and I think that almost feel sort of short-changed, because I think it was important. That was a single there. It's important that the players, I heard the commentary talking about how far these 6s were going, because I think that's a good way of explaining. Actually, do you know what? It wouldn't have mattered where the boundary was for that. As Wyatt comes in around the wicket to Katie George's. No, not Katie George.
Shots.
Get that wrong. That's going to be 4. It's another 4 to the total. I'm getting my batters mixed up, aren't I? That was Campbell playing a lovely 4 there, and the score moves on to 135 for 4.
Yeah. So that was the 9th and 10th boundaries in the innings in that over.
Oh well, yeah. See, it's got a great stat there, Kevin.
Thank you. So you know that's not a lot, is it? Really, in terms of this competition. They're only 4 down. The Sparks. Batters have got in. You would expect a few more. I think it's because basically, I think this is men's size boundaries, aren't they?
They are decent size. They should be between 60 and 70, but we're completely the wrong angle to work out whether that's because we've got optical illusion here because it looks very narrow, but because we're looking across the pitch as opposed to down it.
And they all looks pretty even all the way around. Here's Lindsay Smith with the left arm spinners down the wicket. Comes Katie George and works that. That's not at the middle of the bat, up towards deep mid on, and that takes the score up to 136 for 4. I'm just wondering, because of the bigger boundaries, I still think that total should be a few more.
Yeah. There's a whiff of a.
behind.
Raf and I think there was a whiff of a gear change.
Yes.
Which hopefully will be the case because we want a nice big total.
Now Campbell hits that in the air. It's going to be 1 bounce, 2 bounces down to deep mid on. There's definitely almost a shot of ball coming on here at the moment. As the Central Sparks look to move through the gears as they move towards the end of their innings. We're into the 38th of 50.
Yeah, time to shift up now. So we want a proper ding dong, we want a decent total and a good chase.
Wickets in hand. Lindsay Smith again round the wicket. Katie George drives pleasantly up to mid off. That'll only be a single though. 138 for 4. I was saying as well to Georgie off air that Katie George will know a lot of these Vipers, having played for Hampshire.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Up until about 2019, she was playing for Hampshire.
Yep.
Your Windsors and your Monaghan's and co, they all have played with Katie George quite a bit, but it's Amy Campbell facing, works that to mid-wicket. A little bit of an overzealous, is that Danny White? No, that's Charlie Dean there.
Waiting for the Dean roll.
Yeah, she wasn't on the floor fielding.
She was
that
desperate
one.
to get
She
get
stayed on her
rolling
feet. Yeah. Here comes Smith over the wicket, bowls, and Campbell tries to find room, and she gets it past a diving Lindsay Smith in the end.
Come on. There's a single there.
Picks up a single, and Amy Campbell's played quite nicely. She moves on to 41, totaling to 139 for 4.
Yes, of course, Katie George new to Central Sparks this season and settled in quickly from Western Storm days, and just nice to see her back fit bowling and batting again.
She's had her injury problems, hasn't she?
She has.
So it's quietly played by George out into the covers to finish Lindsay Smith's over. That finishes over number 38, 139 for 4. Campbell has 41 and Katie George has 9.
We'd like to see a milestone with the batting, wouldn't we? We'd like to see Amy Campbell.
Do you think?
We haven't had a 50 yet, have we? So.
No. She got I was looking at her stats last season actually, a high score of exactly 50. 89 runs at 14 apiece. She's a better player than that.
Yeah. But a newbie last season that settled in well, so Sparks are happy with that. So
got some Georgia Elvis coming.
Oh yes, so one ex-staff's passes on to another ex-staff, so Wyatt to Elvis.
There's quite a few people with a Staffordshire connection. I mean, obviously mainly in the Sparks side, but there's 1 or 2 in the Vipers. Obviously Danny White as well. There must be a great cricketing setup in Staffordshire.
The women, well, because it's one of those ones where the women have had and still have a stronger side than the men. It's not a traditional first-class county, but in the women's game, I was mentioning that I finished my club playing career alongside Danny White and Georgia Elvis in a club in Staffordshire. It was one of those put your kit in the back of the car, we're going to be short sort of thing. So but yeah, they had a very good setup with staff, so it was a strong side. And even latterly Sue Redfern's career ended at Staffordshire. She and I played together at Derbyshire, but she played at Staffordshire at the same time as Wyatt and Elvis, and of course they both migrated south to play for Vipers and so forth. So yeah, interesting. It's just nice to be connected to somebody who's still playing. I'm feeling older now. As Elvis comes into Campbell, who comes forward but only defends that, and Elvis does the fielding off her own bowling, and there is no run.
When I get to my age, it's all the dads and their sons now. Their sons are playing. I'm just waiting for the first grandson to play that I played against their granddad. I don't think it's far away actually. I think that's time to give up.
Lots of my contemporaries have got grandkids. Especially on bank holidays, so Elvis into Campbell, who takes a lusty blow at that. Another one of those lovely straight drives, but there is a fielder down there, and it's cleared up, and there is only one. But it almost felt like it deserved more than that, because it was a lovely blow, as you said. It's nice to see the Sparks players playing those nice thumping drives down the ground, and of course the textbook folk, the traditionalists, will like to see those straight drives as well, as Katie George eyes the field. And Elwes in over the wicket to Katie George, and they will have been England teammates presumably in when Katie George was fit and so forth.
Yeah, she played the last of her internationals in 2018. Georgia Elwes a couple of years after that, wasn't it? 2 or 3 years after that.
Elwes over the wicket to George, waggling the bat, and plays a lovely sweep there. Tom Longley didn't even flinch, he went straight over his head. She's come back for 2. Yeah, it was an easy 2 there for Katie George, and the score moves on to 142 for 4. Central Sparks, who are the West Midlands regional side in this Rachel Hayher Flint 50 over competition, and Southern Vipers from Hampshire and here even Buckinghamshire, all sorts. Yes, technically their home territory, although the game is Central Sparks' game, as George plays that straight to the field and there is no run. Yes, I gather it was some kind of legend has it that it was some favour or some promise made, you must come and play a game here, so hence there's Central Sparks playing technically in the Vipers area. It was quite a long way to come, but I just think we're going to extend the West Mids down here as Elwes comes into George, who plays that into a nice big pocket there. I think she was thinking about 2, but then holds her hand up. No, we only want 1 there. There was a bit of a pocket there because they put the field back on the leg side and given Katie George the strike effectively. I'm not quite sure if that was so they were meant to give her that to get Campbell off strike. It may be a tactic, I do not know. Beautiful setting here. I'm sorry that you can't see further afield than just down the corridor of the strip really, because it is a spectacular setting. It's one of the most picturesque I imagine in the English game here.
Very green around as well, isn't it? Obviously been a lot of rain, you can tell the fields beyond and the actual playing area itself, but I suppose that just adds to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, the vista is a rolling tree-lined bowl here that you cannot see.
Here's Lindsay Smith in bowling left to right as we watch, and Katie George thrashes her way through the covers where Emily Windsor's fielding down at that far end, picks it up.
She's furthest away from us down there, isn't she?
Is, yeah. She likes that.
Down the hill.
She likes to be as far away from me as possible. 144 for 4.
Because you would have been colleagues on commentary.
Yeah,
yes.
she's done it a few times, yeah. A bit of TMS as well, she does.
Oh, yeah. See, these people are passing us, aren't they, and going on.
Oh, good to see those.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Campbell hits that down the ground again. So that's her favourite shot down towards mid-on. She's a long way down there, so it takes a big hit to even get it to the fielder, let it go and get it past as the throw hits the stumps at the bowler's end. 145 for 4, then the Sparks.
Hey, Kev, I was with a TMS person on Saturday, Melissa Story.
Yes.
Yeah. And she was she was very dangerous to be in the box. Have you been in the box with her? Because she almost catapulted the tech off the desk a couple of times.
Oh dear. That's hammered away by Katie George to deep mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Danny White. Quite a few times, yeah. Well, I mean, like Emily, Melissa's come through solo commentary. So yeah, we're very proud of them both.
Yeah, but she was balancing precariously on the back of chairs and
bit of a live wire,
threatening to do a ropes course on the back of the comms box. So that's a dot there.
Length ball, which is hit towards mid-wicket, and Charlie Dean, another live wire in the field. Again, actually fields that standing up. She finds a way to be laying on the floor when she fields, but not on that occasion.
Ooh,
now that's hit in the air by Campbell. It's going to fall short of Georgia Adams at deep mid. It does plug. That just shows you how wet it is underfoot still. And that'll be another single. There's a big hit straight here.
Yeah.
It really is. 147 for 4 then, the Sparks coming towards the end of the 40th over. There'll be 10 overs to bowl after this.
Especially in the damp. And my other commentator was Ed Seaborn, who was Christopher Martin Jenkins Award winner.
He was. Commentator of the year, wasn't he? Katie George pushes that into the gap in the covers. That's well played. Busy cricketer as well, Katie George. I haven't seen a lot of her because what you mentioned a little while ago, she's always been injured, especially the last few years. And I think she bowled a little bit for Western Storm against the Vipers about 2 or 3 years ago. And I thought, well, that's the first time I've seen her bowl. This is the first time I've seen her bat, or bat with any length of time. She's on 15. and she looks a very good cricketer.
Yeah, serious cricketer. Yeah, see, so I was at the Cheltenham Festival commentating for Western Storm against Stars last season, and she was back bowling. I think that was, I don't know if it was her first, but she was back bowling. But it did feel at that stage last season like she was kind of holding herself back a bit. But it's been lovely to watch her play for Central Sparks and feel like she's really kind of, what do they say, the cliche is to let the handbrake off, but she's getting back into her bowling, which is great, and you know, a good all-rounder. And that fielding that she's been doing in the 100, I mean, is incredible to watch. I like a good bit of fielding as Elwes comes into aforementioned George, who takes a big slice of that, and unfortunately they don't get through for a run because it goes sort of through Lindsay Smith, bouncing no doubt towards her because George sliced across that.
She's still only 24, Katie George. She seems to
She's
have
been
been
around
for
forever,
a while.
yeah.
She's played some club cricket in the Hampshire region as well, men's
okay.
cricket. Yes.
We're keeping her though. We've decided we're keeping her.
Yeah.
Elwes to George, who plays a lovely straight drive, and that's a single there as we head towards that 150 milestone, 149. But I think Central Sparks will need to up the speed here, particularly if we get any breaks and we get shortened and we're down to Duckworth Lewis, Messrs Duckworth Lewis and Stern.
I'll leave you to work that out, Claire.
Oh no!
Please
Don't do
feel
numbers.
free to take charge of that.
We shall. Yes, I don't know. There's DLS on the board there. I don't know if we're going to get the numbers on that as Elwes comes into Campbell, who only just gets over the top of that, and there is no run. No, we don't want any more breaks, and we don't want any reductions. We want a full game.
We do.
Otherwise, you and I, as you say, they won't let us commentate together again because we seem to bring the bad weather. As Elwes turns the top of her mark, comes in round the wicket to the left-handed Campbell, comes forward and plays a lovely drive to long. Ooh, off. That was right in my ear then. It plays a lovely drive there and they get through for a single. Is that the 150? Yes, the 150. Oh, no applause, but there was 150 there. Yes, little ripple of applause.
There are a few here.
Yeah, we've got
dotted
people. I
around
don't
the
do this,
square.
but they hadn't spotted the 150. They're probably just getting their hands round lunch and getting the flasks, getting the hot water bottle. Georgie's got a hot water bottle in case. And Katie George plays that to the deep mid-wicket fielder, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 151 for 4. Yeah, Georgie Heath has got her hot water bottle. She says she carries it everywhere, which is very wise. She's going to go and fill it up.
I think you are the first commentator I've seen that's produced a hot water bottle during the game. I don't think I've noticed anybody do that before.
Elwes to Campbell, who comes forward and just defends that, and there is no run. Yes, the first hot water bottle of the season.
It's not a fancy one, it's just a bog
Just,
standard.
no.
Does what it says
Just
on the
what
tin.
you need. That's all you need,
Hot
isn't
water
it?
bottle.
151 for 4.
Yeah.
And I was just looking how many overs are gone.
9 to do.
It's a long way ago. 9 to do. Yeah.
9 to do. I got this email earlier from
What's
Peter Allen. Apologies, Peter. He was asking, soniccricket@gmail.com, he was asking, loving the coverage.
Oh yeah.
Just wondering,
That's
do you
good.
know if there are any alterations to play on the day of the coronation? i.e. the men's game, Hampshire, Warwickshire at the Aegis. I've not heard of anything.
Don't know.
George here is running the live picture feed, said that he thinks that there might be a national anthem before that
That would
day's
make sense.
play, so that would probably be right the way through the games on that day, but that's all we're aware of. Yeah. And I think you're being asked to swear the allegiance or something like that on that day. Is Lindsay Smith bowls, and that's hammered away on the leg side by Katie George out towards deep mid-wicket where Danny Wyatt's a field. I've also just noticed that Emily Windsor is fielding at deep mid-wicket on both sides of the ground, and we've said they're quite big boundaries here. That is a run between the overs of about 100 yards.
That's like you haven't played so far, so warm yourself
That's
up.
right, yeah, you've got plenty of energy. As Campbell steers that to extra cover, and no run there. So yeah, she's certainly doing the hard yards. That's for sure.
Or she's upset the captain.
Yeah. Or George hits it and it's half stopped by Maya
Underneath.
Boucher. It was hit with pace. Boucher recovers, runs back, picks it up, and Amy Campbell will pick up a single there. 153 for 4.
Sunrisers are all out at Chelmsford for 157 by the look of it.
They've shot their ball, haven't Sunrisers, they had their day.
Went too early.
Yeah, had their day in the sun against the Vipers. That's worked off the back foot by George. Out to Windsor at deep extra cover. Throws it in. One bounce to Lindsay Smith, who doesn't pick it up cleanly. And the score moves on to 154 for 4.
I'm just looking at what else is going on. There's a ground delay still. Is that right? The ground delay at... let me just refresh that.
Campbell drives up to deep mid-off. You can hear the cries of shouts of shot because the Vipers team are all around us, very close by.
Yeah, I don't know if they've got any play yet in the Blaze Thunder game, because there's no play. No, Rafi's just waking ahead. No play in the Blaze and the Thunder.
Where's that at?
Well, I think they're at Chesterfield, but it's got a very odd name. Suckholm Road. John Fretwell.
That's
Thought
pulled
it was
away
supposed to
by
be
George. Out to Danny White again at mid-wicket, 156 for 4.
And then at South East Stars are 275 for 6. 2 overs left against Western Storm at Bristol, where Ed Seaborn, Hannah Thompson Radford and Melissa Story are looking after you on the live stream down there. So poor old Mike Perkins is at the Blaze and Thunder game with... trying to remember who's with now. Polly Starkey. They'll be waiting patiently for some play up there, wherever it is in the East Midlands that they're playing that game. I thought it was Chesterfield, but I've never heard of the John Fretwell Centre in Suckholm Road, Suckholm.
Yeah, that's news to
a
me
new
as
one
well.
from me, and I played up there as ex-Derbyshire and Somerset.
Of course, but not on that ground.
But I have been at the if it's the Chesterfield ground. I was there. Went with the New Zealand side playing Australia. They played Australia on that Chesterfield pitch in the aforementioned NatWest series in 2011.
I imagine wherever you are in Chesterfield, you'll still see the crooked spire.
The crooked spire, yes.
No matter what ground
That's
you're playing.
distinctive. As Georgia Adams change of bowling to Katie George, who plays that into the pocket and mid-wicket, and they get through for 1. She's herring down. She obviously thought about 2, but no, there wasn't 2 there as the fielder. Amy Campbell turning blind, which drives me mad.
Does it?
Batters, yeah, when they turn blind. Having done that, nearly got whacked on the noggin as the fielder threw the ball back in, but 'twas not hit on the head. Adams into Campbell, comes forward, prods that down towards long off, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 158 for 4. This is Central Sparks batting in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint 50 over competition. You'll listen to Kevin James from BBC Radio Solent and Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire player. As Adams comes in, George breaks a big waft at that, plays it down to long off, and there is just a single. 159 for 4. Central Sparks. God, do you think they're up in?
Well, I'm just wondering because of the big boundaries. I'm saying they're behind. I still think they are, but it's probably worth a few more.
Yeah. I think they're going to have to be bits. That was a dot ball. I think Sparks are going to have to find some gaps and do some quick running and but tip and run.
Definitely more urgency with this partnership, though.
Yeah. Adams to Campbell. Goes underneath Lindsay Smith at short cover. And they get through for a single.
Hit with power as well.
Yeah, it was hit with power. And just the bounce was just in front and through Lindsay Smith, unfortunately there. Oh. Your dinner's ready. Kevin's alarm's going off. Oh God, is that me?
Apologies everybody for that, but otherwise I'll miss. He's got to go and give updates and things. Katie George plays a lovely straight drive straight to the field. The Vipers have got this sauce. They've got deep long on and deep long off positioned. He's got to go and right, so Kevin's got to go and do his update. He's got to do his homework because he's on detention today, and every half hour he has to go off and do his report. Oh, someone's coming on. So I think I'm going to be joined by Georgie in a moment, as we are here in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint 50 over competition between the 8 regional centres of excellence. You're watching here Central Sparks, who is the West Midlands team,
playing the Southern Vipers, who are the South Coast team, of course coached by both ex-England, Charlotte Edwards in the case of the Vipers, and in charge of Central Sparks Regional Director is Laura McLeod. So we're in esteemed company in terms of coaching and management here of these two sides. I'm about to be joined by Georgie Heath from Women's Cricket Chat, also essential listening and watching now. I think they do podcasts as well as can we see you on the Women's Cricket Chat?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I've only ever listened. I should watch now.
If you
but
can
it's
see
essential
now,
listening and watching.
And essential watching now is that I am
Oh,
armed
she's
with
got the
said
hot
hot
water
water
bottle.
bottle.
Yes, indeedy. Do you want to take this end, dear
I
Parks?
would love to.
Clutching the hot water
Clutching
bottle.
said hot water bottle. You're all just jealous. Everyone
Yeah.
jokes, but
No, I'm not.
Kevin doesn't
It's
look
good.
jealous. He looks judging.
He's off doing his homework. Do you change a bowl in there? Is it?
Well, that's hit up in the air. Boucher coming in to take
great
the catch.
Oh, wow.
First ball of the over. Lovely catch from Boucher off the bowling of Alice Monaghan. She was brought back on and she's made the difference.
Okay. First baller. Woo! That was a really good catch. You can't see that on the live stream because I think you're just looking down the corridor, but just as the ball was dipping, it was perfectly timed and running across the angle of the shot there. It's great.
Yeah, and Katie George has to trudge off.
It's a great catch. I mean, it's one of those ones where if you're going to be out, be out to a great catch. Potentially.
Well, that is the end of Katie George. That is 5 wickets down. Score is 161 for 5.
Clapping as the batters across, and Emily Arlott comes across the boundary. Because Central Sparks have got lots of people that you might think are bowlers, but who can also bat. So they've been using, well, they have used Izzy Wong to open, and now we've got another tall fast bowler, and Emily Arlott coming out to bat with Katie George. Walking down the hill away from us towards the strip that you can see on the live stream. Beautiful bowl of a ground here.
Yeah, well, she's joining Amy Campbell out in the middle, who is there on 49 at the moment, going along nicely.
Tithering on the edge of that.
We don't say it.
We don't say it.
We do though, actually, because I like to
It's a
not
milestone.
believe in a commentator's curse, because if I could predict the future, I'd be a very, very rich
the
person,
lottery,
and I
get
would
your
have done the
lottery
lottery
ticket.
many times. I have to
Indeed.
remember to even do the lottery, actually, so that's probably where I'm failing at the first hurdle. That's Monaghan's in, and that's defended on the back foot by Arlott and fielded by the plait ponytailed Monaghan.
Emily Arlott in the warm-up against Western Storm got 74 off 88 balls and 2 sixes. So she'll be wanting to channel that warm-up game, although the Central Sparks didn't do very well in the results of the warm-up games. That was obviously a good moment for Arlott.
Monaghan's in, and that beats the bat as Arlott looks to try and cut some pace here from Monaghan. She turns at the top of her mark, that skip.
Skip is a great skip.
And she's full toss, defended. It's sort of come out of her hand. She's got away with one there, Monaghan, and they run through for one. Score moves on to 162 for 5.
Yeah, it felt like Arlott had sort of burgled one there somehow.
There's quite a few in today, aren't there, Claire?
So what you can't see down that live stream is the deck chairs. They have got the woolly hats and blankets, and I bet they're wishing they'd got hot water bowls.
Everyone wishes they had a hot water bottle.
You should get some Women's Cricket Chat hot water bowls.
Oh, I should just get. I have a hot water bottle at home that is a metre long.
Oh yeah, one of those, the big long ones.
Yeah, well, it's
great
long.
for
It's
round your back and that.
It's
round your neck.
fantastic. It goes around my whole dog.
around my old dog. Brilliant.
Georgia Adams just adjusting her field. Moving point squarer. Oh, that's square
That's
legs.
the
Got the left-handed,
square leg, yeah, left and
the
right
left-hander.
confuses all of us.
Monaghan is in. She's full, and that's driven back to her on the bounce.
It's a lovely action, isn't it? Because we've got a good view of it here, standing side on. We skip at the beginning and sort of skip on the bound as well. It's
a really high
great.
skip, and she really tucks up her knees as she goes into her delivery stride. Both her knees. She's
yes.
sort
Oh yes, both
of
of them.
floating.
And then there's another one up there as well.
And that's full, and that's worked to that fielder in the leg side, and that is Amy Campbell's 50 up. It comes off 68 deliveries, including 4 fours. It's been a fantastic knock by the Sparks number 5, and they embrace in the middle. Campbell and Arlott.
That's great news for Central Sparks. I was at the end of the over. Oh, I'm going to have a little rest, Georgia, and I'm hoping there might be some of that brownie that you bought.
Well, you're going the wrong way out of the box if you go that way. They're to my left, but I can do. I can pass.
You're going to be joined by Sid Egan, the other half of the Cricket Her vodcast, which is essential viewing, as I mentioned earlier. He's going to come on. I bet he's got some fascinating facts for you. So I'll leave you in Georgie's capable hands.
Well, it's a lovely 50 up for Amy Campbell. She's played really well for that. It was just the one to bring it up, but she's hit some hefty shots. She's worked nicely. That partnership between her and Katie George, as Kevin James was saying, some of the drives they were playing were just absolute textbook, and the noise it was making off the bat. And it looks like we are going to have another change of bowling. Lauren Bell has the ball in hand from the Dibley end. It will be Campbell on strike score, 163 for 5, 6 overs remaining in this innings. As Bell is in, and that's a full toss, played straight back past the bowler and fielded at mid-off by Boucher. Good afternoon to you, Sid.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Enjoyed your day so far?
Yes, very much. As a Vipers fan, you're looking on and you feel that Sparks probably not putting quite enough runs on the board, so Vipers will feel pretty good with their performance so far, but let's see how these last few overs go.
As Bell skips at the top of her run, the long strides, and she has put the brakes on, stopped at the stumps, and will turn around and start again.
Yeah, Bell's restricted to 8 overs today still. That's a restriction as she's coming back into cricket after taking a few weeks off following the Women's Premier League. So she's got 8 overs, so still 2 left to bowl after this one.
She's in, and that's played off the back foot by Arlott, fielded by... Who's that down in front of us?
Emily
It's
Windsor.
Emily Windsor. That cover. And there's no run. Score remains 165 for 5. Bell just adjusting her field slightly, bringing cover in closer. She's in as she bowls, and that's full, and that's past the bat of Amy Campbell and flies through to the keeper.
So from 165, you'd think that Sparks will be still eyeing up 200, hoping that they can, really make use of these last few overs to another 40 runs, take them over that 200 mark. That's still not a high score, but psychologically important.
There's something
thing to
about
get
that 200, isn't there?
Yeah.
As in comes Bell. Shorter, and she looks to ramp it over Rhiannon Southby. Doesn't get any bat on it, and the ball flies through. Amy Campbell getting innovative now.
That 200 mark in women's county cricket, of course, was always the mark at which you got maximum bonus points. So there's still quite a lot of these players still remember those days of county cricket. So 200 feels like a good score. It certainly feels like a good platform.
Bell skips at the top of her mark, those long strides. And that's a full toss to Campbell, who hits the straight drive back along the ground up to Boucher at mid-on, and they come through for 1. The score moves on to 166. Hear lots of Vipers' voices out there. It sort of feels like they feel they're on top at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think they'll be happy with their performance so far.
Bell's in, and that's a slower ball, and it's signalled wide.
That one didn't come out quite right.
I can see Katie George just down in front of us with some kind of chocolate milkshake. And I'd go for more hot chocolate in this kind of weather, but I'm intrigued as to what that might be. As Bell bowls to a driving Amy Campbell, but it's only makes it along the ground up to Maya Boucher at mid-off, and that's the end of the 45th over. 5 overs to go. Sparks 167. Amy Campbell there on 52 in the company of Emily Arlott on 2. So Sid, you're our numbers man.
So what are we looking at? 167 for
5.
So let's run the spreadsheets and see where we're heading. We're currently heading to about 180. So they still will want to try and accelerate a bit through these last 5 overs. And Emma Arlott's definitely a player that can do that. And obviously, Amy Campbell should have her eye well in. So 5 wickets in hand, should be able to give it a smash and get past that 200 mark. They'll be hoping. Vipers will be looking to carry on taking wickets.
Yeah, and Georgia Adams is back on to bowl, taken 1 for 21 from her 7 so far. So the economy rate from her has been pretty tidy, just going around 3 and over. And with that amazing caught and bowled, she's around the wicket. Use of the feet from Campbell. She drives up to mid-on, and they come back for 2.
Fielded by Lindsay Smith, who takes a bit of a slip, and she's walking a little gingerly after that. Just slipped as she was returning the ball there.
Adams in, and that's cut up in the air to backward point, but lands safe of Georgia Elwes. And there's no run. Score remains 169 for 5. Adams, that short run, and it's fuller, and it's worked into the leg side by Campbell. No run. It's good noise off the bat though it's making.
Yeah, and Campbell's looking to attack. She's looking to come forward and meet the ball and try and get it past the ring.
Comes Adam, and she flicked. It's hit back over her head, down the throat of Lindsay Smith. Easy as you like. She barely had to move there at mid-on.
Yeah, Campbell have been doing a good job at keeping the ball down generally, and she's been hitting it through the ring, keeping it on the surface, but she decided to go aerial that time, and she kind of put it in exactly the one place you wouldn't want to, right down the throat of Lindsay Smith. Lindsay Smith didn't have to, she had to walk in 3 or 4 yards, and took her an easy catch. So that is the end of Amy Campbell, but a very useful knock.
Well, it was a great knock from Amy Campbell. She looks disappointed, but 54 of 75. She looked in great form out in the middle. Not really had a chance to get much of a bat so far this tournament. So nothing to be disappointed by. You can hear the applause reverberating around this stunning pavilion as Izzy Wong heads out to the middle to join Emily Arlott. Obviously, we have seen Izzy Wong come in at the top of the innings before. We know she can give it a hit, and like you were saying, this is the time to sort of have a swing and try and push up towards that 200 mark.
Yeah, it's that pinch hitter role at the top of the innings that she plays sometimes in the T20 competition last season. She was playing that role, opening the batting and trying to get them off to a good start. Now her opportunity here is to come in right at the end and give them a good finish.
Well, that's a second wicket for Georgia Adams first was caught and bowled, and then the second, that catch at sort of deep mid on, almost long on. It's up at long on now, Lindsay Smith. As Adams comes round the wicket to the right-handed Wong, who's just sort of checking out the toe end of her bat. Shook her hand a little at the end of that, as if the vibration, you know when it hits it funny and you get the vibration through your hand. As Adams is into that, she looks to sweep and she's bowled her round her legs. Izzy Wong has to go for a second ball duck, and that is a second wicket in the over. That's a second wicket in the over for Georgia Adams.
Yeah, you know, that's the kind of thing that happens when you come in and you're trying to play right from the off, isn't it? And Izzy Wong will typically be targeting a sort of cow corner down the ground, but she decided to sweep on that occasion, didn't make contact, and the ball did make contact with the stumps.
Well, the Sparks now find themselves 169 for 7, and there's still 4 overs remaining. That 200 looks slightly elusive as Grace Potts sets off on our right down the steps to do battle in the arena.
Yeah, so you've got 2 batters now, 2 new batters out there.
Yep, 2 new batters just as they're looking to try and accelerate this run rate. It's difficult, it's a difficult ask, but we know Emily Arlott can give it a whack, and Grace Potts has got all the exuberance of youth. Not got any of the baggage the rest of us oldies have.
I don't remember exuberance of youth, that was too many years ago.
You're talking to the girl standing here holding a hot water bottle. There is no exuberance of youth about me right now. So that's 2 wickets in the over for Georgia Adams. She's got a knack of making things happen with the ball, hasn't she, Adams? And that was actually the end of the 46, so end of her over. As Lauren Bell to continue from the Dibley end. That's full and hit up in the air. It's a lovely shot, and they will come back for 2, and that's Maya Bouchier who fields it out a sort of wide mid-on.
Yeah, there are some big boundaries here, but the ball is just dying as soon as it hits the surface, so it's not rolling on at all. So it's difficult to get value for your shots, even if you can, you know, find the direction of the boundary.
She's weighted deep back in her crease, that stance, as Bell is in, and that's full and driven along the ground by Potts for no run. Score remains 171 for 7. Lots of voices out there. The Vipers feel they're really on top in this game at the moment as Bell skips at the top of her run, those long strides as she comes in, she bowls, and there's a waft by Potts as she looks to cut that into the covers and plays and misses.
Potts came out of her crease, took a big swing of it, almost a baseball swing, but missed it completely and straight through to Rihanna Southby behind the stumps. Southby's got a lot of distance between Southby and the stumps. She's about 10 yards back, but obviously some pace coming in from Lauren Bell.
Potts just surveys the field as Bell is in, comes past Anna Harris. That's shorter, and that's clubbed up to mid-on by Potts, and they run through for 1, and the score moves to 172 for 7. This is tight from the Vipers at the sort of death overs here. We're talking about them trying to accelerate that run rate. Those wickets obviously made the difference. And now dealing in singles, the Vipers won't mind that at all. As Bell's in, that's full, and that's driven into the leg side by Arlott.
Fielded by Danny Wyatt. Straight in. Back to Bell, covering the stumps at her own end.
Lauren Bell waits at the top of her mark. She skips and comes in that blonde ponytail. And she has beaten the edge, and she's edged, and she's caught behind. It's not beaten the edge. That is another wicket for the Vipers.
Yeah, the bat just hung out there. You don't want to do that too often to Lauren Bell, because she will get a bit of movement and taken the edge. And Southby was standing a long way back, but you saw from there exactly why she needed to be standing that far back. She was perfectly positioned there to take the catch easily behind the stumps.
Yeah, and that's Emily Arlott. She has to go for just 5 off 9 deliveries. And Lauren Bell, that is her first wicket today.
Yeah, after her great successes the other day, a bit harder going today, but sometimes that's the case with in this kind of domestic competitions. The teams are looking to see off the bowlers like Bell, and they won't take too many chances. So it can be harder for those top bowlers to find those wickets in these domestic competitions.
And it'll be
So
Georgia Davis. Georgia Davis comes to the middle. We've seen what she can do with the ball. She was impressive. Took 4 for on Saturday at Worcester and 3 in the previous game.
I mean, there shouldn't be much pressure on her now. It's just obviously to just have a swing, really. I mean, at this stage, if they can get those 25 more runs, then all well and good. If they can't, ultimately, the pressure's not on Georgia Davis to make those runs. The pressure was on the top orders. Perhaps try and accelerate the pace a bit earlier on when they were going at sort of 3 and over. So it gives her a chance to hopefully, have a swing, and if it comes off, that's great. If it doesn't, so be it.
Georgia Adams to continue from the Deer Park end. Just bringing mid-off and mid-on in closer. Sort of short mid-off and mid-on. And that's chipped up back towards Adams. She gets a hand to it, but I think it was a bump ball, but she's so good at fielding off her own bowling.
She does get a few of those caught and bowls.
She comes in again, that short run up, and that's chipped uppishly back to the bowler. And Potts works that down to, that's a lovely looking shot off the edge, and that's going to race towards the deep backward third boundary, but the fielder is in. They prevent the boundary and they've come back for 2, and the score moves on to 175.
Yeah, Lauren Bell chased that one down. There's a long boundary down there, and it's down the hill, but again that ball dying in the wet grass.
Adams is in, and Potts looks to drive that up, and it's beaten a diving mid-off, but picked up in the deep, and they'll just come through for 1, which score moves on to 176 for 8. Adams is in, and that beats the bat of Davis as she looks to cut it away. Quick turnaround, Adams in again, and that's full flighted delivery, worked into the leg side, but nicely fielded by a diving Maya Bouchier, and there is no run, so that ends the over. At the end of 48, 2 overs to go. The score 176 for 8.
So Lauren Bell has got 1 over left, and it looks like she is going to bowl it. She has the ball. Down at the dibbly-dobbly end.
The dibbly-dobbly, as we said, she won't be bowling any dobblies. Oh, we love a bit of Vicar Dibbly. I actually was watching it yesterday. Didn't know it was so prolific in my weekend as Lauren Bell comes steaming in, and that's full, and that's just off the edge of Potts along the ground. No run, fielded by Charlie Dean. Lots of orange tails, towel tails hanging out of the trousers of Vipers. It is still very wet out there. We saw earlier Georgia Adams was having to dry the ball every time she went to deliver it, as Bell skips past the sawdust. She's in that shorter, look to be clubbed into the leg side. There will just be one as Danny Wyatt fields.
Yeah, that was very short and didn't get up at all really. It just died in the pitch. That would not have been ended up quite the way that she wanted it. She was certainly wanted to get more bounce on that.
So the score remains 177 for 8 in the penultimate over. As Bell pumps her arm, she's in. That's a quicker one, and that's beaten the edge of Georgia Davis.
That was a much better delivery. It was pitched up a little bit more, not a whole heap more, but there was a bit of zip there, as you said, and that really went through quite quickly. And Davis really had no chance getting anywhere near it.
Bell comes running in, and again beats the edge.
Another fierce attacking delivery. This is the Lauren Bell we like to see. This is the Lauren Bell we'll all be hoping to see in the Ashes. Hopefully bowling in the Test match.
Yeah, Lauren Bell's one of those players that we talk about, can really get the swing on the ball, and we'd like to see her with the red ball in hand at Trent Bridge. She's in, and that's cut uppishly, but over sort of a wide gully, Charlie Dean, and fielded down on the boundary by Ella McGacken, and they come through for 1. Score moves on to 178 for 8. There's more chocolate milkshakes walk past, this time in the hand of Amy Campbell. It's probably not a chocolate milkshake. I imagine it's not.
I think it is a chocolate milkshake.
Powder. There's probably something healthier in there too.
There's protein powder, there's banana, and a bit of chocolate.
Lauren Bell appeals, but it is just the umpire. It's just the bowler who appeals to the umpire. No one else really interested, and they scamper through for 1. Score moves on to 179 for 8. And that's the end of the 49th over. Just 1 over to go.
There's also a few plates of spaghetti going past as some of the players start to take their lunch.
Chocolate milkshake and spaghetti, not quite what one thinks of as the diet of champions.
Not at the same time.
Well, yes. I'm not sure you want your spaghetti and your chocolate milkshake. I don't know. Each to their own.
It'll be Georgia Adams to bowl the final over. Got to say, I can't see them hitting 21 off this over. But anything they make now is a bonus.
If they do, I'll buy you a chocolate milkshake. As Adams is in, and that's Fuller, and it's clubbed back towards her along the ground by Grace Potts, and they come through for 1. Score moves on to 180 for 8. 5 deliveries remaining. I mean, when it was raining today, I did not think we would get 50 overs in like this. As Adams, that's full, and that's driven along the ground, and they scamper through for 1. They had to be quick and direct hit, and she would have been gone.
Yeah, we've had a lot of dark skies, we've had a lot of clouds that have passed nearby, and we've kind of felt a little bit lucky on a couple of occasions where the very darkest bit of the clouds passed by.
Adams in, and Potts looks to work that off her pads and sends it in completely opposite direction to where she was hoping, and there's no run. Score remains 181 for 8. 3 deliveries remaining. She uses her feet and comes down the wicket, and that's well fielded. Diving sort of wide, short mid-off.
It's Ella McGacken, I think.
Davis uses her feet and clubs that back past Adams, and it's fielded by Lindsay Smith, and they pick up another one. You feel a boundary in the last couple of balls. They might give them that momentum going into their innings, but she's been bowled. She's bowled up. Georgia Adams picks up her 4th wicket of the day.
Looking to come down the wicket again, as she's done a couple of times already this over, and yeah, straight through her. Bowl at the stumps, hit the stumps.
Yeah, you miss, I hit. That seems to be the way Georgia Adams is playing right now. And there's high fives all round as the players come off, because that is the end of the innings. So 50 overs, the Sparks have managed 183 for 9. It doesn't seem quite enough. It was the innings of Amy Campbell that really carried them through. Eve Jones 34 at the top. Abby Freeborn, she had an input with 43 off 96, but Amy Campbell's 54 off 76 was the innings of the day. So the Sparks finish their 50 overs, 183 for the 9. Pick of the bowlers, Georgia Adams, she picked up 4 for 30 from her 10, 2 for Georgia Elwes, and 1 each for Lauren Bell, Charlie Dean and Alice Monaghan. The Vipers look very much the happier team as they come off under sort of dark and gloomy skies here at wonderful Wormsley. There's applause all around, but it looks like a score the Vipers would feel that they can defend. A good bowling display from them today. Wickets all around. They were good in the field. They managed the rain well, but 184 is the target. And we will be back after we grab ourselves a chocolate milkshake and some spaghetti. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back for the chase.
Tell me if there's a hum. Yeah, on your earphones. Is it still?
No hum.
Does it all sound clear? 1, 2, 1. You should be able to hear me in that. Is that no humming? Not like it was in the first innings. Right, so it must be the cable. So I'm just going to put the other. This is where it gets a bit more complicated. Right, you right?
You're a trim us up.
Right, so I'm now going to see if it was that cable there.
Thank you very much. That's all right.
Still all right?
Yeah.
No hum on there?
No.
Was it like what it was, or worse, or not as good?
No, that's fine.
Yeah?
Same as you like.
Right, so I think it was that other cable. So at least I've got a bit of a... I'm just trying to think what I'm going to... Right.
Yeah, I'm in. Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm being slow. Can I do it after? Sorry. Can I get that after? I think 3,000 more.
Georgia.
Hello,
Hello.
how are you?
I'm alright, you?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm getting through. Yeah, I'm leaving soon. Yeah. To do this.
Are you?
Yeah, full time. Yeah, I got a contract with these ones, so I've got a leave in June.
Right.
So yeah, it's we do this. So
Yeah.
Yeah, just trying to get through, you know.
Georgia. Take care.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Cheers, Alex. Yes, of course. You got enough dogs? What do you reckon?
Right, that's a grubby, isn't it? They bowled well, they bowled today. Yeah, I know it.
You're busy enjoying my noodles.
Right. I'll probably go to leave you in about a minute. Is that all right?
Oh, welcome back to the live stream here from Wormsley, one of the most picturesque grounds. I'm only sorry that you've got end-to-end cameras, so you're not actually getting the full experience here, because we're in a lovely green bowl surrounded by trees and thatched clubhouse, a thatched score box. We've got quite a crowd in, but again, you won't be able to see those on the live stream, unfortunately, but lots of deck chairs, people in woolly hats and coats and blankets and things, because it is a bit chilly here, and we did have a rain delay to start, but as far as I know, we've not lost any overs, which is always good. So here we have Vipers chasing the second innings. They're chasing the Central Sparks 183 off their 50 overs, so they did bat the 50 overs, but I think they're going to find themselves potentially 50 or 60 short, but we shall find out towards the end. So now we've got Central Sparks in the field. They are technically the home side, although we are on Vipers territory, but we're saying that quietly, because if Central Sparks win, I think they want to put a metaphorical flag in Buckinghamshire and claim it for the West Midlands, but we shall see, because I think Vipers will have their tails up and be expecting to win this game. But let's see if Central Sparks can spoil that party. Central Sparks in the black in the field, and the Vipers in their distinctive orange and batting. Anna Harris, the umpire, is waving at the scorers to indicate that we're about to start. Still waving, yeah, she's got the thumbs up, we're about to start. So we are here at Wormsley for 50 over Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. That's Emily Arlott into the Vipers opener. Just doing a bit of shiggling about with the microphones. It's quite damp here, and that's the problem. I think the ball's not been running. It's quite large boundaries, and when it does bounce it just stops up, so that's probably why the score isn't larger than it might have been, as Emily Arlott goes right back to the bowling circle to come into Ella McCacken. Right-handed, defends that. Speedy off the pitch is Emily Arlott, coming from a great height. Well defended down in front of her, and there is still no run. Welcome back, Sid.
Thank you.
Nice to hear you. Just going to turn you up a bit. Right, Emily Arlott to McCacken, who defends that, and it pops underneath almost back towards the wickets there. Central Sparks are a bit excited about that.
Emma Arlott looking quite aggressive and up for it from the off. They definitely need wickets if they're not going to win this game unless they bowl Vipers out.
We don't, yeah.
Arlott looks like she's up for it.
Well, she likes bowling against the Vipers because she got a 5 for her at Hove, as I seem to remember, against the Vipers in a previous season. Bowled herself into the England squad at that stage, although I didn't make it onto the pitch, unfortunately. Banging it in, that's a lovely shot. There was a catch. Oh my, she got hold of that straight to Grace Potts at fine leg. Well, that was the wicket you were talking about, Sid. Get an early wicket. She turned around and
the corner and pulled it
full throttle and straight to the fielder. So
absolutely, that was travelling.
Sparks have a wicket straight away. Ooh, that was exciting.
And it will be Georgia Elwes to come in.
Yeah. Georgia Elwes coming faster than she thought, potentially, only just having finished the lunch break. It was. I thought I was looking towards the boundary to see the ball disappear over the boundary, and instead it had been pounched by Grace Potts, who had the ball whacked straight at her at fine leg there. So that'll be a warm up for her hands before she potentially bowl the next over. So she's going to be in the game, as we say. So Vipers are 0 for 1.
Ella Mack does not look a happy teddy as she walks off.
Well, it's a long old trudge back up the hill. And Georgia Elwes takes guard from Anna Harris. Tom Longley is at square leg. And the scorers are Farman and Dean, as they like to be mentioned. And Helen Pack is the match referee. One of the first ever, I think, salaried full-time match referee for the ECB, so we've got great hopes for Helen Pack, who I played cricket with, played indoor with her actually, as Arlott comes in to Elwes, who comes forward and defends that, obviously trying to judge what that's going to be like, having the first ball that she's faced from Emily Arlott, who's banging it in from the Dibley end here at Wormsley.
Elwes is coming in off the back of a good innings on Saturday. She made a rapid 50, but she made it completely the opposite end of the innings. She made a rapid 50 at the back end, with as the Vipers look to put a score on the board.
Excellent. Arlott in from the fielding circle, banging it in. Elwes plays that to point, and they rush through for a single, and that's stretching Abby Freeborn behind the wickets there to take that ball. And we have a run on the board. 1 for 1.
A little bit of a nervy single there. I was slightly concerned about that. If that had been
it looked a bit confident from
direct hit might have actually been interesting there.
Yes, I think Georgia Elwes was more confident about Maya Boucher than Maya Boucher may have been, but they got through in the end. So 1 for 1 at the end of the first over.
Georgia Elwes obviously keen to keep the strike.
Yes, pinching the strike. You doing the ball by ball, Sid? Shall I?
Assume we'll have Georgia Davis from this.
Would you like me to do that?
Up to you.
No. Would you do it?
You're the boss.
No. Oh my God, that's
what I was told coming into this.
Oh, you can have the Deer Park end then. You've got Grace Potts there. Look.
So Potts is fiddling with her mark. She'll be bowling to Georgia Elwes, who's on 1. He's 1 for 1 after 1 over. Potts in, bowls, it's full delivery. That's Elwes comes forward but doesn't make any contact with the ball, and it goes through to Abby Freeborn behind the stumps.
Central Sparks very excitable about that. Abby Freeborn thought she was going to be in the game then. Yeah. Is that Davina Perry?
Elwes lives to fight another day.
Yeah, who have we got now? We've got a slip in, so they're obviously aiming for that. As Grace Potts does get some zip.
Potts in again to Elwes. Bowls a short ball, and that's past Elwes again. And there's a shy at the stumps, but Elwes is safe. And Anna Harris is going to have to walk in and make sure the bails are replaced.
Because Grace Potts got 3 for 46 against the Blaze, and last year in the Rachel A.O. Flint Trophy she had the most wickets for the Sparks, 10 wickets through the season, because it was only half the fixtures last season. We've got home and away this year for the first time.
It's a very busy season.
Yeah.
Load of midweek games this season as well.
Yeah, got good chances to watch different times of the week.
This is into Elvis. Full delivery, and that's run down in the direction of third, and they go through for the single.
Grace Potts got a very interesting run. It looks like she's running, you know when they run in tyres, and at a very high knee lift. And we're looking at it side on, so you can't see that because you're looking at it front on, because it's end on cameras, unfortunately. But from side on, it's almost like in and out the tyres. Very high knee lift. We'll have a watch. You might be able to see it.
Okay, well, let's watch the knee lift.
Yeah. Watch this run up.
Potts is in now. And Boucher just defends that out into the offside. And there is no run.
They're both getting some zip here, aren't they, Arlott and Potts?
2 runs on the board as the ball is returned to Grace Potts. She's in again to Boucher. Bowls. Boucher again gets forward and defends out into the offside. And once again there is no run as the ball begins its journey back to the bowler.
I don't think I fancy this. What do you fancy facing this, Sid? Either end, really. Zipping it in.
I was never a player myself at all, so I wouldn't fancy facing any of them. Potts in. So Boucher bowls. It's a good length. Boucher plays that out to point. There is no run.
In my playing days, we didn't play on good enough pitches for the ball to get up, so I never actually, for example, batted in a helmet because that wasn't. We didn't play in good enough, but we did have tall bowlers who would whack the ball in, but you were more likely to get hit in the sort of stomach than in the head in those days. So there we are. Right, the batters are having a little chat in the middle. There's a tactic here. Elvis and Boucher deciding how they're going to handle Central Sparks' tall, rangy pace attack from both ends, as Emily Arlott prepares to bowl the next over from the Dibley end. Ponytail flying behind her. Beating the edge of the bat, shall we say.
I was hung her bat out there somewhat.
Yes.
There were a few hearts in mouth there.
Eve Jones is at slip, and I suspect she and Abby Freeborn would have been thinking, we're going to test that edge, going to test the edge. They pay for all the bat, of course, so there may be an edge coming. The Saturday game, Naomi Ditani just felt like she was about to give an edge. It seemed to go on for ages, and it did occur in the end. I don't know if that's going to be the same here, as Georgia Elvis just plays that forward into the offside and there is no run. Yeah, it seemed like it's one of those ones where you almost feel like it's deja vu and Groundhog Day, with the same ball and the same shot and the same ball and the same shot, and then it just and eventually she gave an edge, unfortunately. And I was looking forward to her batting. She didn't get very many, unfortunately, on Saturday. I really rate Naomi Ditani, but didn't play well on Saturday, I'm afraid. So as Arlott comes into Georgia Elvis, plays that's starting to become a kind of trademark shot, this game. That sort of working it down backward of point, almost into the gully region there, but there was no run on this occasion, because the last couple of times she's played that, she's just set off straight after having played it. We are 2 for 1. Here at Wormsley in the Rachel Hayo Flint 50 over competition between the 8 English regional centres of excellence. The West Mids team going.
Back on YouTube.
Oh, we're back on. Well, that's even better. Arlott into Elvis. Always I thought that was an edge then. Ooh, thought I heard a noise.
Deja vu all
Must
over
be my-
again.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it is deja vu.
Georgia always looks such a confident player. She always looks like the kind of player that isn't going to get out, but there have been a couple of heart-in-mouth moments, haven't there?
She's a great all-rounder, isn't she? She can do a bit of everything, which I suspect is why she's been around the England squad for so long. She can do anything, really. So, Arlott into Elwis, comes forward and charges the bowler, and oof, as it goes, it disappears past her left shoulder, and the umpires exchange a signal which says that's one for the over to Emily Arlott in terms of
followed it round the corner, didn't she?
She went to charge and then found it whistling past her left shoulder. So Central Sparks are a team in black, and they are the West Midlands team. Southern Vipers in the characteristic orange are the team from the south of England, as Arlott comes into Elwis. It tries to charge again. The same result as Emily Arlott bangs that in, but this time, because we're side on, I can't see where that's actually going, but it's a wide, and Anna Harris is signalling the second one for the over for Emily Arlott.
Yeah, that was very short, and Elwis knew that there was no need to go anywhere near that, so she just watched that one go through.
Watched it go through, indeed. Score is 3-1 here at Wormsley. Central Sparks pleased themselves with getting an early wicket. Arlott, Elwis comes forward and defends that one. She's obviously decided she wants to change the length of where that's pitching, so charging the bowler there. And that's the end of the over, 3-1.
Now tell me, Claire, what colour are actually these Sparks shirts? Because I'm not actually sure the shirts are black. Are they a very dark purple?
I heard a rumour.
Brown?
I heard a rumour that there was shall we say, a Pantone issue with the printers. But I'm not sure if they're supposed to be a sort of browny colour or whether that was a printing error. But it was only a rumour. I can't confirm nor deny. So close up, they do look, as the 12th passes, it does look distinctly brown at the top. I think it's supposed to be black.
Right, sorry. Pots in and bowls to Maya Boucher, who takes a little bit of a swing, but it goes through to the keeper behind the stumps. We've got 3 runs on the board. Lost 1 wicket.
Sparks will be pleased with themselves, but they'll want to also consolidate that. The Vipers will want to get away because they must feel like they're pleased with themselves.
Pots in and bowls, and it's just defended straight back down the pitch by Maya Boucher. There is no run again.
You mentioned the kit. It seems to have divided opinion. Some people really like the Central Sparks kit, so it's got like sort of hexagonals, which I assume is I would think is an echo of the bull ring pattern on the outside of it, although I may be wrong with that.
Pots in, past the umpire, and bowls. And again, just played defensively as Maya Boucher gets up onto her toes, pushes it out into the leg side this time. Fielded by George.
Sort of examining the seam there as it went back. Yeah, they've got a sort of multicoloured hexagons on their shoulders.
You could play a game of Bejeweled with it if you were bored in the field. Pots in. And again, played straight back down, fielded again by Katie George.
Lovely
very similar.
classic forward defensive there.
It is. It is very defensive. My wife is standing in front of us, attempting to take photos of us.
Smile, Sid.
So, Pots in. And again, Boucher is forward and defensive. Plays it out into the offside, and there's no attempt to run.
Because Central Sparks
we're eyeing up a maiden over here.
Yeah, Central Sparks have got a lot of fast bowlers. We've got Arlott and Potts. There is Ellie Anderson, who's not playing today. He's also a tall, rangy fast bowler.
Potts in, 2 deliveries remaining. And that goes through, and there's a
They
big
like
shout.
it. Tom Longley's not moved. He's
Maya
wanted-
Boucher wafted at it,
Oh.
and it is given not out.
Central
And
Sparks like that
That
one.
is the over, in fact. So it's a maiden over. So that's handy in the scorebook and handy in Potts' figures.
So 4 overs down. Vipers are 3 for 1.
Katie George is heading over to the other end. Is she going? No, she's walking past
She's
the
walking
ball.
past.
It is.
Yeah. So yeah. So
The MR to continue.
Arlott, Potts, George, Ellie Anderson, although she's not playing, and then we've got a nice Central Sparks have Baker and Georgia Davis in the spin department as well. So good mix in their bowling attack as Arlott comes into Elvis. Just defends that down and there is no run.
Now there isn't massive scoreboard pressure on the Vipers here, so
No.
you know there's no need for them to go off at a million miles an hour. So I think that retrenching at this point, having lost that early wicket, probably does make sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll want to just take a breath almost.
But they'll be very confident that both Boucher and Elvis, if they can get into their running, then they'll be able to take them a long way towards this total.
Arlott comes into Elvis, who again defends that down, and it goes straight back to the bowler, who sends it back round the field to do a bit of work on it. We've got a good crowd in. I know you can't see that on the live stream. Lots of different shaped deck chairs and woolly hats, big coats, blankets and things, but a really good crowd in today for the fact that it's not easy to get here on public transport as Arlott comes into Elvis, flirting with the outside edge again, straight through to Abby Freeborn. There's a sniff of an edge on its way potentially for Central Sparks. That's what they'll be hoping.
Yeah, I saw someone tweet yesterday from someone that lives in Birmingham, tweeted yesterday that she'd Googled how long it would take to get here on public transport, and she would have been too late for the game if she'd left Birmingham yesterday.
It's a spectacular setting, so that makes up for it. For you can get here, but even the length of the road on the estates to get here is quite a long way. As Arlott comes into Elvis, who again does that textbook forward defensive. Still on 3 for 1. Halfway through the 5th over. So the batting side are chasing Central Sparks total of 183. Need 184 to win. Arlott, rangy bowler, past the outside edge again, straight through to the wicket keeper. Central Sparks very excited about this. Arlott clearly bowling well here, although we can't see the angles because we're side on. It's looking good from side on.
You just get the feeling that wicket might be coming there.
If it's like the one that brewed when Naomi Ditani was batting, feels like it's highly likely as Arlott comes in from beyond the fielding restriction 25-yard mark. And Elvis does the defending again, just to let people know. So in the women, they're going to burgle a run here. There's a burglar run. There's the captain doing a bit of slidey. And they get through for a run. There was a bit of a misfield there, so they got the burgle an extra run there.
That spoils the figures there. There was going to be another maiden, so
yes.
First run for.
So that's the end of the over. 4 for 1. Yes, just to let you know, the women's circle that's marked, you'll see in the white discs. I don't know quite whether you can see those from the live stream, but they're white discs. They're at 25 yards, but in the men's game you'll see those at 30 yards. And also the numbers will be different. For the women in the power play, which is the first 10 overs of a 50 over game, they can only have 2 fielders outside. And outside of that first 10, the women can have 4 outside maximum. So it is slightly different, and the regulations do change from the men's and the women's games.
Pots to continue to Elvis. Bowls a full delivery, and Elvis watches that go past on the offside, and it's taken by the keeper. And there is no run. It remains 3 for 1.
I thought it was 4 when
4
they
for
went.
1.
Yeah, when
The scoreboard is behind.
Yes, it's I don't know quite how to describe it. So it's the size of an old-fashioned scoreboard, but it's got this weird-looking thatched hat on the top of
It's
it.
a straw hat.
It's a straw hat. That's right.
What's in? Bowls to Elvis, who's just running that down to third. There is protection out there, so they'll just take the single. Ball's thrown in now. And there's one run that takes on to 5 for 1.
Of course, Georgia got 59, didn't she, against the Stars? So.
And it was a very useful innings, but in a very different situation.
Yes. Meanwhile, Boucher got 57. So.
Pots in, balls to Boucher, who's defensive again. Boucher being asked to play a little bit of a different role here from the one that we've seen so much of her in the past few seasons, where she's been very much a come in later down the order and hit out. She's being asked to play much more of an anchor role here, and potentially a role that she might be looking to one day play for England.
So she's very consistent. Versus the Sunrise, you got 57, and versus the Stars, you got 59. So
yeah,
it's got great average, isn't it?
61 here, you'd imagine. Pots in, balls to her. She comes forward out of her crease.
Yes, if it's on a
There is no
trajectory,
run.
61, yeah. Vipers will hope that it's more than that, of course.
Vipers have tended to build their success on runs throughout the team. They've tended not to have to rely on one particular player, so we often see these Vipers innings where we have sort of 3 people scoring 50s that get them over the line.
Yeah.
Pots is in. And bowls, that's for the delivery, and that's a misfield by Perrin at point.
I don't know whether I'd call that a misfield. I would call that probably a good stretch and a parry and a saving 2.
Anyway, she got up, retrieved the
Got
ball,
to it.
and they've just taken the 1.
I like a bit of good point field, and that was my specialism. And Melissa Story described me as badass because I played at point. So I'm embracing my inner badass, which is a word I've never had described at me as before. Pinches the strike there, I think. Dead.
That is the over. And it's 7 for 1.
Now I have to confess I haven't managed to watch the broadcast for this week yet. So points of what was your main points? Oh look, they're exchanging views now. They can't remember what they did yesterday. The WBBL draft,
WBBL
yes.
Draft, yes, that was.
What was the? What's the main? I saw the headline, but I don't know what was the.
What's the main takeaway from the WBBL draft? Well, there's going to be a draft for overseas players, but only for overseas players. So there's contractual issues which mean that they can't do a draft for domestic players because there are lots of players on multi-year contracts, and it would have been too difficult to unwind them. I think we probably would expect that to change over the next few years. That they're probably going to,
Yeah, Arlott comes in from the Dibley end. We'll come back to that. That's defended again down the sort of third line, and they get through for a single.
Yeah, so I think we'd expect to see perhaps a draft for the domestic players sometime maybe in about 3 years' time. I suspect the teams will have been told to wind up the domestic contracts to make sure that they all finish in a similar way that they were clearly told to wind up the overseas contracts. So we're going to see a draft for overseas players, with overseas players having the potential to earn over 100,000 for their participation in the WBBL, and that's not the same kind of money that we've seen at the Women's Premier League in India.
No,
but it's a lot more than the overseas players were being paid before. It's 100,000 Australian dollars, I should add.
Yeah. But
so
Arlott coming into Boucher, crouching and playing defensive. Yeah, I mean we've seen the Indian Women's Premier League. I mean, I don't know what the word is for, but politely distort the marketplace. I mean, optimistically distort it, or distort it in the right way. Finally, the women are starting to be valued in an investment sense, and that the amounts of money that were spent on buying players in the Women's Premier League in India has I think sent a sort of shockwave across the other franchise tournaments across the country as Arlott comes into Boucher, who defends that in the hope of a run, but there wasn't a run there as Campbell does a tidy up.
Yeah, I mean the best players in the WPL, in the Indian version of the women's IPL, if you like, are earning stratospheric amounts.
I like that, stratospheric.
Compared to what?
Stratospheric, catastrophic. We love to invent a word. Yes, I'll go with that. Big money. As Arlott comes into Boucher, who defends that again to point, and there's no run.
Well, now the definition of stratospheric.
Stratospheric. It's enormous.
Yes, it's very big.
Very, very big amounts of money. But it is. I mean, again, I don't like to make comparisons with the men game, but in the men's game, that's the challenge, isn't it? That if you're going to keep the best players, well, the point is, men's or women's, you're going to keep the best men or the best women. You've got to pay them what they're worth, or what the marketplace thinks they're worth. As Arlott comes into Boucher, who defends it again, and there is no run. And then there's the kind of. We were talking earlier on the comms about short form versus longer form. The money's in the shorter form, but the pride and the excitement, especially for the women, because they're desperate to play more test matches, that isn't about the money. That's about pulling on the whites and playing the longer format.
Yeah, and it's very much about ultimately it's going to be hopefully about getting a balance, but we'll have to see. And there's certainly the risk to the game is that the Indian leagues just take over everything, in the way that we've seen happening, in soccer.
Yeah.
Where the
Arlott coming in from the Dibley end to Boucher. Launches that beyond the fielder. Was that a 6 or a 4? We're going to watch for Anna.
It's going to be.
Anna Harris is saying it's a 4, but it must have been. It must have been very close going down the hill. It was launched out through mid wicket. And it was a lovely shot there.
Yeah,
it came up kind of out of nowhere.
On the half volley.
Yeah, lovely shot there. Score moves on to 12-1 for the Vipers.
It's probably the shot of the day, isn't it?
It was a lovely shot and a great sound. Raf was talking about the sound off the bat. That was a lovely one, wasn't it, Raf? Yes, she's got a big smile on her face. And a women's cricket chat woolly hat on, I should say, because it is a bit chilly and the temperature is sort of taking a bit of a drop. Well, they said it was going to get warmer by about 4 o'clock, so
there's a bit of a wind chill factor here, isn't there? We're sort of in a valley where the wind zips down the valley as Potts is in. Ball in 12S, who just watches that one go past her off stump. It was a good length delivery, but wasn't threatening the stumps at all.
Boucher on 5 and Elwes on 6.
For 1.
You've been here before, have you said? What have you seen here before?
I've been here many times. As Potts is in past the umpire. Ball into Elwes. Elwes just plays that out to point. That's fielded by Perrin, who returns it quickly to the keeper. But I haven't been here for a long time. The last time I was here was the test against India that England played here in 2014, I think. The
year after I'd match managed the Ashes, because I was 2013. That was a test match here as well.
So, and it absolutely poured with rain.
Potts
is in to Elwes. It's a good length ball, and Elwes comes forward and plays a classic defensive stroke, holds the pose.
So very excitedly, we've got a 5-day test match at Trent Bridge. We're hoping for a result finally, because I saw Heather Knight saying she played, I don't know how many tests it was, and was unbeaten as a test captain, but that was because there hadn't been any results in any of the test matches that she'd played in.
We've had so few results.
Yeah, we've got 5 days at Trent Bridge, so hopefully we get a result.
Pots into Elwes. Bowls, that's very full, and again, Elwes is forward, feet to the pitch of the ball, defends it back, down the pitch, and there is no run.
We've seen a masterclass in forward defensive, haven't we, Sid?
Yeah, and we've said that there's no need for the in. That's right up to Elwes, who repeats exactly the same thing again. She's forward, plays it nicely in front of her. Very low risk cricket.
I can't come in there, so we'll have I'll tell you what.
Oh, there's an
a big
appeal
shout
there.
And the umpire says no thank you. And the umpire says over. So it is 12 for 1. We've had 8 overs. And Maya Boucher and George Elwis.
They're having a conference, aren't they, in the middle?
In the middle.
Having a conference in the middle there. They must be like, what are we going to do with this? If we keep having Arlott and Potts bowl, then how are we going to deal with this? And I mean, Elwis has taken the view of she's going to change the distance that the ball is from her, so she's changing the length by going forwards and back to her. So I wonder what the chat was. How are they going to nullify this quick bowling attack as Arlott prepares to come in from the Dibley end to Maya Boucher? He plays that lustily, but straight to Amy Campbell at short cover, and there is no
Didn't
room.
quite come off the middle of the bat, that one, and you can see from the way that Boucher is now reacting.
Yeah,
she
she's
sort of plays an air shot
frustrated.
just to go. That's the shot I meant to play, and it was the right kind of shot, but it somehow didn't quite middle it.
No, it was a sort of that. Yeah.
And you need to
I'm gonna
really
do it better
middle it
next
here
time.
on this. This is not a quick outfield. It's lush and green. It looks beautiful, but it's not running quickly across the outfield.
No, Arlott to Boucher, who goes back, plays that straight to the mid-off fielder, and there is no run. Still 12 for 1 here. Into the 9th over, so we're still in the power play, Sid.
Yeah, and that was a better sound, but exactly the same result.
So at the moment, the Central Sparks are managing to keep the lid on here with the pace attack, and they've got some different sorts of bowlers still to come on. They've got spin from Baker and Davis and Katie George as well, as Potts comes in to Boucher, waggling her bat. She tries to force that to mid-on and goes straight to Izzy Wong, who fields the ball past Abby Freeborn, and Eve Jones has to dive to clear that up, otherwise they're about to burgle another run. There's some discussion about what's happening on the field there. There's a lot of people flying about, and still 12 for 1 here, halfway through the 9th over. So the Vipers will want to make the most of the last few balls of the power play, where they can hit the ball up and over that fielding restrictions circle, while there are still only 2 players outside as Arlott comes in. Boucher works that off down to the leg side. There is a fielder down there, and they get through for a single. Ball goes back around the fielders, on its way back to Emily Arlott.
I guess we'll expect to see a bowling change at the end of the power play. I imagine we'd see one more over of Potts after this.
Yep. As Emily Arlott takes a big deep breath at the top of her run out. And then in to Georgia Elwis, who plays that straight to the fielder. Point, cover point. Amy Campbell takes a lovely catch there. And that's another wicket for the Vipers.
She's disappointed with herself. She's played so sensibly, and that was almost the first kind of bigger shot that she's tried to play, and that didn't quite come out as she was expecting. Straight to the fielder, and she's trudging back. She's hanging her head a little. She obviously feels that she could have done better with that.
Ooh, so another wicket down, Sid. Central Sparks have got Southern Vipers 13 for 2 in the 9th over, so we're still in the power play, two wickets down, which really is not ideal for Vipers.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Danny White walking out here, and you know, one of the best batters in the world, so you know, you're not going to, you're still going to feel confident that there's plenty of batting to come. But we are at the point here where if we lose another wicket in the next couple of overs, then you know, those nerves might start to come in, and we've already seen the Vipers fall to 1 defeat this season when their batting kind of ran out of steam.
Yes. So is it a wobble, or is it just an aberration? Then, Sid, I guess it's a question.
Yeah, and the batting is perhaps the issue this season. I mean, they ended up with plenty of runs against the Stars on Saturday, but just at the beginning of their innings, they felt like they might be about to wobble again, and they kind of rescued it, pulled it out of the bag. George Elwes scored those runs at the back end, but it hasn't looked quite as solid as it has been. Of course, we've got a slightly different batting lineup today, haven't we? Because
sort of slight change in the lineup, perhaps. Yes, so we've got our lot coming in again from the Dibley end, tail up, no doubt, and Danny White just taking a guard from Anna Harris. Tom Lungley's at square leg, and so we've got Elwes and Bouchier now at the crease. Oh, there's a big thump on the pads there as Danny White goes wandering out of the crease, but now Anna Harris not interested. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, Emily Windsor was the name I was searching
Emily
for.
Windsor.
Emily Windsor.
Too many Emilys.
Yeah, that's what gives the Vipers a bit of a longer batting lineup today. Windsor back for the first time after coming back from injury. She wasn't quite ready for the beginning of the season, but back today.
Yep.
So they basically swapped out a bowler for her.
Right.
So there'll be a slightly longer batting lineup, which gives them a bit of security there.
I'm going to leave you with Sid, I think. Oh no, I don't know. Kevin's going to join me. I'm sure he's got some more banter for me. So we've got Potts coming in from the Deer Park end. Big reach. It goes past the leg side, and it's given a wide by Tom Lungley. And that's another one to the total. Central Sparks won't want to give away too many extras here, now that they've got a bit of pressure on the Vipers batting. We heard Sid say that there was a possibility of a little wobble at the top there, and we've certainly seen a little wobble from the Vipers here with 2 wickets down, 14 for 2. Potts into Bouchier, crouching, works it into the offside but straight to the short cover point fielder, and there is no run. 14 for 2 into the 9th.
It's hard work, isn't it? They bowl well, the Sparks here, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean,
great opening pair.
We haven't had Izzy Wong yet, we haven't had Katie George yet, we haven't had Baker or Davis, so there's plenty more bowling to come from Central Sparks. So what can Vipers do in response as Potts gets ready? Serve another one to Boucher, who plays a beautiful cover drive, and that's a 4 runs, and that will take the pressure off, as the cliche goes. It was a beautiful shot there out through the covers. There's no backup there, of course, and this is still a power play, so there's a limitation about how many fielders can be outside that 25-yard circle in the women's game. Potts into Bouchier. Again plays that to the cover area, but Amy Campbell does a brilliant one-handed pick up there, and there is no run. And Emily Arlett is polishing the ball there for Grace Potts. They exchange whatever tall fast bowlers exchange when they have a little chat about what's going to come up next. And Potts passes the sawdust pile, comes in to Boucher, works that again into, they've got that cover region, they've got a bit of a sort of cover field there, cutting off that shot. We're here at Wormsley for the Rachel Hayhoe Flint. This is 50 over. This is between the 8 English regions, Centre of Excellence. Got the West Midlands side, Central Sparks in the field, and Southern Vipers, the South Coast side, in their trademark orange batting. Bouchier crouching, comes forward, plays a beautiful straight drive up and over, and that was a clear 4 all the way. Beautiful shot, straight drive, back past the bowler. Another 4 to the score. That's 22 for 2. Approaching the end of that magical power play, so they're making the most, that's certainly there, of hitting up and over. Sometimes referred to as pinch hitting, but that up and over that, the close fielders, as it were, as Potts decides what she's going to do in response to that. And that's well bowled. That's a good response there at the end of the power play. Last ball of the power play from Potts there. That was defended for no run. So we are 22 for 2. The Aussies like that, don't they? Because it's sort of Richie Benno style. 22 for 2 at the end of the 10th over. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Kevin James, BBC Radio Solent, and Georgie Heath.
Thank you very much, Claire. So, a good start here by the Central Sparks opening bowlers. 2 for 9 off 5. Emily Arlott, Grace Potts, none for 13, but backing her up well. Those 2 wickets. Ella McGacken for no score, caught round the corner, and Georgia Elwes, who hit Arlott to cover, and she was out for 6. So it's going to be Emily Arlott to continue from the Dibley end, the right hand side as we look. We're in the pavilion, we're looking straight out from a deep square cover position, and it's going to be Danny White to face the next delivery. Arlott races in, right arm over, good pace from her, and White strokes that to backward of point, and there's no run. Georgie Heath is back with us.
Hello, I am caffeinated, I'm hot water bottled, and I'm ready to go.
That sounds more than enough. You're still hugging that water bottle as though
it's like my firstborn.
it's a winning lottery ticket.
Oh, well, I've been warmer climes, I think, if I had a winning lottery ticket.
Is it really that cold?
I'm just always cold.
Really?
Yeah.
Arlott comes in, she's got a slip. Bowls, Wyatt drive, just pushes that into the covers, where it's fielded by Amy Campbell. Campbell batted well earlier in that Central Sparks total of 183 for 9. She hit the top score of 54. We thought 183 was probably a little bit below par, but the way the Vipers have started here, it doesn't look a bad total at this moment in time.
No, it doesn't, and there's not really the weather around that we saw earlier as well, so I'm pretty sure we're going to get it would be the full 50, so there's nothing to worry about DLS.
That's Wyatt pushing it into the covers again, there's no gap.
Yeah, and it's interesting, obviously that first wicket fell without a run being on the board yet, and the second not too much later, but these two, if they can get a partnership going, they can get a rebuild on. Boucher is in fantastic form at the moment. Danny Wyatt, we know what she can do with the bat, we've seen it for years. If these two can get a partnership on, the Vipers will be very much in the driving seat, like whoever is in the driving seat of whatever helicopter or plane I can hear
First
flying
one today.
overhead.
First one today?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. Here's Emily Arlott though, through the playing noise, and White goes over the top, just over the top, plugs a bit in the outfield, nice little chip onto the green, that one. As running back is Amy Campbell. That'll be 2 runs to Danny White. Never frightened to go aerial, Danny White.
No, she's not maybe trying to take out the plane. It is noisy, interrupting.
Yes, it is. It's flying. Well, it feels like it's overhead. We can't quite see through the thatch of the roof, but it's still there, as you can hear. But it's broken what is really almost a deafening silence of this ground as White gets a length ball, pushes it out into the covers. Campbell again, the fielder gets that applause there is from Lloyd Tennant, the Central Sparks manager, head coach. Obviously enjoyed that delivery, that piece of cricket. But generally here it's a very quiet ground in the valley here.
I won't put my Welsh accent on again. Every time someone says
please.
valley, it's all I can think of.
Well,
we've also established that the sheep are real. We
Yes.
heard them make noises.
And we saw them move.
We did. They didn't moo though.
As Arlott bowls, and White cuts that away now. She's found the gap just down towards third man. Bit of width there from Arlott, and Danny Wyatt takes the score on to 25 for 2, and her personal score on to 3. Maya Boucher has 14 not out. A lot rests on her shoulders again. 2 half centuries for Maya Boucher in the 2 rounds played so far. Looks like she's going to need to play another innings at least as good as that from here on in. 11 overs gone.
Yeah, she's discovering her form at just the right time, Maya Boucher. She was obviously around and about with England all of last summer across the Commonwealth Games and the India series, but this is just perfect timing for her to show the England selectors what it is that she can offer them. Not just, she's been in the T20 stuff recently, but the ODIs where she is missing out. And if she can show them that this is what she can put into her batting in the 50 over stuff, it's sort of putting up her hand and saying, look, I'm here too.
Yep. Well, she played the T20 World Cup warm-up games, didn't she, in South Africa? Didn't actually make the main competition for England.
Yeah, that's a really tricky situation to have to sort of deal with, because you're there as part of it, yes, all the time. You're there at nets, you're there in warm-ups, this, that and the other, but you never get out on the park. Mentally, that must be really quite draining. But she doesn't look drained at all here, as you say, back-to-back 50s, and it's Izzy Wong with the ball off that long run up to Danny Wyatt, and it's full, and Wyatt just works it down to back with third, uses the pace, and they go through for 1. Score is 26 for 2.
Experienced head of Danny Wyatt, probably no better a person to come in this situation. 32 years of age, over 100 one-day internationals, 143 T20 internationals. That's experience for you.
That really is experience for you as well. They've got a few experienced players in their lineup. We mentioned obviously Georgia Adams, who got her 50th Vipers cap last week, as Wong is in, and that's full and driven through the covers by Boucher. She's used the pace, lovely looking shot, and it's raced away for 4, and the score ticks on to 30 for 2.
Izzy Wong, quite a recognisable figure these days, and that's a beautiful shot. That was a half volley. That was an out-and-out half volley, but the way Boucher put that away.
Yeah, it's just class, isn't it? It's one of those hold the pose at the end, and it's the kind of shot you would see in a cover drive textbook, really.
Certainly was. Field's changing now. Katie George is brought into that area in the covers.
In comes Wong off that long run up, and just dabbled down to third by Boucher, and they come through for 1. Score moves on to 31.
I have to say, the Sparks pace attack, Arlott, Grace Potts, and now Izzy Wong, that's as strong as there is around. As a threesome, it's very impressive indeed.
Yeah, formidable really, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then you've got the likes, you've got the spin in there as well, and you've got Hannah Baker around and Georgia Davis, and they've got a really strong looking bowling attack as Wong is in, and that's a full toss clubbed straight to the fielder at mid wicket, and Danny Wyatt has to go.
Wow, that was Chloe Brewer, who had just been taken out of the covers and moved into what probably seemed to be a lesser position, has taken a really good catch there. Not got out of the middle of the bat there from Danny Wyatt, but it wasn't a great delivery. Low full toss. Wyatt's cross-batted that on the leg side. Not really got hold of it, but still a good catch.
Yeah, great catch above her head. Chloe Brewer, she's struggled with the bat so far this season, having come into the Sparks, so looking to try and make her impact where she can, and that's a very dangerous wicket she's just taken. Danny Wyatt, she has to go, and it brings captain Georgia Adams to the middle. Wyatt goes for just 4.
31 for 3. Wow. Well, that total now of Sparks, 183 for 9, is looking a decent total all of a sudden, with McGacken, Elwes and Wyatt all out. And Georgia Adams, who these days bats in the middle order for the Vipers, who took 4 for 30 in that Central Sparks innings. Now needs... We need a captain inning. From a Vipers point of view, we need a captain's inning.
We do, and we obviously know that Georgia Adams can bat. She's a genuine all-rounder. She used to come in higher up the order, but Boucher is still out there, and she's striking the ball nicely, and we know what Adams can do, and if they can just tick over, if she can give Boucher the majority of the strike at the moment, she's the set batter, then they won't be too worried. But 3 wickets down, and Izzy Wong is bowling some absolute pace, and that's defended by Adams, and there's no run. Score remains 31 for 3.
Sorry, is it me commentating on this one? I forgot. Is it you? Is
It's
it you
me.
that's over?
Yeah.
It is you over, sorry.
You're not listening to
Well,
me.
I am.
My voice just goes over lots of heads.
I
It's
just
okay.
Sorry, you are?
Yeah. What? How did you get in? Did they let you in? I often wonder that as Izzy Wong turns at the top of her mark. She's in, and that's nudged down past where there would have been a sort of 4th slip area, down to the backward 3rd, off the bat of Adams, who is off the mark, and the score moves on to 32 for 3 from 12 overs.
Well, I mentioned Maya Boucher with a couple of half centuries so far in this competition. Georgia Adams, 0 in that defeat against Sunrisers, and 31 on Saturday in the victory over the South East Stars.
Talking of the South East Stars, Paige Schofield has just moved there, and today she scored her 2nd century of the 2023 Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, which is just a staggering performance. 111 in their opening game and a century again today.
Well, it just shows how much the Vipers were holding it back then.
Ooh, ouch. Ooh, get that clipped and recorded. So, yeah, going on around the country today, Sunrisers taking on the Northern Diamonds. Sunrisers were all out for 157. Diamonds require 18 runs, and they've got 23 overs to do it. So you think they probably managed that with 5 wickets remaining. South East Stars scored 296 for 7, and the Western Storm are on the chase. They are currently 61 for 4 in the 23rd over. And the game at Trent Bridge was, well, the game in Nottingham was abandoned without a ball being played. We saw some rain here today, and they've seen a hell of a lot of rain there. So 3 games in action. But the one that we all want you tuning into right now is the one here at beautiful Wormsley.
Here's Katie George then, left arm over from the Dibley end bowls, and that's stroked into the covers by Georgia Adams, where it's fielded by Amy Campbell, and there's no run. 32 for 3. 32, yeah, that's right, 32 for 3.
It is testing our eyesight, isn't it?
It's testing me. Everything is testing me at the moment, believe me.
Especially your co-commentators.
No, not you.
They're
Gosh,
exhausting.
You guys are the easy bits. It's the...
Well, it really must be a difficult day at the office.
So, Georgia Adams then. Katie George running from just outside the 25-yard circle. Formerly of Hampshire Women. I mentioned that earlier. That's another good delivery which Adams can't find an angle on. Plays it out square on the offside, and running in quickly on that one is Davina Perrin, who lasted just 2 balls in her innings today before she was bowled by Georgia Elwes.
Yeah, it was a lovely delivery from Georgia Elwes to see the back of the 16-year-old. 16, wow.
What were you doing at 16 years of age, George?
Well, I wasn't actually that far away from here. Sat inside a boarding school.
Oh, right.
I can't say it was that wild.
Katie George in again. It's down the leg side. Try to flick that away. That's a good take from Abby Freeborn. Called a wide, not surprising. Anything down the leg side. Umpires quite happy to call it. A good take nevertheless. Katie George, formerly of the Western Storm. I mentioned formerly of Hampshire Women as well. 2 one-day internationals, 5 T20s. The last of those internationals back in 2018, but has had a lot of injury problems in the last few years. But running in nicely here, comes in, bowls once more, and it's on the line of leg stump, just turned away quietly by Adams, who doubles the score to 2, and it's 34 for 3. Remember, the Vipers are chasing 184 for victory. They've been rocked with those 3 early wickets, and they have a lot to do. It's an impressive pace bowling attack. We mentioned the 3 earlier, and of course Katie George coming in.
I was
now
just going to say
make
the
it
same.
4. You were, yeah.
Yeah, I was. Yeah,
I thought I'd steal the line before.
Why
you did.
not?
I could
Telepathy. Yeah. She's also a very good footballer, Katie George. Had the
Is
chance
she?
to take up more football when she was young. It was sort of make the choice at that age of what had brighter future in.
Well, she would have played alongside in the same Hampshire team. In fact, I know she did. Here's George short, and that's pulled away by Maya Boucher through mid-wicket. Got on that nicely and early. That's going to be 4. That's a commanding shot. Well in control of that, Maya Boucher. And those 4 runs take the Vipers total onto 38 for 3. Boucher on to 23. She would have played alongside a girl called Lucia Kendall, who chose football, and she is now playing for Saints FC Women in the Championship.
Well, there you go. Well, you get so many of these people who can just do it all. Pick one, be good at one, let the rest of us have some talent.
Must be nice to be good at one thing. I can't speak for you, but for myself, it's nice to be good at one thing. Always playing a missing outside the off stump coming forward. Nice response there from Katie George.
Not into your football? Have a dabble?
I was never that good. No, never that good. You? Good footballer?
I dabbled, but it wasn't as much of an option. You know, we all say this, women of my age, oh, there wasn't the option, and it's a great excuse for not making it anywhere. Lacrosse.
Wasn't the opportunities.
Didn't have the opportunities, and that's why I'm a commentator. That's what I like to say.
Any money in lacrosse?
No, absolutely none.
No. Is there any professional?
All it does is cost money.
Does it? Is there one professional in lacrosse? Or are they just everybody's an amateur? Boucher drives into the covers. That's well stopped. Beautifully stopped there by Eve Jones, the captain.
In the US, yes.
Is there?
There's a lot of money in lacrosse. In this country, not so much.
Good.
You can be sponsored by X, Y, and Z, but to play international lacrosse, you don't get paid.
Okay. But it's good fun anyway, obviously.
That's great fun, yeah.
I think the little bit of lacrosse I've seen, I thought it was quite a dangerous game.
Oh, it is, yeah. She says with pride. Yeah. It's,
yes, look at me. I play a dangerous
look
game.
at me, I play a game where sticks and balls and everything fly in the air, and there's always the chance of having your teeth knocked out.
Right, I've got to leave you, Georgie, just as we were getting going. I've got to go again. And it looks like Raf Nicholson will come in alongside you. Senior Lecturer of Sport at Bournemouth University, no doubt, apart from her executive board membership at the Cricket Society.
Well, there you go. Well, Izzy Wong is in, and it's full. And driven back to Amy Campbell at extra cover. Along the ground, and there's no run. The score remains 39 for 3. As this seamless changeover goes on next to me, and we realise that Raf Nicholson has far too many titles. Probably a lot of more letters after her name than I have in mine. As Izzy Wong sets off in her run-up. It's full, and Adams looks to cut, and it's beaten the bat and taken by a diving Abby Freeborn, who ends up on her stomach on the floor. Hello, Raf Nicholson.
That's Dr. Nicholson to you, Georgie Heath.
Oh, Christ. Woo. I'll get in the corner in my dunce hat. Sorry, miss. Miss? I don't even know what to say now. Oh, I've got all nervous. School's only a 20-minute drive from here as well. Oh.
Apologies, Georgie. That was very unfair of me. It was just, I was just given such an amazing introduction there by Kevin that I just didn't quite know how to follow it. So there we are.
Longer introduction than Izzy Wong's run-up, I hear from my right. Talking of Izzy Wong's run-up. She's in, she bowls, that's full, and dug out by Boucher and fielded off her own bowling by Izzy Wong. Score 40 for 3. Can you run me through those titles again, please?
Well, the doctor is because I've actually got a PhD in the history of women's cricket. Would you believe? So it's not a kind of useful doctorate in. Well, I suppose it is in this context. But when you're on a plane and they say, "Are there any doctors on board?" I never get to say yes, really, because I wouldn't be much use in that situation.
That's defended by Boucher, and there's no run. Wong picks it up off her own bowling again. Oh, imagine if you put your hand. Yeah, I'm a doctor, guys. I know everything about women's cricket, but this person having a heart attack, you're on your own, love.
Well, that's it. Yeah, I was on a plane to Canada recently, and they did do the "Is there a doctor on board?" And I thought I'd better not say anything because, assuming somebody's having a cardiac arrest at the back of a plane or something, it probably wouldn't help if I come along and say, "Well, did you know the first women's Test match was played in December 1934 at Brisbane?"
But there you go. And you know what? In this situation, if someone shouts, "Is there a doctor on board?" right here, right now, we need you. As Wong is in, right arm over, and that's dug out and driven along the ground. Misfield from Chloe Brewer. Extra cover means they scamper through for 1. And score ticks on to 41 for 3. What's the cool fact that you go to? Have you got any that you pick first? You're like, yeah.
It used to be that women played the first Cricket World Cup, but I think that's quite well known now, actually, in 1973, 2 years before the men. So as I always say, it should be really, we should call them the Cricket World Cup and the Men's Cricket World Cup because our one was first.
50-year anniversary this year.
Absolutely.
As Wong is in, and that's defended by Adams for another dot. Score remains 41 for 3. A 50-year anniversary.
So I wrote a piece for this year's Wisden Cricketers Almanac about 50 years since that first World Cup, which was a lot of fun to write because I got to speak to some of the women who played in it about their memories. There was a champagne reception at 10 Downing Street because that first World Cup took place in England, so we had all the teams gathering at 10 Downing Street for a champagne reception. It was Edward Heath who was Prime Minister, and Rayleigh Thompson of Australia enjoyed the scampi very much, apparently.
As Wong is that's full and flicked off the hip down to deep backward square by Georgia Adams, and it has beaten the fielder and gone for a much needed boundary, pushes the score up to 45 for 3. You like the scampi?
Well, this was what the Australian quick bowler Rayleigh Thompson was reminiscing about. Apparently, there was at this champagne reception. The thing that she particularly remembered was that there was a waiter with a tray full of scampi, and her and some of her fellow Australian players were just chasing around after him all evening, eating scampi. So have you had scampi, Georgie?
Yeah, but without tartar sauce or with tartar sauce?
I'm not sure whether there was any tartar sauce.
Because these are the kind of details we got to know.
England captain Rachel Hayhoe-Flint presented, who's obviously the trophy that we're watching and matching today is named after. She presented Edward Heath, Prime Minister, with a bat that was signed by all of the players during this champagne reception.
It'd be funny if they signed it during the champagne reception. Better do it at the beginning rather than at the end. Whose signature's that? Oh, I don't know. Was I even there?
As George in to continue from the Dibley end, that goes past Boucher. Oh, and it's actually heading towards the boundary, despite the fact that she didn't get any bat on that. So that's going to be five wides, I think.
So I was lucky enough to get down to Edgbaston a couple of months ago now to do some filming with Enid Bakewell and
legend
Eve Jones ahead of the celebration of the 50 years since that World Cup win, and also obviously because we've got the Ashes game going on at Edgbaston. And the thing I found funniest was the idea that they used to play in skirts.
It's amazing, isn't it? As George in again to Boucher, who just defends back towards George.
But Enid, once you get her talking, I didn't need to be there anymore.
She played cricket for England. She can talk for England. It's great.
Yeah, but the diving in skirts, you'd be all right maybe on this. You just get a bit wet and muddy. But think about it when it's been a hot summer and you dive across the. Oh no, thank you.
Well, that was one of the reasons why they stopped it, because players were diving in the field in India, getting their legs infected. And it could be really nasty in some cases. As George in again, Boucher coming out of her crease but misses that, and it just goes through to Freeborn behind the stumps. There's no run.
Yeah, it's wide down the leg side, signalled by Anna Harris. It's another to the total, so that takes up to 46 for 3. The Vipers.
They've wobbled a bit, haven't they, so far? It's not quite going to plan for them. George back at the top of her mark now. Running in, left arm over the wicket to Boucher, and she's bowled her! That is out! Oh, that just went clean through her, and I think that hit middle stump.
Yeah, it's got a bit of swing there from George, who sets off with that aeroplane celebration. It's not been read by Bouchier, and that is such a key wicket for the Sparks. Bouchier was just looking like she was getting going, 27 off 34, but clean bowled, pegged back. What a delivery from Katie George. And the Vipers are in a bit of struggle here, 46 for 4.
As you say, a really important wicket for them because Bouchier looked to be going along nicely. And I was just saying that they'd wobbled a little bit, and 4 down now. Important intervention there from Katie George. She's obviously had her injury struggles, as we were saying on commentary earlier, and when she is at her best, she can bowl with a pretty good whack and do things like she just did.
Yeah, what a partnership they've got. The bowlers here, you've got Wong at one end and George at the other. That left arm, right arm combo, both finding the pace. But Kate George just finding that bit of swing. And Bouchier wasn't quite equal to it today. It does bring Charlie Dean to the middle to join her captain, Georgia Adams. Is it Charlie Dean? Yes, Charlie Dean out to the middle. Testing my eyesight again.
Dean just casually leaning on her bat out there, fist bumping with Captain Georgia Adams. Having a little bit of a chat there. Dean looks very composed indeed, despite the fact that this is quite a situation to be coming into at 46 for 4.
Charlie Dean scored just 4 off 5 deliveries in their victory over the South East Stars on Saturday. We can see the Sparks coaching bench in front of us, clapping, waving. They're a happy looking bunch.
They absolutely are, yeah. And it's interesting, isn't it, because at the halfway stage you would think 183 on the board, bit of an under par total, but Vipers struggling. George back in now to Dean, who's batting out of her crease, just defends that back down the pitch. That looked pretty quick from George again.
Yeah, she's finding the pace today, isn't she? We're seeing it from side on as well, so really getting the full impact of how quick she's banging it down.
I like this sideways on view actually. You do really appreciate it in a way you don't when you're behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
It does mean obviously you're in a very poor position to judge things like how much the ball has swung and whether the LBW decisions are correct.
Yeah, I mean, if it makes a noise on a pad, it's out from us right now.
George in to Dean, who just plays with that, and it's gone away to the boundary. Very fine. Don't think she got any bat on that. Is that going to be 5?
Katie George just having a discussion with Anna Harris up behind the stumps. We all know Anna Harris. She's going to be one of the finest umpires for years to come, really.
And that's the Vipers 50 up in not particularly convincing fashion, so 50 for 4 now. In pursuit of 184 to win this Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy 50 overs match against the Central Sparks. George running in again. Dean defends that, was a bit fuller. And that's the over, and Vipers 50 for 4.
Yeah, 50 for 4 after 15 overs. There's a lot of foofs in there. And it has been a bit of a struggle for the Vipers, to say the least. They lost a very early wicket and then they've lost regular wickets, and they're not scoring at much of a rate at the moment. Remember, we thought the interval, the 180 mark, wasn't quite enough. But at this point in time, Sparks will be feeling things are very much in their favour.
Absolutely. It's good to have a nice tussle, isn't it? Not know which way it's going at this point.
I also love a low-scoring thriller.
Yeah.
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 Give me a low-scoring thriller. The sheep in the distance that I can hear right now agree. They're just following me. They're being sheep.
I like that you thought that they might be fake and just have been put there,
Yep.
just for our kind of, enjoyment.
I never put it past people these days. I've never ceased to be surprised.
I think we're getting a change of bowling from the Deer Park end.
And it's Grace Potts to continue from the Deer Park end, and Adams looks to cut that away, and it beats the edge of the bat and flies through to the keeper. And there's no run. The score remains 50 for 4. So obviously the other two games are still on around the world, so we will bring you updates of what's happening in the rest of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy after this delivery from Potts, as she's in, and that's defended by Adams. No run. She gets a thumbs up from Charlie Dean at the other end. A nice solid defence. So South East Stars, they managed 296 for 7, and the Western Storm are really struggling in their chase. They're currently 82 for 6 in the 28th over. So it could all be over very quickly, one would imagine. As Potts is in, and that's defended again by Adams. Picked up by Amy Campbell, no run.
Everybody very well wrapped up. There are a number of people in the crowd, but most people have got several blankets. Some people using umbrellas as windbreaks out there, just to give you an idea of the conditions here at the beautiful Wormsley Cricket Ground.
Yeah, Potts in, and that's defended again by Adams. Really tidy bowling this by Grace Potts. Talking of impressive performances, we're talking about that Western Storm are struggling in the chase to South East Stars. Well, their score was much thanks to an unbeaten 134 from Paige Schofield, formerly of the Southern Vipers. Also a 50 for Bryony Smith. Potts is in, and that's slightly shorter, and that's worked through the covers by Georgia Adams, and it races away for 4. And the score moves on to 54 for 4.
It's been a really impressive start to her career at the Stars from Paige Schofield. So that's her second century in 3 games. Fantastic. Couldn't really have asked for more. Well, I suppose you could have asked for a 3rd century in the other game, but other than that...
And the Vipers could have asked for more of them while she stayed with them, and they would have kept her, please. But they could do with that from her today if she were out there for the Vipers. But this is how it stands at the moment. 54 for 4 as Potts is in, and that's defended into the offside by Georgia Adams. Chloe Brewer comes sprinting back, ready to do the backup. Should there have been a shy at the stumps, but nope. So at the end of 16 overs, the Southern Vipers are 54 for 4.
You're right, I did think in that first round of Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy fixtures when the Vipers lost quite badly to Sunrisers and Stars were brilliant against the Thunder with Paige Schofield's 100, that they would really have been a bit gutted to see her go. But of course, that's the beauty of the regional system in a way, that players do have that autonomy and they can choose if they want to move around, if they get a better offer elsewhere, or if they decide that actually they want a change of scenery, they want a bit of a fresh approach. Different coach can do wonders for you as a player. And we've got Katie George to continue.
After Raf's rap. Raf's rap, fresh approach, different coach.
Didn't even notice that. I'm a poet and I didn't know it, Georgie. George in. Oh, and it's a shout there. That's gone down towards fine leg, and they sneak through a run. George was down on her haunches there, making faces at the batter, as if to say, I'm very unconvinced by the way you played that, Charlie Dean.
I was also somewhat confused when you said George is down on her haunches. I thought you were talking about me, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm standing up. So that's how my day is going at the moment.
That is confusing, isn't it? Katie George, Georgie Heath.
No, yeah. One of us is a very good fast bowler, and one of us talks about very good fast bowlers.
George in again, Adams facing this time. And Adams just defends that out towards point. And Perrin at point throws back in to the keeper. I'm
not letting you add poet to your to your repertoire. It won't fit on LinkedIn anymore.
Do you get letters after your name if you're a poet? I don't think you do.
Don't know. I don't know any to ask. I'm intrigued now. I'm going to have to go and look this up later.
Yeah, if you're poet laureate, maybe you get something. Anyway, George back at the top of her mark, running in. Adams on strike, crouching. And again, defends that out towards point. Sort of almost looks to go for a run, but very firmly sent back by Dean.
Well, as a red kite is circling above the pitch.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
They are, and also they make me sound like I know about birds. They are literally the only bird I can recognise.
Do you think that red kite's watching the cricket?
Yeah. Who's he backing?
Well, I was just wondering that. I don't know. If you're a red kite, you have to support the Vipers, because red, orange...
Red kite, send us tweets at... Twitter. Funny. Oh.
Very good.
I'm here all day.
George in again. And, and that's played beautifully out, and Adams has beaten point fielder that time, and that's gone for 4. It's a lovely shot there from Adams. She'd been trying to play that earlier in the over, but she's just beaten the fielders that time, just sort of wended it between them.
You know what would have been really nice? To have a bird's eye view of that.
We need to fix a camera to the red kite, don't we?
We don't need back cam anymore, we'll have kite cam.
We can get Kevin James onto that.
Send him up there.
Yeah. He hasn't got anything else to do, obviously.
The signal might be good up there.
Vipers on to 59 for 4 now. As Adams waits, George in again. And that just goes past her, through to the keeper, smacks into Freeborn's gloves as a mark of the pace at which Katie George is bowling. So Vipers remain on 59 for 4. Their target 184. We're in the 17th over here at Wormsley.
Well, it's been another wicket in the Western Storm game. Alice Capsey's picked up her 4th wicket, bowling Sophia Smale. Western Storm currently 88 for 8 in the 29th over.
Oh, 88 for 8. Is that there's some kind of thing we should be doing standing on one leg? Oh no, that's 111, isn't it?
88, what's that in bingos? 2 fat ladies, is that what they call it?
Possibly. George in again, and Adams plays that out to backward of square, and they come through for the single.
Well, that's the end of the over. So the Vipers at the end of 17 overs, 60 for 4. Out there in the middle, Charlie Dean and Georgia Adams. Dean on 4, Georgia Adams 15. Oh, I'd love to be a bingo caller. That'd be quite fun.
You know, my dad did bingo calling when he was a student. That was one of his student jobs, and I always thought it sounded more fun than working in a supermarket.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Bongos bingo or Bogan bingo?
No.
Well, this is not your old people with a dabber.
Are you now going to explain to me what this is, Georgie?
From what I can remember of it, because it's like party bingo basically,
okay.
And it's very fast paced,
so
and you can win the most bizarre. You know how you see those cricket prizes, like that time Luke Wright won a blender.
Yes.
Well, this bingo is along those kind of lines. I went, someone I was with won a box of Cocoa Pops, someone else won 250 quid, and someone else won a Henry Hoover that they then carried around this club for the rest of the night. This just Henry Hoover in a box.
That's amazing.
So she took a boy home with her. It was Henry, the Hoover.
It sounds like one of those game shows from the 80s or 90s, you know, Wheel of Fortune.
Yes.
You could win his and hers tracksuits.
I think we should get you two on there. Yeah. His and hers tracksuits, Sid and Raph.
Well, we do run together, so maybe we could do with his and hers tracksuit.
Oh, game changer.
If anyone wants to send us free his and hers tracksuits, contact us via crickethair.com. All would be welcomely received.
Adams looks to sweep that, and it's signalled wide, and it's another one to the total.
Yeah, this is Georgia Davis bowling now from the Deer Park end.
And that's worked into covers, and they scamper through for one. Georgia Davis has been really impressive so far in this tournament. And I like this change from the Sparks. Bring her on. She is a wicket taker. You feel if one of these two go, especially Adams, they can get Adams, Sparks are marching home.
First spin we've seen this innings, I think.
Davis flicks the ball up in her hand. She's in. And Dean works that down to fine leg. Two fielders in pursuit, and they're scampering back for two, and they're going to push for a third. No, Dean sends Adams back, and rightly so. It's a good arm from Chloe Brewer, who's had to chase quite far to get round to the ball at the fine leg boundary, and the score pushes on to 64 for 4. And you know what, Raf? I don't want to alarm you, but the sun's out.
Oh my goodness.
As Davis is in, it's a flighted delivery, and Dean waits and just defends back to the bowler, and there's no runs. Lots of voices and clapping and enthusiasm around the Sparks fielders at the moment, and quite rightly so. As Davis is in again, and Dean waits on that and plays off the back foot up to extra cover.
And the sun may be out, but I'm not feeling it that it's getting particularly much warmer. That's the only thing.
We're being told that it's warmer out there as Davis is in, and Dean defends off the back foot. No run again. 64 for 4, still the score.
I'm not seeing any players taking their jumpers off though, or anything like that, that indicates to me that it's particularly suddenly we're going to be having Caribbean-like temperatures out in the middle here at Wormsley Cricket Ground in Buckinghamshire.
Davis in, and again defended by Dean. And that's the end of the 18th over. Vipers 64 for 4. Yeah, perhaps not Caribbean temperatures, but they don't have the noise of sheep like that in the Caribbean. So, I know who the real winner is here.
Did you miss out on those sheep when you were in the beautiful sunshine of Dubai doing fair break?
Yes, no, it was Hong Kong. I didn't see a lot of sheep in Hong Kong. Can't say. I definitely saw bits of sheep, but that was in bowls, so it was a little bit different.
Apologies to any squeamish listeners out there.
Yes, didn't see many sheep out there, so I missed it. I like it. I might have to take a headphone off just so I can hear them. But we also didn't have the glory of a thatched scoreboard and a thatched roof over the pavilion. This is a different kind of cricket.
We've got a change of bowling from the Dibley end. I think
Hannah Baker.
So leg spin, right arm over the wicket, and Adams just plays that out through third, and they've run 2, I think.
So I think it's actually just this microclimate part of the world. I've actually just had a message telling me from my friend Jess Grimson.
As Baker in again, and Adams just plays that out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
That we're talking about freezing temperatures and hot water bottles, and she is in England wearing a bikini on the beach.
Wow. Okay.
In blistering sun. So
Baker in again, and Adams just digs that out. No run. Where is she? Wearing a bikini?
Down south. I'm going to say down south.
Baker in again, and Adams just again guides that out towards mid-wicket. no runs, so Vipers remain on 66 for 4 in the 19th over here at Wormsley. And and there's a misfield there, cover, so they scamper through for a single.
That's Amy Campbell with the misfield. She'll be forgiven, she batted well today, it's just the one. But we have had a result in the game at Bristol. South East Stars set Western Storm 297 and Western Storm were all bowled out for 89. Alice Capsey taking...
As Baker in again, and Dean just defends that into the offside, and there's no run, and that will be the end of the 19th over. Vipers 67 for 4.
Yeah, Alice Capsey with just the 6 wickets on her
6
return
wickets
to
for
the
Alice
South East
Capsey.
Stars today. Yeah, Alice Capsey picking up 6 for 28 from 7.5 overs.
Surely that must be the best ever figures in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. I don't remember anyone else getting a 6 for in this competition. I know we're only in the 3rd year of it, but nevertheless.
Do we have an Alex Hartley 6 for last year? Charlotte Taylor finals of the first year, and I think we had an Alex Hartley 6 for last year.
Oh, possibly. Okay, there
But
you go.
apart from that, that's the first South East Stars. As Davis is in, and that's worked down towards 3rd and fielded by Davina Perrin. She gets a high five from her teammate for her diving efforts.
What can I say? I'm just talking up Alice Capsey, but I mean, she's already the best batter in England, and now she's just taking the 6 for. So what can you really do with that, Georgie Heath?
Go home and have a cry. But then also remember that she plays for England.
That's
and
true.
we have an Ashes coming up. As Davis is in, and it's played uppishly, is off the edge from Dean. It falls just short of Perrin at backward point. And there's no run score, 68 for 4.
Perrin being kept busy in that position at sort of backward point today. She's had quite a lot of work to do there. Proven to be a decent fielder in that position.
Young and energetic.
Absolutely. She's 16 years old.
Davis is in, that's full, and that's swept out to mid-wicket as Izzy Wong fields and does a sort of karate kick. She completes her throw. Add a bit of flair to it, why not?
Absolutely.
Score moves on to 69 for 4.
That's one for the photographers, isn't it?
There's Davis in, and that's just defended by Adams, and there's no run. Score remains 69 for 4. We've had another result at Chelmsford. Northern Diamonds beating the Sunrisers by 5 wickets. They were set. Sunrisers only managed 157 as Adams defends this back up just past Davis, and there's no run. Score remains 69 for 4. And then Northern Diamonds chase that down, won by 5 wickets, finishing 160 for 5. And that's clubbed by Adams. You can hear the shouts of shots as she hits it back past extra cover, and it races away to the boundary. And it's a much needed 4. And the score moves on to 73 for 4.
Yeah, that was a very Georgia Adams type shot, if I may say so. She didn't move her feet very much, but she just sort of boshed the ball, and it had the intended effect there. So 73 for 4 now, the Vipers, and they are slowly but surely wending their way towards this target of 184.
Well, in that game between Sunrisers and the Diamonds, it was Josie Grucock with the 50 and Joe Gardner scoring 32. They were the pick of the batters for the Sunrisers as they only managed 157.
Baker in again from the Dibley end, and Dean plays that out again towards Perrin, a backward point, who fields that cleanly, throws in back towards the keeper. There's no run.
Katie Levick picking up 3 wickets for 23, and then 2 apiece for Lizzie Scott, Woolston and Abby Glenn.
Baker in, and that just goes past Dean, and it's signalled wide on the leg side by the umpire.
Lauren Winfield Hill continuing in the same way we've seen. Another half century for her. She scored 51 in the Diamonds chase.
So Baker re-bowling that now. After that last one was called wide. That's much more on target, and Dean just plays that out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, and a 30 for Holly Armitage, 32 for Bess Heath, and Maddie Villiers picking up.
Again, Baker in to Dean, who plays that out to mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah, Maddie Villiers picking up 3 wickets.
It's a good result for the Diamonds. Baker in again, and Dean just plays that quite carefully out into the offside. Campbell fields it, running from cover. They pick up a single there, take them on to 75 for 4 in the 21st over. Baker in to Adams, and Adams plays a very similar stroke out. Again, into the offside and just gently runs a single, and they're rotating the strike nicely here, Vipers. Just, as I say, wending their way slowly but surely towards this total, despite being 4 wickets down. Baker in again. Dean down on one knee, sweeps round the corner, and it's heading out towards the boundary, but there is a fielder out there who will cut it off, so they run 2.
Yeah, she did well out there. Long way to go round. I think, is that Grace Potts out there on the boundary?
Possibly.
Possibly.
And that's the end of the over. So they finished at the 21st over on 78 for 4.
So 21 overs into this chase. At the beginning of this, the Vipers wouldn't have anticipated being 4 wickets down so early, but the rebuild on between Dean and Adams. Still lots of people in here watching. Sheep still making noises. Few tractor noises. No red kites to be seen. Maybe they think that the ball could go aerial at any time.
We have actually got some blue sky now, Georgie Heath.
And we have got blue sky. Ralph Nicholson as Davis is in, and Adams defends straight batted back to the bowler, and there's no run. Score remains 78 for 4. Davis bowls, defended again by Adams. Very tight this from Georgia Davis. Racking up the dots, Davis. Adams defends back again to the bowler, who fields off her own bowling. Flighted, Adams uses her feet and just works that up to mid-off. And there's still no run. Well, she looks to work it down to third. She misses out down on one knee, and quick work behind the stumps by Abby Freeborn, but Adams well inside her crease. But we'll just have her thinking. Davis in again, and Adams drives along the ground into the covers, and they scamper through for 1 to close out the over. So at the end of 22, the Vipers are 79 for 4. So they still need 105 runs to win. It's by no means a done deal for the Vipers. This rebuild has been key between these two out in the middle. The Sparks will feel if they can break this partnership, yes, it's not going along rapidly, but if these two are out there, they could do the damage and help see this home. But they also have the bowlers in their armoury.
33 in, what, 7 overs these two have put on. They need to do a bit more yet. This has the makings of being a very, very tight game, Georgie.
Doesn't it just?
I think the Central Sparks bowling attack is high class, and if the Vipers are to win this, they will have to play very, very well from here on in. I think the Sparks will feel that they've got the slight edge, definitely. But two highly regarded batters out there. Georgia Adams on 26, 10 to Charlie Dean. Emily Windsor, the top run scorer for the Vipers, to come in next. A top run scorer last year. So a lot to look forward to between now and the end of this game. We've got this Emily Arlett back into the attack, as that's turned away on the onside by Georgia Adams, and there is no run. So the bowling figures for the Sparks so far. Arlett is just about to, well, she's just started her 7th over. 2 for 12, superb figures that. Has picked up the wickets of McGacken and Elwes for 0 and 6 respectively. And I'll quickly give you the others in a moment, but the pace bowlers especially have been awesome, I think, as that's driven to mid-off and there is no run. Grace Potts, 6 overs, none for 17, probably unlucky not to pick up a wicket. Izzy Wong picked up 1 for 13 from 2, and Katie George backing them up with 3 overs, 1 for 17. Those are your pace bowling figures so far.
Well, they look pretty good though, don't they?
They certainly do. I think they're a good quartet. They're going to give a lot of sides a lot of trouble this year. And in the sunshine, yes, there is a sun in these parts, as Arlett comes in right to left as we look, and that's another length ball which Adams just pushes up to mid-off, and there is no run. I didn't think there was a sun here. I thought the sun just bypassed this place, but clearly it is here and it's shining. It's the best part of the day.
It is, yeah. Shining on the Sparks perhaps at the moment.
Yeah, not on us because we're under a roof. We were mainly set up here because of the rain. We had some rain, but now we'd rather be outside. We're half outside. That's pulled away by Adams. Almost takes the square leg umpire with her, as that ball makes it out to all the way to deep square leg.
Well, lucky umpires watch the ball every single minute of the game because he could have lost his head.
Well,
like
I would
the rest of
like,
us.
to be honest, Georgie, I'd like to think that the umpires do watch every ball in the game.
It's the safe. Exactly, that's what I was thinking. It's the safest position to be.
Yeah, I'm not sure your career would be in an upward trajectory if you didn't keep your eye on every single ball bowled. I think somewhere along the line it would catch up with you. Here comes Arlett. Oh, she just pulled. Oh, something happened there as she was running up. Didn't like something. And now she turns to walk back again. Have you ever umpired? Have you done any of that?
Do you think I can stand still and concentrate for that long?
Well,
you're being very nice. No, I've never umpired, and I don't think it's something I quite have the attention span for. And I get quite invested. So then I'd start cheering for people, and then as soon as then the underdog, and I'd just I'd be useless.
Yeah, you can't have that. Arlett bowls to Dean. It's short. Dean's pulling that away. Quite got on that early. Throw comes in at mid-on. That's how early she got on it. It'll be a single though. And Dean moves on to 11, I think that'll be. 81 for 4, chasing that total of 183 for 9. Do you have your favourite? So if somebody comes on to bowl and you have a nice chat in between overs and there's a sort of a marginal LBW decision, you think, well, actually, I quite like that person, so I'll give that out.
Yeah, I'd be so bad, yeah.
I mean, forget the fact that it didn't pitch, in line or anything like that. It's played back to the bowler and there's no run. We forget all that.
It's hit her in the middle of the bat, Yeah. Oh, that would be. I'd be honestly useless. I think I'd be much better at carrying the drinks.
Yeah.
Or mowing the lawn.
What? While they're playing?
Yeah. All these things. I'm trying to think where I would fit in this big wheel. Should I move away from the microphone, which perhaps people would hope I will.
Certainly not, George.
After today's
times we've worked
discussions.
together, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Like Claire and Raf for the first time, I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Also, I have a question actually for people who know about Wormsley. I can see a statue over to my right of someone playing cricket. And if we can all dive to laptops and phones and whatever, or whip out our binoculars like Kevin James next to me, who is it?
It's certainly a batter.
I actually had clocked that just about. The bat gave it away a bit as Davis is in, and that's... There's a muted appeal. Looked like Dean was trying to cut that down to third, but taken by Freeborn as it misses the bat.
I think somebody needs to go down there and actually read the inscription, because it's very difficult from this distance. Even with your perfect eyesight, Georgie.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, it's a generic person. Ah, thank you. See.
Davis is in, and that's flighted and full and driven through the covers by Charlie Dean for 4.
So it's just a random person sculpted with a bat playing a little whip shot off the legs. That's what it is. It's very difficult to see, actually, isn't it, against the backdrop of those trees, because it's a very dark coloured, sort of grey coloured sculpture, isn't it? But that's very randomly placed there as well, isn't it?
It'd be more random if it was next to a basketball court. As Davis is in, and that's full and swept away by Dean to backward square, and they come through for 1.
I think it's disappointing that it's not sculpted on somebody.
Maybe it's Mr. Getty.
Well, that was my thoughts as well. It's probably that's rather fitting, isn't it? Or would be.
Davis in, and Adams straight bats that. And there's no run.
I might take a wander over there at the end of the game, actually, and just take a closer look.
Yeah, I'm intrigued now. Davis in. Adams uses her feet, comes down the crease, but finds the toe end of the bat and can only go along the ground. There's still no run. Score remains 86 for 4.
Shot.
And that's driven through the covers by Adams, and they look to push for 2, but they will stay content with 1 as Dean is sent back. Score ticks on to 88 for 4, and that is the end of the 24th over.
So, at that total of 87, the Vipers need another 97 runs from 26 overs. The required run rate from here on in is just about 3 3/4. They're scoring at just a bit under that, so it's not a lot of acceleration is needed between here and at the end of the game. But the fact that they've lost 4 batters already, and they lost 4 in the first 15 overs, means there's quite a lot of work to do for this middle and lower order for the Vipers to see themselves home. The Sparks have started brilliantly, mainly through this lady bowling now. Emily Arlott picked up the first 2 wickets, had the Vipers at 13 for 2 at one stage. She's now bowling in the sunshine, having started off in the gloom. It's a completely different day, completely different complexion, isn't it? Yeah, you're going to take the... Georgie's even going to take the thick
Taking
coat
the duvet off.
that looks like she's just been wearing it in Chamonix. As Arlott bowls, and it's turned away on the leg side off the pad by Georgia Adams, and that will take the score to 88 for 4. I didn't think anything was going to make you take that coat
Well,
off.
I'm actually stuck. My zip's stuck, so I'm probably not going to be taking it off. Oh, it's all right. I'm out.
She's taking it off. There it is. So it
Just
must
the
be
coat.
nice. Yeah.
Just to clarify, just the coat.
Well, I was hoping it wouldn't be anymore, but
Right.
so now you've just got the 6 layers on.
Oh, now I've just got my Sherpa on, yeah.
Arlott bowling to Charlie Dean, and Dean's on the front foot, pushes that square on the offside. There, fielding is Davina Perrin, the 16 years old player, 16, playing regional cricket. Wow.
Played a World Cup this year
And
as
a
well,
World
under
Cup as
19
well,
World
yeah.
Cup.
Yeah, she'll be eligible for the next one as well. Yeah, quite right.
What are they raising these kids on these days? Oh.
Is there an under 16 World Cup? She'd be eligible for that as well. I suppose, or under 17 anyway. Here comes Emily Arlott bowls, and Dean gets a length ball, trying to find the angle on the leg side, can't, and it goes back to the bowler.
But you think about it, all those other 16-year-olds around the country at the moment are just sat there, and all they've got to think about right now is GCSEs and all those kind of things you don't want to do. And Davina Perrin is standing out in the sunshine at Wormsley playing professional cricket.
Yeah. It's not fair on those that play cricket, is it?
It wasn't fair when it was raining, to be fair.
It's lovely now. No excuses now, that's for sure. This ground looking at its best. As Arlott just waits for Dean to settle. Dean's on 16 here. Adams on 28. Vital partnership here for the Vipers as Arlott bowls. Slightly shorter this time, but again it's worked to Perrin. Throws the ball into keeper Abby Freeborn. And there is no run. I take it there'll be a drinks break, as there usually is after the 25 overs, which is the strategic halfway point of a side's innings. This is the only game going on now, isn't it? I thought I heard you read the 2 results earlier.
It is, yeah. I was captain picking up 6 wickets.
Yes, it's right. You made a big thing about that. She didn't bowl on Saturday.
No.
At Beckenham against the Vipers. Probably just as well. Here's Arlott again then. Right arm over and bowls. Dean drives back to Arlott. Nice pick up one-handed. Threatens to throw at the stumps at the bowler's end, but Georgia Adams is well behind the line.
So I've just made a realisation, Kev.
Yes.
I'm actually dressed like a sheep now.
You are?
I am. I could
Yeah.
be out there. There are actually lots of people just on their hands and knees over there wearing my gilet.
Yeah.
And that's what those sheep are.
They're probably saying sheep behind us, sheep in front of us by the pavilion.
I'm feeling a bit sheepish.
Yeah. I have to say your coat looks a little cleaner than the sheep on that hillside. As Dean gets another good length ball from Emily Arlott, and that completes the over with the Vipers on 88 for 4. They'll take a break for drinks here with Charlie Dean on 16, Georgia Adams on 28. The batters out so far: Ella McGuckin for no score, Georgia Elwes for 6, Danny White for 4, and Maya Boucher got a really good ball from Katie George. She was bowled for 25. So the bowling figures so far for the Sparks. I gave some of them earlier. The spinners that we've had so far: Hannah Baker 2 overs, none for 8. Georgia Davis, who's been taking some wickets recently, 4 overs, none for 17. But of the seamers, just to remind you then, Katie George 3 overs, 1 for 17. Izzy Wong 2 overs, 1 for 13. Grace Potts 6 overs, none for 17, but there were 2 maidens in that. And Emily Arlott right at the top, opening up 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 14. So I think this, harping back to Beckenham on Saturday, but I think this is a similar type crowd actually. There's a good 200-300 dotted around on the bank. We're on the bank here, so it's a bit like Arundel, isn't it, at the top here with the bank down to the playing surface, and then further down. Have you not been to Arundel?
Not been.
This is very similar to Arundel, yeah. So you've got a nice little bank down to a very level playing surface, and then at the far end. Well, it drops away at the far end at Arundel. Unlike the hills that rise in front of us, they actually drops away past the boundary, but all nice and sort of well kept, well manicured. Yeah.
Because it dropping away in my head sounds like there's just a sheer drop. So you
there
set off
almost is.
chasing the ball, you dive, and you're gone.
And you've gone.
And then you've got 10 players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've dropped down into the River Arundel.
Yeah, you should have saved it. And we'll see you later.
Yeah. They look down and then throw you that sort of life buoy.
We'll pick you up downstream when the